Chapter 195. Zhang Qian and the others gathered there, admiring Jin for being able to compose under such circumstances. However, they had only glanced at what Jin had just written and did not look at the score carefully. Without permission, they felt that if they looked at it rashly, they would be suspected of plagiarism. Therefore, during the discussion, they mainly talked about where Jin had gotten his inspiration from. Was it really that cat? Zheng Tan curiously went over to take a look. Seeing that it was Zheng Tan, Jin, who was about to close the book, stopped temporarily. He even handed the book to Zheng Tan so that Zheng Tan could read it. Zhang Qian and the others saw this and did not understand Jin's behavior. Why was he so nice to a cat? However, they could not say anything. After all, they were not familiar with each other and did not need to care about everything. Zheng Tan looked at it. Other than the name of the song, he did not understand anything else. He only knew that it was a simplified score that he had seen in a primary school music book. After looking at it, Zheng Tan lost interest and returned to the windowsill. Jin, do you like to use simplified scores when composing? A student asked. He was used to looking at guitar hexagons and had more contact with staves. He did not know how to react when he suddenly saw simplified scores. After all, many people felt that staves were more professional and presentable. As for guitar hexagons used to record fingering, because of the association itself, they used them more often. Yes, because I did not go to university, I did not receive any professional education in the beginning. I learned guitar skills from a small, unknown band. Later on, I studied more on my own. When I was trying to compose, I used simplified scores. Later on, I learned all kinds of things, but I am still more used to simplified scores. Jin did not hide the fact that he had not gone to university. After entering the night building, there were some classes arranged there to improve his professionalism. However, Jin was more used to using simplified scores, which he had the most contact with. Basically, he used simplified scores when composing. Many people in the Guitar Association now knew that Jin was not a member of the Guitar Association of other schools, but they only knew that he was in a professional band. As for the details, they did not know. Moreover, there were too many small, unknown bands in Chuhua. Seeing Jin's age, other people thought that he was a member of a small band that was unknown and would disband at any time. Therefore, they did not investigate further. Zheng Tan did not know much about music scores. However, other than simple music scores, staff scores, and guitar scores, Zheng Tan had once seen a fat old lady writing music scores. However, it was filled with words such as close, 4, 1, up, ruler, work, fan, 6, 5, B, and so on. Zheng Tan still did not know how to evaluate Jin's song about cats. There were many people in the world who evaluated cats and analyzed them. However, from the cats that Zheng Tan had met, many people thought too deeply about themselves and did not look at things from the perspective of cats. Even Zheng Tan now found it difficult to understand the thoughts of the sheriff, De Pang, and Huang. Just like Jiao Pa once said, scientifically speaking, you can't use human thinking to interpret cat thinking. Zheng Tan was only using human thinking. No matter what, Zheng Tan was still looking forward to Jin's cat's fantasy. He hoped to hear it the next time he went to the night building. However, after this, it would probably still need to be modified. After that, he still had to consider the arrangement and lyrics. He probably would not be able to hear it in the near future. As for the Guitar Association's school performance in May, Zheng Tan was a little interested in watching it. Unfortunately, it was at night. If Zheng Tan was still grounded by Jiao Ma at night, it would be hard to say. Not only Zheng Tan, but the other 3 cats were also grounded at night. It was already a mercy to be released during the day. In the following week, Zheng Tan's performance was not bad in Jiao Ma's eyes. He stayed at home every night and did not go out. He also came back on time during the day and did not cause any trouble. Zheng Tan was really well behaved during this time. At least, he thought that he was quite well behaved. After going to the construction site to see the progress, he went to the overpass to help the old man gain popularity. When Jing Tan was there, the old man's wooden box would have more money. Sometimes, people were not as attractive as animals. Jing Tan was mainly curious about the old man's identity. However, after staying for more than a week, she did not see any underlings. It was true that the surrounding peddlers were in awe of this old man. The day of the Guitar Association's performance was Friday. Jing Tan left the overpass earlier than usual. He was going to the school's main sports field to take a look. Jing Tan decided to go out that night. It was Zhao Yuan who suggested that they go to the Guitar Association's performance that night. Xiong, Suan, and the others discussed contacting the children in the courtyard to go to the performance that night. For boys, the guitar was more attractive. There were also people from the West District, including little Pomelo's classmates. Jing Tan was prepared to go out with them that night. That way, the chances of Jiao Ma agreeing to it would be higher. In fact, the Guitar Association's performance was not very attractive to Jing Tan. After all, it was just a performance by amateur students. Jing Tan had seen many professional performances at the night building. Therefore, Jing Tan's main purpose for going out with Zhao Yuan and the others was not to watch the performance. He wanted to start something. As the saying went, if there was a first, there would be a second, and if there was a second, there would be a third. After going out that night, the opportunity to go out at night would be closer. Jing Tan found it rather boring to watch soap operas with Jiao Ma every night. As for the Guitar Association's performance, from a layman's point of view, Jing Tan felt that those people had indeed spent a lot of effort on it. Even if their skills were lacking, the students watching the performance on the sports field did not care. Coupled with the atmosphere, it could be considered a success. The opening performance of Canon by Jin and the president of the Guitar Association added a lot of points to the performance. With a good start, it was also a boost to morale. Other than the opening performance, Jin spent most of the time backstage. The students needed a chance to prove themselves. The performance started at 7:30 and ended at 9:30. Before the performance, Jin had been invited to the Guitar Association's celebratory banquet. Therefore, even if there was nothing else for him to do, Jin did not leave. Since it was Friday and tomorrow was a weekend, the Guitar Association members were prepared to celebrate after the performance in the evening. After all, most of them did not have classes the next day, so they could play to their heart's content. The president of the Guitar Association, the person who had played guitar with Jin, had been forced to drink too much. Some of the things that he had not said before were now out of his mouth. Jin, when you were at the night building, did you often see those masters? Jin was surprised. He had not mentioned this before. He did not expect to be recognized. Not many people in the Guitar Association knew about the night building. When those who had some understanding of the night building heard the president's words, they looked at Jin differently. That was the night building. The people who could perform there were definitely skilled. They were definitely not small bands that could disband at any time. Moreover, many of them had great potential. They could even sign a contract with some companies and release records. Who knew when they would become popular? Yes, that's true. The East Palace of the night building often has masters performing there. Some world-class masters will also perform there. However, the East Palace is not easy to enter, Jin said. A person who had been going to the night building recently could not help but say, the night building has 4 districts, the East, West, North, and South Palaces. Of course, it's difficult to enter the East Palace. The level of consumption there is not something we can afford. Moreover, I heard that there are often some well-known people in the circle among the audience there. They are real experts. At this point, the person's face was full of yearning. However, he immediately looked at Jin. What's the name of your band? Did you perform recently? I don't know if I missed it. I played there every night last week. These words sounded like he was doubting the authenticity of Jin's performance at the night building. Jin did not care. When he was about to answer, the president of the association spoke first. He pointed at the necklace Jin was wearing. New boy, I remember this is the team emblem. Jean understood. As expected, he had guessed it based on the team emblem. We're performing in the South District now, Jean said. The South District? So it's an expert. No wonder I didn't see it. I've always been in the North District, the person said in surprise. The resident singer in the North District was at the bottom of the night building's 4 districts. At the same time, it was also the place with the lowest consumption. However, he did not expect Jean, who was about the same age as them, to be able to enter the South District, which was of a higher level than the North District. After learning about the night building, the others also participated in the discussion. The celebration banquet turned into the association's members learning from Jean. Jean did not hide anything. He was also willing to share some of his experience with these people. Finally, before Jean left, everyone asked him if he had anything else to say. Jean thought for a moment and said, "Treat that black cat better." Everyone thought that Jean said this because he liked black cats. Seeing that the team emblem was a black cat, even if some people were a little resistant to black cats, at this time, they promised to take care of them. Seeing that these people obviously did not take it to heart, Jean opened his mouth but still did not explain. These people did not know the meaning behind this sentence. Many people here wanted to ride on Jean's coattails, but Jean thought that he was not a big shot in the night building. Even now, in the South District of the night building, his band was ranked last. If there was anyone here who could ride on that cat's coattails, they would be more useful than Jean. The cat was familiar with the big boss of the night building. For it, watching the performance of the East Palace was as easy as eating peanuts. As for whether or not the people here could benefit from the cat, that would depend on their luck. While the students of the Guitar Association of Tsinghua University were discussing the night building, in a private room on the 3rd floor of the night building, Yihao, Ranqi, Leopard, and a few other trusted subordinates were looking at a document that had just been brought over. After digesting that huge amount of gold, Yihao had more projects to invest in, and there were still some troubles to deal with behind the scenes. In the past, he had always avoided conflicts, but now it was inevitable that he would directly confront them. Whether they would cooperate or be enemies depended on that person's attitude. Therefore, Yihao finally decided to pay a visit to that person who was contemporaneous with Master Tang VII. This time, he did not want to rely on his relationship with Master Tang VII. He planned to face it himself. When Yihao opened the latest investigation document with a cup of coffee in his hand trembled and the coffee in the cup spilled on his suit. Leopard and Ranqi next to him were puzzled. What could make Yihao, who was always calm and collected, show such a constipated expression on his face? Chapter 196. In the folder, there was a photo. The background of the photo was a bridge, and the subject was an old man sitting under a big black umbrella, holding an arrow. What made Yihao and the others uneasy was that in the photo, the black cat was squatting next to the wooden box and yawning with its mouth wide open, baring its fangs. The description under the photo showed that the cat was called Black Charcoal, and it was raised by an associate professor named Xiao from the Life Sciences Institute of Tsinghua University. In fact, even without the detailed description, Yihao and the others knew which cat it was. In this world, which cat called Black Charcoal could cause so much trouble? Ranqi wanted to bang his head on the coffee table. He wanted to express his thoughts, but Leopard spoke first. You can really see this guy everywhere you go. Yihao put down the folder in his hand and put the coffee cup on the coffee table. He raised his hand and rubbed between his eyebrows. After a long silence, he suddenly smiled helplessly and picked up his phone to make a call. Hello, Celestine, do me a favor. When will you bring the black cat out to meet? What? Grounded? Yihao listened to Celestine and frowned. *CK, if he had known, he would have sent someone to find out who the cat trainer was and deal with it secretly, so that he wouldn't have caused so much trouble at Tsinghua University. If the black cat was grounded, when would it be able to come out to talk? After knowing the reason why Yihao wanted to find the cat, Celestine decided to go to Tsinghua University to try. The cat trainer incident had happened a long time ago, and the people in the school compound didn't know much about it. They wouldn't keep the cat at home forever, right? So, on a nice Saturday, Celestine showed up at the Jiao family and smiled harmlessly at Jiao Ma, who didn't look too good. Although Jiao Ma wasn't too happy about it, she still agreed to let Celestine take Jingtan out to play when she saw the look of anticipation in his eyes. Sigh, it was not easy to be cooped up at home for a period of time, but the moment he went out, he became wild again. Wei Ling heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Mama Jiao's agreement. If the owner didn't agree, that cat would definitely not go to the night tower. If she agreed, it would save him a lot of trouble. That night, in Yi Hao's villa, Yi Hao and Leopard had been waiting there for a long time. Even Ranqi was rarely there. He was reluctant to see the cat, but he was curious as to how the cat knew that person. It was said that a bear has the heart of a leopard, and it seemed that this cat's courage was not small either. On the way, Jingtan had heard Celestine mention a little about the reason why Yi Hao was looking for him this time. However, was the Lord Kuan they were talking about that blind old man? He had heard that he was a powerful person in the past, at the same time as Master Tang VII and Nian 19. However, why did Jingtan feel that this old man was doing much worse than the other two? Not to mention Master Tang VII, she had also heard Yi Hao and the others mention Nian 19 when they were playing in the night building. A person who could raise a super cat and enjoy a high-end lifestyle obviously wouldn't have a bad life. In comparison, what about this Lord Kuan? He was dressed like a poor person, looked old, and was blind. Even if he was a person who could kill gods and Buddhas in the past, now he could only play the eru on the bridge. Or perhaps, the truth was not as it seemed on the surface. Without the experience of Jin finding his wallet and phone, Jingtan wouldn't have thought that the old man would be so powerful. Now that he saw the reaction of Celestine and the others, the old man was still not simple. Sure enough, the thoughts of big shots were always unpredictable. Take Feng Xiaokong for example. He was obviously a super rich person, but he still went to the streets to sell his art. Each of them was like a cat, full of strange thoughts. When they arrived at Yi Hao's villa, Jingtan jumped directly onto an empty sofa and found a comfortable position to lie down, waiting for Yi Hao's next words. In any case, Yi Hao had a request, so Jingtan wasn't in a hurry. Seeing the cat in front of him find a place to lie down without any reservation, Yi Hao glanced at it and didn't say anything. This cat was getting bolder and bolder. It was even more casual than when the Monsignor was here. Yi Hao handed the folder in his hand to Celestine. Some of the confidential information had been taken out and shown to Celestine the recent results of Lord Kuan's investigation. The hall was very quiet. Only the sound of Celestine flipping through the materials and Yi Hao drinking coffee could be heard. Yi Hao had been so busy that he got tired easily. During this period of time, he was used to drinking coffee to refresh himself. The health doctor didn't recommend drinking it for a long time, but Yi Hao had no choice. He had to get through this period of time, especially this time. It was good to be able to have a good talk with Lord Kuan, but this man was famous for being difficult to talk to back then. He didn't know what would happen after he became like this. It seemed like there was a big change, but no one could say for sure. It was rare for there to be a breakthrough, so Yi Hao was ready to give it a try. Celestine didn't agree with Yi Hao's suggestion before. He didn't move around Chu Hua before, so his understanding of Lord Kuan came from Yi Hao. Even if he didn't know Lord Kuan's current situation, if Lord Kuan was a toothless tiger, he was still a tiger. It would be easy for him to trample a cat to death. However, looking at the materials in his hand, Celestine's eyes twitched. He finally understood why Yi Hao had this idea. You even pulled Lord Kuan's beard? Celestine looked at Jingtan, who was sitting on the sofa, in disbelief. Yi Hao supported his forehead with one hand. He wanted to agree and say, it's not easy for this cat to be alive and kicking now. However, thinking about Lord Kuan's attitude in the investigation, Yi Hao chose to remain silent. What was that man thinking? Some of the investigation information was obtained from the vendors on the overpass, so the information about Jingtan's presumptuous behavior in front of the old man was listed in the information. The usual information was very detailed. Just by looking at this, it was impossible to associate the old man and the information with the once all-powerful Lord Kuan. If Lord Kuan's temperament hadn't changed drastically, then Lord Kuan must have treated this cat differently. Putting down the folder in his hand, Celestine leaned against the back of the sofa and tapped his fingers on the armrest. How about this? Let it send a letter to Lord Kuan to test Lord Kuan's attitude. At the same time, see how the old man's temper is now. According to the investigation information, Lord Kuan didn't have a cell phone or any other contact numbers on him. Lord Tang VII might have one, but Yi Hao didn't want to ask for it. Moreover, it was broad daylight, so Yi Hao couldn't go to the overpass directly to look for Lord Kuan. He didn't want to expose himself and let others know before the two sides reached an agreement. Hearing Celestine's suggestion, Yi Hao nodded. That works too. After making the decision, Yi Hao promised Jing Tan that if he helped him this time, he would give Jing Tan a private room on the 3rd floor of the night building, just like Celestine's. Of course, it would be smaller than Celestine's, but it would still belong to Jing Tan. When the time came, even if Jing Tan brought his own people, he would have a place to stay. He wouldn't need to borrow Celestine's room. Jing Tan didn't immediately express his opinion. He lay in the distance, deep in thought, until Yi Hao placed a short letter in braille in front of Jing Tan. Jing Tan didn't understand this, so Celestine explained the contents of the letter to him. It was a letter of visit and didn't say anything else. Feeling that it wasn't a big deal, Jing Tan expressed his opinion. Thus, at around 3:00 on Sunday afternoon, Jing Tan arrived at the Tianxiao as usual. Celestine followed behind him and watched from a short distance to prevent any accidents from happening. Yi Hao and a few others were watching the progress of the battle from a building. Jing Tan was also a little nervous. He put the bankcard-sized envelope in his mouth on Mr. Kuan's lap. Jing Tan only reluctantly held the envelope in his mouth after Celestine and Yi Hao repeatedly assured him that it was clean. There was no other way. His intermittent mysophobia was acting up. The old man looked like he was about to play the eru. After Jing Tan put down the letter, he opened the envelope and touched the words on it. Then, he put the letter in his pocket and hugged the eru. He didn't play it and just sat there with his eyes closed as if he was asleep. Jing Tan didn't feel that the old man had any ill intentions towards him, so he boldly went to the wooden box to see how the old man's business was today. With one look, Jing Tan realized that something was wrong. F***ck, there were actually game coins. Which little bastard threw them in? Jing Tan raised his paw and flipped through the box. He realized that there were quite a lot of game coins inside. No wonder he felt that there were more coins inside today. They were all fakes. Some of the game coins looked like 1 yuan coins, while others looked like 50-cent coins. If one didn't pay attention, they would really confuse the game coins with real coins. No wonder Jiao Yuan complained at home that day that someone used game coins to buy steamed buns at school. The steamed buns seller didn't even realize it. Without hesitation, Jing Tan reached out his paw and fished out the game coins one by one and threw them out of the wooden box. For a moment, the game coins clinked as they fell to the ground. The bridge, especially the place where the old man was sitting, was paved with anti-slip materials. The game coins that were thrown out didn't roll far. They basically landed near where Elder Kuan was sitting. The surrounding peddlers didn't dare to go over to take a look. Today's weather was too good. At this moment, the sun was shining brightly. Many people came and went in a hurry with umbrellas and sun hats. They didn't pay attention to other details and just thought that the cat was playing. Cats, after all, were all so annoying. Even if someone noticed the game coins on the ground, they would just smile and walk away. Therefore, for a moment, no one pointed out the actual situation. When the old man, who was leaning against the railing, heard the sound of the game coins falling to the ground, his ears twitched. The stiffness on his face relaxed slightly, but it was hard for others to notice. Jing Tan, on the other hand, was happily fishing out the game coins. He rummaged through the wooden box loudly. Celestine, who was standing not far away, and Yi Hao, who was nervously watching from a building, didn't see that the game coins were very similar to coins. They didn't even think about it. When they saw Jing Tan's behavior, they almost vomited blood. "Boss, is that cat looking for trouble again?" Leopard stood behind Yi Hao and said with a wooden face. What if the old man was in a bad mood and wanted to accept a visit, but changed his mind at the last minute and rejected it? Leopard felt a headache just thinking about it. Yi Hao's face twisted. He was now regretting it. Should he not have asked the cat to do this? Not only did he not get any benefits, but he also made him hate him. Celestine squatted at the corner of the bridge and scratched his head in distress. He looked at the cat, who was happily fishing for the coins, and felt a stomachache. There must be something wrong with the breakfast he had this morning. Young man, do you want some sponge cake? The auntie selling sponge cake looked at Celestine with a smile. The golden tooth in her mouth shone brightly under the sunlight. Celestine. His stomach hurt even more. Compared to Celestine and Yi Hao's conflicted feelings, Master Kun, who was sitting there, adjusted his posture and played the eru. Chapter 197. Yi Hao's conflicted mood improved a little when a 10-year-old child passed by. Walking past all these people, only the child mentioned the important point of, those are game coins on the ground. What really reassured Yi Hao was the phone call he received that night. Yi Hao had given a number in the braille letter. That night, when Yi Hao was reading a report, he received a call from a stranger. The person was probably Master Kun's subordinate. He gave the time and place, and his tone was monotonous. Yi Hao couldn't tell what the other party's attitude was. However, to be able to get a reply and agree to visit was a good sign. The two parties agreed to meet in the afternoon 2 days later. Yi Hao cleared the time on that day and didn't go out. He discussed the meeting with a few of his confidants in the afternoon. They didn't dare to go over unprepared. What if they couldn't come back? The other party wasn't someone to be trifled with. On the second day of delivering the letter, Zheng Tan did the same as before. He strolled around the campus in the morning and ran over to the bridge in the afternoon. He was still very curious about the old man that even Yi Hao was afraid of. The reason Zheng Tan still had the guts to come over after knowing the old man's identity was mainly because Master Kun didn't show any ill intentions. Sometimes, Zheng Tan couldn't help but wonder if his presence was too weak. Or maybe the other party just didn't want to be serious with him and let him do whatever he wanted. He had heard people say that when the forest was big, there would be all kinds of birds. When the girl was beautiful, there would be all kinds of suitors. When the power was big, there would be all kinds of people around you. Therefore, one of the characteristics of a big shot was that he could accommodate all kinds of people. It was hard to guess the thoughts of a big shot. After half a day, the atmosphere between the old man and the cat was still the same as before. No one threw any game coins at him. Zheng Tan lay on the side and slept for the entire afternoon. As the sun set, Zheng Tan left the bridge and returned to Tsinghua University. The old man sitting on the bridge packed up his things as usual. He carried the shabby-looking wooden box and the blind guide cane and left. Walking along the street, they passed by familiar shops. Some of the shop assistants there remembered the old man. Every day at this time, they would see the blind old man pass by. In the night, the old man walked on the sidewalk. A black car slowly drove over and approached the sidewalk. This way, the distance between the black car and the old man was only about 1 meter. The black sedan drove very slowly. Even if it overtook the old man, it would stop in front of him for a while and wait for the old man to get on before driving off. The window of the back seat was lowered, and the people inside looked at the blind old man walking on the sidewalk. They were silent, as if they were thinking about what to say. The person sitting in the back seat was also an old man. However, compared to Lord Kun, this person looked like someone who lived a rich life. In the eyes of the bystanders, these two old men were people who lived in completely different social classes and were completely unrelated. When the old man in the car looked out of the window, there was a cat lying beside him that was obviously bigger than a normal cat. However, this cat was very well behaved. Although it looked out of the window curiously, it had no intention of jumping out, nor did it meow. This continued for 10 minutes before the old man in the car finally said, "It's time to get off work, old Huang." His tone was full of sarcasm and mockery. Lord Kun's surname was Huang. Back then, people called him the local tyrant because of his surname. Hearing the old man in the car, Lord Kuan's expression did not change at all. It was as if he already knew that this person would say that. He did not reply and continued walking at his original speed. This was not the first time these two old men had such a conversation. The old man in the car retracted his gaze from the window. The driver sped up and quickly left Lord Kuan behind. I really don't know why he made himself like this. Wouldn't it be better if he just enjoyed his life? He doesn't know how to use the resources he has. The old man in the car sneered. Just like what Tang Chi said, there were not many people left from that era. Those who stayed in Chuhua City were only a few old men. The few old men had never stopped quarreling with each other. However, no one purposely came to find trouble with Huang Kuan. At most, they would say a few words or have some small fights to pass the time. They would not do anything serious here. Even Tang Chi was no exception. When Tang Chi retired behind the scenes, he had instructed Yi how to treat this Lord Kuan well. Master 19, not everyone can enjoy life as much as you do, the driver in front said. Nia 19 liked people to praise him for enjoying life. His style was indeed like that. Therefore, in many people's eyes, Nia 19 was always dignified and glamorous. Many people envied him because he was old but still had young women by his side. Old but vigorous. This was a phrase that people often used when talking about Nia 19. However, when Nia 19 thought about Huang Kuan's attitude of ignoring him, he became angry. That old fart was so arrogant. The driver looked at Nia 19 in the back seat through the rearview mirror and continued, Lord 19, I saw Lord Kuan today. He looks old and clumsy. Is there a problem with his health? Nia 19 smiled sarcastically, that guy's life is tough. When the fight was at its peak, everyone thought that this guy was dead for sure. Anyone could be lucky, but this guy definitely wouldn't be let go. But he's alive and well now. The driver heard Nia 19's tone. It didn't seem like he was angry at him. Based on his understanding of this boss, he should be thinking the same thing as him. He was just saying that. Therefore, the driver continued, although he's alive, he's been blind for so many years. I remember that he's about the same age as you, right? But looking at him today, he doesn't have the arrogance of the Lord Kuan. And isn't the one in charge of that area now Lord Kuan's godson? Speaking of which, Lord Kuan is just a retired emperor with no real power. In the driver's opinion, in this circle, even blood-related people could kill, let alone people who weren't related by blood. That was even more unreliable. No real power? Humph. Nia 19 snorted and didn't explain. However, the driver felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that his boss was really angry this time. He quickly shut up and didn't say anything else. After a while, Nia 19 teased the cat lying next to him. He put his finger into the cat's mouth. The cat hugged Nia 19's finger and bit it. The cat's teeth, which had been bitten by dogs, gently scraped Nia 19's finger. However, it didn't bite down. It didn't dare. This cat is very obedient. Even if I put my finger in its mouth, it wouldn't dare to bite. Although Nia 19's words sounded calm, the driver felt his scalp tingle. He didn't dare to say a word. Perhaps, if Lord Kuan had died back then, his boss would be more relaxed now. Lord Kuan's existence was a thorn in his boss's throat. Yet, he couldn't pull it out. He didn't dare to pull it out. Zheng Tan didn't know about the meeting between Yi Hao and Lord Kuan. Celestine and Yi Hao didn't mention it to him. Zheng Tan didn't want to get involved either. Anyway, those people were all people who did great things. It was better for his cat to think about how to pass the time. Therefore, on the afternoon of Yi Hao and Lord Kuan's meeting, Zheng Tan came to the overpass as usual. He happened to see the old man packing up his things. He found it strange that the old man was packing up so early today. Unexpectedly, when the old man passed by Zheng Tan, he said, "If you're curious, you can come and play with me." Zheng Tan stood where he was, wondering how the old man knew he was here. He didn't have the chance to fish for the coins in the wooden box today. The sound of his footsteps was also very soft, but the old man could still accurately identify his location. Seeing that the old man had already gotten off the overpass, Jingtan didn't think about the problem anymore. Then, he was puzzled. Did the old man mean for him to go over and take a look? If he followed him, he might be able to find out more about the old man. It was rare for an important person to make a tactful invitation. At least, in Jingtan's eyes, it was an invitation. He quickly followed him. Then, he realized that this was the first time he had heard the old man speak. He followed the old man through the bustling street and turned into an alley. After walking for a while, they arrived in front of a house. Without the old man knocking, the door was opened from the inside. Jingtan saw a young man with a very serious expression. He was respectful to the old man. However, when his gaze swept past Jingtan, he didn't seem surprised to see a cat here. He only paused for a moment before following the old man inside. Jingtan looked around and followed him in. The outside of the house looked very shabby. He didn't expect the inside to be okay. It was just okay, nothing special. Some rich and powerful old men liked the layout of the house with a classical charm, while some old men liked the modern style. However, Jingtan didn't know which style it belonged to. Overall, the layout was very simple. Obviously, the owner didn't care about the materials that were used to keep up appearances. Thinking that the old man was blind, Jingtan felt relieved. Moreover, if he only looked at the back, Jingtan couldn't tell that the old man was blind at all. No one helped him, and the old man didn't stumble. His steps were still calm, and when he walked, he accurately placed the wooden box, the big black umbrella, and other things in the right place. He didn't let anyone help him at all. Further inside, there was a small living room. Yi Hao, Ran Qi, and the others were inside. Seeing Master Kun come in, Yi Hao quickly got up. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was choked by the black cat behind Master Kun. Not only Yi Hao, but Ran Qi and Leopard also felt like a herd of alpacas were running over. Ran Qi looked at Leopard and said with his eyes, "Boss didn't inform this cat, did he?" Leopard, "Definitely not." Today's plan was indeed very good. They had considered many ways to deal with different situations. They even analyzed various psychological tactics in depth. However, no one had considered this cat. In Ran Qi's opinion, cats were always an uncertain factor, let alone this cat. Who knew what would happen with this cat present? What did Master Kun mean by this? Jingtan looked at the expressions of Yi Hao and the others. He pulled his ears and walked to the side. "Dislike my ass. Do you think I care?" They chatted among themselves. Jingtan didn't want to join them. He planned to find a place to lie down. He was a little tired from walking all the way here. When he came, Jingtan thought of many possibilities. However, when he really came, he didn't feel the pressure he expected. He also didn't feel any malice or danger around him. Although he couldn't let his guard down, at least he was mentally more relaxed. Jingtan saw a wooden table by the window. It was more than 3 meters away from them. There was also a vase with rich bamboo. It was perfect for lying down and sleeping. Therefore, he got up and jumped. Chapter 198. Ran Qi had been using the corner of his eye to look over there, wondering why Elder Kun had brought the cat over. The next moment, he noticed the situation over at the table. His heart also swayed along with the vase on the table. Only when the vase stabilized did he let out a sigh of relief. Yi Hao, of course, also noticed it, but he didn't show it on his face. In Yi Hao's mind, cats were not human beings after all, nor were they well-trained warriors. They would not listen to you and restrict your words and actions. Perhaps they would bark wildly when they shouldn't, or mess around with things they shouldn't do, which would cause a planned and arranged thing to collapse directly. If it were other cats, it might be a small problem, but Yi Hao knew how capable this black cat was from the day he met it. Yi Hao took a deep breath and sorted out his emotions. He continued to talk about the cooperation with Elder Kun. It was said that the first spurt of energy, the second spurt of energy, and the third spurt of energy. It wasn't easy to be fully prepared to face Huang Kun, who used to be a big shot, so he couldn't appear weak. He had a few projects under his control, such as the small commercial plaza near Tsinghua University that was under construction. When the time came, he would definitely come into contact with the people here. It would be better to discuss it in advance before things went wrong. That way, it would be easier for everyone to resolve any problems. Conflicts of interest were always the most important conflicts. However, how to distribute the benefits was the reason why Yi Hao was sitting there under pressure. However, just as Yi Hao was talking about the distribution of benefits and was about to start psychological warfare, there was a shattering sound. The somewhat tense atmosphere was fiercely impacted. The veins on Yi Hao's forehead popped. He forced himself to remain calm on the surface, but he was already cursing in his heart. Can't this damn cat know its place? Zheng Tan looked at the broken vase and the mess on the table. He then looked at the expressions of the people over there. Other than Elder Kun, the others, including Yi Hao and the people around Elder Kun, couldn't help but have some other emotions in their eyes even if they didn't show it on their faces. He pulled his ears and jumped down from the table. It was better to find another place to lie down. The atmosphere here was not suitable. Zheng Tan really didn't do it on purpose. He was lying on the side and was about to fall asleep. Then, a green bean fly came out of nowhere and kept buzzing in his ear. When Zheng Tan raised his paw to chase it away, he used a little too much force. Plus, he was stronger than the average cat, so he didn't restrain himself and knocked the vase down. Zheng Tan tried walking around, but he didn't see anyone stopping him. Lord Kun didn't say anything either, so he walked out of the hall. At this moment, the person standing behind Elder Kun also walked out and followed behind Zheng Tan. Ranqi and Leopard quickly looked at each other. They couldn't help but worry. Although they didn't like the cat causing trouble here, they didn't want anything to happen to the cat. Not only was the cat familiar with Celestine, Air Mao, and Fong San, but it had also helped them a few times. This time, they were the ones who had dragged the cat into this matter. Lord Kun. Yi Hao was obviously afraid that Lord Kun would really send someone to kill the cat silently. He was about to say something, but just as he opened his mouth, Lord Kun raised his hand and stopped him. He picked up the teacup and drank some water. He started to talk about his opinion on the distribution of benefits proposed by Yi Hao. He didn't want to listen to Yi Hao at all. The broken vase and bamboo were lying on the ground, but Lord Kun didn't ask anyone to clean it up. Zheng Tan, who was walking out of the hall, heard someone following behind him. He turned around and saw that it was the person who opened the door. This person had been following Lord Kun since he entered the house. Was he following him now to spy on him? When he passed by a room, Zheng Tan stopped in his tracks. The door of the room was ajar. It seemed to be a study. Zheng Tan tried to take 2 steps in. Seeing that the person behind him didn't have any intention of stopping him, he walked in. The study wasn't much smaller than the living room. There were some paintings hanging on the wall. There was a long table by the side with some gypsum carvings on the table. There were also some in the corner. The gypsum carvings were of different sizes. The taller ones were about 1 meter, such as the ones in the corner, while the shorter ones were only about 20 centimeters tall. There were people and animals carved out. Compared to those masters, there was no doubt that there was a gap. However, if these were carved by a blind old man, then it was rare. Moreover, no one mentioned that Lord Kun was a sculptor. Even a person with normal eyes might not be able to carve as good as Lord Kun. After looking at the gypsum carvings one by one, Zheng Tan's gaze landed on the paintings hanging on the wall. Zheng Tan had seen some ink paintings at Professor Lan's house. Other than fiddling with flowers and plants, Old Man Lan also painted ink paintings. His paintings were quite elegant. Even if he didn't know much about painting, Zheng Tan could tell that Lord Kun's painting was far from Old Man Lan's. However, he couldn't be too harsh on a blind person's painting. However, overall, it looked good. Zheng Tan admired it from the bottom of his heart. There was a piece of calligraphy beside the painting. Relatively speaking, the calligraphy was much better than the painting. It was also very imposing. There was once when Jing Tan went to Professor Lan's house. The old man was practicing calligraphy. When he saw Jing Tan, he became addicted to teaching again and talked about calligraphy. He remembered that old man Lan said that a work without momentum would be dull and lacking in spirit. Those with momentum would have the momentum of wind and clouds when splashing the ink. Those with momentum would have the momentum of wind when splashing the ink. Jing Tan didn't know much about art, but he felt that the calligraphy in front of him definitely reached the standard that old man Lan had mentioned. However, Jing Tan looked at the words, 13 gangsters, written on it and wondered what Lord Kun meant by writing these words. Didn't people usually write mottos or proverbs with positive meanings? Or did they write words like, endure, or, kill, to show off a little? He looked at the other calligraphy and paintings in the study and connected them to Lord Kun. Although he didn't know what kind of person the old man was, Jing Tan heard from the Jiao Pa that a big shot was not arrogant because of his broad vision. He knew that there were mountains beyond mountains and buildings beyond buildings. Because of his rich experience, he knew that a moment of pride wouldn't be able to control the ups and downs of others. A real big shot wasn't without enemies. In a head-on confrontation, he wouldn't hesitate to put his opponent to death. However, he would be humble behind his back and know the beauty of evil. Regardless of how glorious or evil Lord Kun was in the past, just based on the things that Jing Tan saw, this old man really didn't live a good life. People said that blind artists had broken free from the shackles of being unable to see with their naked eyes and could use other extraordinary methods to see objects. Other than having a solid foundation and the ability to conceive ideas in their minds, it was very likely that they had special abilities to be able to achieve such amazing achievements. Jing Tan didn't know if the old man had special abilities, but now he seemed to understand why the old man walked so steadily, unlike some of the blind people that Jing Tan had seen before who walked carefully and often stumbled. The person behind Jing Tan didn't make a sound. If he hadn't heard this person respectfully greet Lord Kun when he first entered the room, Jing Tan would have thought that this guy was mute. When they returned to the living room again, Yi Hao and Lord Kun were almost done talking, and the atmosphere had eased a lot. Seeing that Jing Tan was fine, Yi Hao and the others heaved a sigh of relief. When they left, Yi Hao said that he would send Jing Tan back to Tsinghua University, and Lord Kun agreed. After Yi Hao and Jing Tan left, the person who had followed Jing Tan out of the living room walked to Lord Kun's side. After that cat went in today, he told Lord Kun in detail about Jing Tan's every move in the study. I don't think that cat is with Yi Hao and the others, the person said. Yes. Lord Kun went silent after that, but the people around him knew that Lord Kun already knew that this would be the result. As for why Lord Kun paid attention to that cat, it seemed that after knowing that Nian 19 had a cat, Lord Kun usually paid attention to the cats around him. Although he couldn't see, he could detect some things with his extremely sharp hearing and perception. For example, when the cats saw Lord Kun, they would run far away. Even if they didn't run, they would never approach him. Even trained cats would show a strong sense of vigilance. The old man had already restrained himself. This afternoon, when Lord Kun came back, there was a person feeding a cat at the entrance of a barbecue shop. The cat cried out for food, but when Lord Kun passed by, the cat ran away without making a sound. Nian 19's cat also arched its back and growled when it saw Lord Kun, as if it was facing a great enemy. Therefore, when Elder Kun first noticed a cat approaching on the overpass, his first thought was, this cat is either stupid or extremely bold. But later, Lord Kun knew that wasn't the case. It was rare to have such a cat. When Jing Tan went back in Yi Hao's car, he thought that Yi Hao would scold him for breaking the vase in the living room. He didn't expect that Yi Hao would only say that the night building would open a single room for Jing Tan. Yi Hao was in a good mood after finishing something that had been weighing on his mind for a long time. Moreover, after leaving Lord Kun's place, Yi Hao thought a lot and analyzed every detail. Maybe it was because of this cat's antics that he could be so successful? Maybe. Originally, Tsinghua University wasn't too far away from here, but Yi Hao still asked someone to drive the car to the side door closest to the eastern courtyard. He also told Jing Tan that when he followed Celestine to the night building, he might be able to see his small single room. When Zheng Tan entered the courtyard, he saw that it was already past 5 o'clock at the gate. It was close to little Pomelo's school time, so he turned around and went to the affiliated primary school. Recently, the children of the affiliated primary school were in a good mood. It was probably because the first day of June was approaching and the holidays were coming. They could enjoy the holiday benefits that came with their age, but Zhao Yuan and the others couldn't. They had already been promoted from the Young Pioneers to the Communist Youth League, so how could they enjoy Children's Day? When little Pomelo came out, Wuxia and Wuxia Xianxia, the two children in the Western District who were close to little Pomelo, came out together. When they came out, the two girls looked at Jing Tan who was squatting on the wall, then said to little Pomelo, "We'll leave your cat to you." Chapter 199. Important people had their own attitudes towards life, while ordinary people had their own way of living. Jing Tan felt that her cat preferred the life in the courtyard. It was relaxed and comfortable, and she didn't have to worry about breaking a vase. She didn't have to get involved in any of the major events that were going on under the surface. It could throw a tantrum and have fun, and it could eat and drink as it pleased. It was much more natural at the Jiao family's place. However, Jing Tan's good mood was ruined after dinner. A mythical beast? Jiao Ma paused in the middle of picking up a green pepper. She then asked little Pomelo, "Why did you ask Black Charcoal to go there?" Wuxia said that it would attract more attention. She said it's called. Little Pomelo thought about the word. Yeah, she said it's called a gimmick. Jiao Ma was speechless. Even this little kid knew how to make a gimmick. Little Pomelo stuffed rice into her mouth. She didn't want to let Jiao Ma know that she had something to say. Wuxia, who was the vice class monitor of the 4th grade class 3 and also the organizer of the show, had said that the first part of the show was to compete for rewards. She heard that the top 3 performers would receive generous rewards, and the outstanding performers would also receive awards from the school. These awards would be recorded in the files, and they would be useful for the class committee members at the end of the semester. It would be easier for them to apply for class committee positions in middle school. The second part of the show was to show their filial piety to their parents. This way, it would be easier for them to get pocket money in the future. They might even be able to take them to the amusement park during the holidays. What's the gimmick? Jiao Yuan fully demonstrated his lack of vocabulary. The 3 members of the Jiao family were thinking about the gimmick, while Jing Tan was thinking about the alpaca in his heart. Damn it, why did you ask me to act as a mythical beast? For the students of Tsinghua University's affiliated primary school, June 1st meant that they could watch a cultural performance. In the past, it was basically just each class having fun on their own. That was to say, on the afternoon before the June 1st holiday, they would play in their respective classes and sing to show their talents. The school would also give out small biscuits and the like for the children to have fun. Later, one of the parents in the education department suggested that they use Tsinghua University's auditorium for a cultural performance. After all, the auditorium had nothing to do with the university students on June 1st. If it was empty, they could borrow some resources. At the same time, they could also improve the children's teamwork and aesthetic appeal. That was why they went to Tsinghua University's auditorium to perform during the Children's Day holiday. When Wuxia suggested that there should be a performance, all the students in class 3 of the 4th grade were very supportive because all the classes with performances could go to the auditorium to watch the performance. After all, there were limited seats in the auditorium. Many parents would also go there. If there weren't enough seats, the classes with no performances could just watch the performance in their own class. After all, every class had a television and the school's radio station would broadcast it live. According to little Pomelo's explanation, class 3 of the 4th grade was prepared to go all out this time. Those who were good at crafting started to make some simple props, while those who knew how to play musical instruments started to practice. The story they were going to perform was a story written by Wuxia herself. A filial son traveled through mountains and rivers to save his bedridden mother. He went through all kinds of hardships, passed through all kinds of obstacles, and defeated all kinds of monsters. In the end, he obtained a snow lotus from a mythical beast on a snowy mountain and went back to cure his mother. Zheng Tan felt that this story was very familiar. He felt that many TV dramas, movies, and even one of his commercials used this story. However, when it was a children's performance, the audience didn't care about the story. They just wanted to see their own children perform. The story was secondary. They just wanted to see it for the fun of it. Before they decided to let Zheng Tan play the mythical beast, Class 3 of the 4th grade had rehearsed many times. The props were almost done and they even had a pre-show. After all, there were too many classes who signed up for the performance. The auditorium's performance time was limited, so they had to eliminate a batch of students. There was no ranking for the pre-show. Only the last class who could perform in the auditorium were notified. From the pre-show, it could be seen that there were too many outstanding performances and there was too much competition. Just like little Pomelo said, they had to use something different. Thus, Zheng Tan was on the list. Many people in Fu High Elementary School, especially those in little Pomelo's class, knew that her black cat came to pick her up after school every day and was very obedient. Thus, Wuxia turned her attention to Zheng Tan. Little Pomelo actually didn't agree to let Zheng Tan go, but there were too many classmates who came to persuade her. Wuxia and Wuxia Xianxia had mentioned it many times in front of her. Only then did she decide to ask Zheng Tan's opinion. If Zheng Tan didn't want to go, she would reject it tomorrow. Although playing the role of the mythical beast didn't make Zheng Tan happy, he didn't want to make things difficult for little Pomelo. In class, Wuxia and Wuxia Xianxia had helped little Pomelo a lot. Zheng Tan wanted to help this time as a way of thanking her. Moreover, this child didn't like to talk and was easily alienated from others. If this went well, little Pomelo could mix better in class. The next day, at about 10 o'clock in the morning, Zheng Tan didn't go to other places and went directly to Fu High Elementary School. Little Pomelo and the others' last class in the morning was physical education. Because of the performance, Wuxia asked their physical education teacher to let them prepare for the performance during this class. The physical education teacher also knew about the performance and didn't think much about it and agreed. Little Pomelo and the others rehearsed in a corner of the field. Fu High Elementary School wasn't big, so Zheng Tan was familiar with it. He didn't go through the front door, but went outside near the field and then climbed over the wall to see them. When the rehearsal was about to start, Zheng Tan saw that they were standing in a formation with Wuxia directing. More than 10 children held a piece of paper in front of their chest. On the paper were the names of the characters they were going to play. Little Pomelo was one of them. Zheng Tan looked at the paper that little Pomelo was holding. It was written Redbud. The other children standing there were holding papers with the names of plants written on them. These children were the background characters who didn't need to say a word after going on stage. Thinking about it, little Pomelo usually gave people the impression that she was too serious and cold. She wasn't good with words. If she was going to act, this kind of character was more suitable. Zheng Tan wondered what would happen if they put on props. When the time came, they would have to put on props. Now, they only used paper to replace props for rehearsals. They were afraid that they would break the props and leave them for the performance in the auditorium. A student saw Zheng Tan standing on the wall and pointed at Zheng Tan and said to little Pomelo, "Gu Yuzi, your mythical beast is here." A mythical beast is here? Quite punctual. The others echoed. Zheng Tan. You guys are mythical beasts, your whole family are mythical beasts. He pulled his ears unhappily and didn't jump down the wall. He just stood there and watched the children rehearse. The performance time for each performance was about 20 minutes, so if there was too much content, it had to be compressed. The main character was the class sports committee member. This child's appearance wasn't the most outstanding in the class, and his acting skills were mediocre, but his advantage was that he could somersault. Moreover, Zheng Tan watched their performance. Every time he made a move, he would somersault first. He didn't know if this was the gimmick that Wuxia mentioned. The scope was to attract people's attention. There were also a few who acted as the villain monsters. They were so engrossed that they were even more energetic than the main character. Zheng Tan originally thought that these children would be more repulsed by the villain role, but now it seemed that they were enjoying it. When it was almost over, Zheng Tan, the mythical beast, was about to appear. Yulisha pulled a weed out of nowhere and handed it to Zheng Tan. Last night, little Pomelo told Zheng Tan what to do, so Zheng Tan knew what to do next. Therefore, he jumped down the wall, held the poor weed between his claws, and waited for the main character to come and take it. In the last scene, the main character fed the elixir to his bedridden mother. Before this, Zheng Tan had been curious as to who would play the role of the mother, and whether or not the teacher would make a cameo appearance. Now, she saw the child holding the elixir and walking to Yulisha with an excited expression. Your illness can be cured. Zheng Tan, after class, Yulisha, Xianxia, and little Pomelo slowly walked to the school gate. They were discussing what they needed to prepare so that they could work overtime together at night. Zheng Tan ran to the school gate and squatted on top of the wall. He didn't want to squeeze with the other students. Just as he was thinking about why Yulisha was so troublesome and walked like a turtle, Zheng Tan suddenly saw a person standing not far away. His first thought was that this person was up to no good. A thief? No, that's not it. Zheng Tan observed that the person's eyes were fixed on the children. Zheng Tan felt that the person looked at the children differently than others. Perhaps the children didn't feel it, and the parents didn't notice it either. However, Zheng Tan's intuition told him that this person was up to no good. When the person inadvertently saw Zheng Tan squatting on top of the wall, Zheng Tan bared his fangs at him. When little Pomelo came out and Zheng Tan looked again, the person was no longer there. He probably left. In the afternoon, Zheng Tan sent little Pomelo to the affiliated primary school as usual. When they were about to reach the school, Zheng Tan saw a person standing at the intersection. It was the person he saw in the morning after school. Sensing Zheng Tan's strange behavior, little Pomelo followed his line of sight. At the same time, the person also looked over. When he saw little Pomelo looking at him, he smiled. Little Pomelo frowned. Although she didn't know how to read people, she had a bad feeling about this person. Therefore, she quickened her pace and walked towards the affiliated primary school. Zheng Tan followed behind little Pomelo. He turned his head to look at the person standing at the intersection and narrowed his eyes. If this person walked over to little Pomelo and said, "Little girl, uncle will take you to see the goldfish," Zheng Tan would immediately beat this person up until even his mother couldn't recognize him. Then, he would find a chance to throw him into the lake and feed him to the fish. Just as Zheng Tan was wondering if the man would kick him with his left or right leg first, and whether he would kick his face or his manhood first, the man looked away. The person didn't continue to stare at little Pomelo. Instead, he looked at the other children who came to school, especially those who didn't have an adult accompanying them. Zheng Tan didn't feel that there was much lust in his gaze, but it made him extremely uncomfortable. Chapter 200. Zheng Tan watched little Pomelo walk into the school and ran back. When he came to the intersection just now, he found that the suspicious person was no longer there. Zheng Tan looked around the area, and when she reached the man-made lake, she saw the man. The person was sitting on a bench by the lake, talking on the phone. There was no one around him. At this time, most of the students had gone to class. Those who had no class were taking a nap in the dormitory, so looking around, there was no one walking around the artificial lake. Zheng Tan quietly approached from behind and went under the bench, intending to listen to what the person was talking about. Why did you suddenly change your mind? I haven't finished my inspection yet. I was warned. Those people are still meddling in other people's business. Okay, I know they have the final say here. I'll leave immediately. How about Sickle? Okay, I'll go help him. TSK, you can't even handle a dying person. Zheng Tan listened to the person and knew that it was not a good thing, but he could not hear the details. He could not hear the voice on the other end of the phone clearly, but he could roughly feel that the person on the other end of the phone was not in a good mood. It was good that the person wanted to leave. It was better not to leave such a potentially dangerous person here. However, before he left, the person sitting on the bench finished the phone call, looked at the surrounding scenery, then got up and walked to the lake. He had just found that there were many fish in the lake, and these fish were very brave. They were probably used to being watched. Even if there were people standing by the lake, they would still swim around calmly. Zheng Tan looked around and made sure that no one was coming. No one would pay attention to this side. When the person walked to the lake to watch the fish, he rushed over and kicked the person's back. When the man walked to the lakeside, he had been paying attention to his surroundings. When he didn't notice anyone approaching, his vigilance was lowered. Just as he was leaning forward to look at a large red carp swimming towards him, he suddenly felt a force from behind and fell into the lake. Because it was the school's artificial lake, for safety reasons, it was not very deep. It was just that after a long time, the silt at the bottom of the lake was thicker. After the man fell into the lake, he struggled a few times. When he stood up, the lake water only reached his waist, but his whole body was soaked. He was still holding his phone in his hand, and it looked like his phone was broken. He looked around angrily, trying to find out who was behind this, but unfortunately, he couldn't find anyone nearby. Instead, there were people further away who heard the commotion and looked over. After Zheng Tan kicked him, he immediately ran into the forest to hide. The trees here couldn't hide a person, but a cat could still hide very well. Then, Zheng Tan saw the man quickly come out of the lake, his trousers full of mud, and leave with a gloomy face. For the next few days, every time Zheng Tan wandered around Fu Elementary School, he would pay special attention to the surroundings. Indeed, he did not find that person. At most, there were a few people who looked like thieves walking around. That was a common occurrence, so Zheng Tan did not pay much attention to it. Compared to that person, Zheng Tan felt that thieves were less of a threat. Because he had seen human traffickers before, Zheng Tan felt that the man was different from human traffickers. He did not know what kind of business he was involved in, but he was sure that he was not a good person. The night before the performance in the auditorium, Zheng Tan was lying on the sofa, thinking about what would happen the next day. The performance started at 2 in the afternoon, and Jiao Ma had already asked for leave. Jiao Yuan had a small test, so Jiao Ma rejected his request. However, Jiao Ma borrowed a DV from Wuxia Xianxia, who lived next door. She wanted to film the performance and show it to Jiao Yuan. Although Fu Elementary School also had its own live broadcast, it was only on a general level. Jiao Ma only wanted to film little Pomelo and Zheng Tan. She was currently fiddling with the DV to familiarize herself with it. "Hey, Mom, what do you think is wrong with black charcoal these days?" "He looks like he has a lot on his mind," Jiao Yuan asked as he nibbled on an ice popsicle. Jiao Ma's attention shifted from the DV to Zheng Tan. She looked at him and said, "Maybe it's because of tomorrow's performance. He's going to be the first cat to perform on the stage." Jiao Yuan nibbled on his ice popsicle. "Hasn't he already filmed a lot of commercials? What's there to worry about?" Jiao Ma said. "Who knows what a cat is thinking?" Zheng Tan listened to their conversation, but his ears moved. He was too lazy to do anything else. 2 days ago, he had been thinking about the man he had kicked into the lake. Although that man had not appeared around him, and perhaps he had no more interactions with Zheng Tan still felt a chill when he thought about the man's gloomy eyes when he got up from the lake and left. As for today, he was just thinking about tomorrow's performance. He was not worried about anything. He had already filmed a lot of commercials, so he was very thick-skinned. The next day, those who had performances in the morning skipped class and went to the auditorium to rehearse. They wanted to get used to the stage in advance, and they also wanted to do a preview. Usually, when they rehearsed, they didn't notice anything, but when they put on the props, the feeling came immediately. Many of the props were made by the students themselves. At most, their parents helped them. The parents of the students who were standing on the sidelines were watching from below. They held the boxes of instruments in their hands and looked at their children with smiles on their faces. They were proud of their children. Generally speaking, the preview was good. No one made any mistakes. The overall feeling was okay. However, when Zheng Tan appeared, some people were surprised for a while. However, the official performance in the afternoon was much more stressful. The audience would be full, which was very different from the empty stage in the morning. Little Pomelo's class performance was the 5th. Among the first 5 performances, 4 of them were singing and dancing. Their performance was the first drama. She didn't know if the club would give them more money. The people who had changed their clothes sat in the dressing room. Some were memorizing their lines, and some were chatting casually. Zheng Tan looked at little Pomelo next to him. She was sitting in a chair with props next to her. When she appeared later, she would be wearing a cylindrical paper shell. There was a large background board attached to the back of this shell. The board had purple Chinese redbud painted on it. It looked very heavy, but for these students, it was still bearable. After all, it was only made of paper. When it was made, the weight was considered. Even so, during the rehearsal in the morning, Zheng Tan felt sorry for them. On such a hot day, they had to wear such a big shell. It was really hard for these children. In fact, Zheng Tan himself wasn't much better. He was wearing a silver plastic shirt. When he appeared later, he would have to wear a stupid mask. He didn't know if the mythical beast in these children's hearts was this stupid image. Little Pomelo, who was sitting there quietly, had a slightly serious expression. She pursed her lips and held the hem of her shirt tightly. After all, it was her first time on stage. Moreover, it was a performance in the auditorium. Even if she was just standing in the background, there was still psychological pressure. Previously, there was a first-grade child who cried before going on stage. Her makeup was ruined by crying. Later, she didn't change it and just went on stage with that face. Zheng Tan walked over and patted her hand, indicating that she didn't need to be too nervous. Little Pomelo's expression softened. She let go of the hem of her shirt and tidied up the stupid shirt on Zheng Tan's body. Feeling that little Pomelo's mentality was adjusted well, Zheng Tan looked at the other students in the room. Especially the protagonist sitting in the corner, the sports committee member. The child didn't feel nervous at all. He crossed his legs and picked his nose while reading his lines. Zheng Tan looked at this guy who was digging happily. After picking his nose, he looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he rubbed the finger he used to pick his nose on the sword and continued to dig. Zheng Tan. This kid is actually rubbing his nose on the sword. Damn it, I can't let little Pomelo touch that sword. At this moment, the door opened. The chief planner, Wuxia, who had gone out to observe, strode in. The others quickly asked about the performances in front of them. The scores and rankings would be announced after all the performances. Even if they didn't know the rankings now, they should be able to see the general situation. It's just a so-so. Wuxia briefly explained the first 3 performances. Now that the 4th performance was in progress, it was their turn next. The 5th grade's performance of the peacock dance was pretty good. Xia Xian said. What's so good about it? They all have makeup like snakes. Wuxia said disdainfully. Zheng Tan glanced at Wuxia. This girl was just jealous. Because she had to play the protagonist's mother, Wuxia couldn't wear heavy makeup. She also had to wear a silver wig and use a walking stick to act as a sickly old lady. In fact, Zheng Tan felt that she could play the protagonist's grandmother. While Wuxia was being jealous, the sports committee member who was picking his nose bumped into the muzzle of the gun. You're actually picking your nose. Disgusting. Wuxia said with a look of disgust. The sports committee member who was caught didn't feel embarrassed at all. Didn't you read XXX magazine? 1/4 of the people pick their nose once a day, 1/5 of the people pick their nose 5 times a day, and 1/4 of the people are suspected of suffering from a nose-picking obsessive-compulsive disorder. They spend up to 15 minutes picking their nose every day. What's with that expression? Don't look down on me. To be honest, we all ate boogers when we were babies. But I have a question. Why is booger salty? Zheng Tan, the surrounding students, just as everyone looked embarrassed, and some of them were thinking, a young but steady and serious voice sounded. Because there is a layer of lush cilia and mucus attached to the nasal cavity. They can intercept harmful substances in the air. Mucus is mainly composed of mucin and inorganic salts, and the latter's main components are potassium and sodium. They taste salty, so it's obvious that booger is also salty. The surrounding students, Zheng Tan looked at little Pomelo, who still had a slightly serious expression on her face, and talked with the alpaca for a while. Then he thought, does Jiao Pa at home subscribe to too many popular science magazines? It sounds so profound. The sports committee member nodded and wanted to ask some more questions, but Yulisha hit him with a prop crutch. Hurry up and memorize the lines. Don't forget them and talk nonsense. It's almost our turn. It's just a few lines. Besides, these kinds of lines can be freely expressed at the last minute. The sports committee member didn't care. Because of the sports committee member's interruption, everyone's nervous mood eased a little. In addition, when they entered the arena, the head teacher who was waiting there cheered them on and promised to give them a few bonus books. This also raised the morale of these easily satisfied children. In just 20 minutes, the applause and laughter did not stop, especially the protagonist's student. The applause from the audience made this child seem like he was injected with chicken blood. Originally, he only needed to do one somersault before making a move, but when he was excited, he did several somersaults in succession. There were even parents who shouted, "Good!" There was also a student who played the villain monster in a dinosaur suit. Before he fell to the ground, he improvised a little and died more skillfully. It was probably because he saw Ultraman beat up the little monster. The judges sitting in the front row laughed. They are all promising talents. After Zheng Tan appeared, it also triggered a discussion. Hey, there's an animal too. Is it a monkey or a cat? I think it's a cat. Its tail is black, and it has cat ears. Jiao Ma, who was sitting in the audience, was even happier. She said to a few parents who she knew, that mythical animal is also my family. Chapter 201. As expected, little Pomelo's class won first place in the program. There were 3 programs in first place, a song and dance, a skit, and little Pomelo's drama. The judges gave a very high evaluation. This program trained the students' hands-on skills and teamwork. From the props to the background music, everything was done by the students. It also fully demonstrated filial piety, bravery, and harmony between humans and animals. Such comments directly increased the program's score. Harmony between humans and animals was obviously referring to Zheng Tan's performance in the program. Zheng Tan blushed as he listened to the praises. Those people were getting more and more exaggerated. That little girl Yulisha really catered to his interests. She knew that the school wanted to use a program as a role model. In the end, her class's program really became a model representative. The awards and the school's June 1st gift pack of food made the group of children very excited. In addition, it was June 1st, tomorrow, and the students of the affiliated primary school would have a day off. It would be strange if they were in a bad mood. After the afternoon performance, they returned to the courtyard. Some parents who sat further away from Jiao Ma in the auditorium saw Jiao Ma with little Pomelo and Zheng Tan. They asked Jiao Ma, "Hey, the one who acted as the mythological beast was your family's black charcoal, right?" This kind of question never stopped. From the moment Zheng Tan left the auditorium until now, his ears were pulled like an airplane. Looking at him, one could tell that he was in a very bad mood. Zheng Tan didn't know if the people in the courtyard who were familiar with Zheng Tan would see him and say, "Look, mythological beast." Damn, just thinking about it made his mood worse. In order to avoid being called mythological beast, Zheng Tan didn't leave the building the next day, which was June 1st. It was a Wednesday. Jiao Yuan had to go to school and Jiao Ma had to go to work. Yulisha rented a CD and asked Xia Xian and little Pomelo to watch an idol drama together. Only Zheng Tan was at home. Little Pomelo wanted to bring Zheng Tan along, but Zheng Tan didn't want to go out, and he felt too bored at home. Leaning on the balcony, Zheng Tan listened to the singing of the birds on the 4th floor. Suddenly, his ears twitched. He listened carefully and then ran to Air Mao's door on the 3rd floor. As usual, Air Mao's door was left ajar. Zheng Tan pushed the door open and entered. In the room, Air Mao and Qin Tao were each holding a bottle of beer and talking nonsense. Qin Tao must have skipped work to come here to play. As long as there were no important matters that needed to be signed and followed procedures, he would just stay in the company and come out to play when he had nothing to do. Seeing Zheng Tan come in, Qin Tao asked Mao, "Why didn't this guy go out for a walk today? Don't you usually run around outside at this time?" "Maybe he's afraid of being called a divine beast." Mao laughed. "Oh. Tell me about it." Qin Tao was very curious about this name. Mao told him what happened yesterday. Qin Tao also laughed. "Isn't it good to be called that? Why are you shy?" "Shy my ass." Zheng Tan should be glad that the term divine beast was still more proper at this time. Qin Tao sat on the chair and crossed his leg. The leg that was crossed was not wearing a shoe. Zheng Tan looked at the shoe on the ground and then looked at the balcony 2 steps away. He raised his paw and hooked the leather shoe and threw it out. The leather shoe drew an arc in the air and then went over the railing of the balcony and fell down. Mao was speechless. F***ck. Qin Tao jumped to the edge of the balcony and looked down. His leather shoe was already lying on the ground below the building. Stepping on the slippers, he ran down to pick up the shoe. Qin Tao complained, "Cats are all narrow-minded." He was a little short on funds recently. Some time ago, he was scolded by his father for not doing his job properly and even had his pocket money deducted. Therefore, it was better not to spend money recklessly. If it was 2 weeks ago, he would not pick up the leather shoe that fell down the building. He would buy a new one directly. "Hey, I advise you not to say too many bad things about it," Mao said. "Why?" Qin Tao put on the shoe that he had carelessly wiped to prevent it from being thrown down again. "I heard that there is a single room for this guy in the night building. An exclusive room. When I go there to play, even if I can't find my senior, I'm counting on this one," Mao said. In fact, if he really wanted an exclusive room for himself, Mao could just mention it. For the sake of Celestine and Mao's background, Yi Hao would not have any objections. But Mao thought it was troublesome and also cost money. As for Qin Tao, he was short on money recently. Even if he went there to play, he would not spend money on a single room, let alone an exclusive room. "That's it?" Qin Tao's face was full of disbelief. Was the head of the night building's boss eaten by a cat? The two of them complained about how cats were treated better than humans. Then Qin Tao mentioned black rice. "Why does your black rice feel so quiet? Is it sick?" "You're not a good father," Qin Tao said. Zheng Tan thought about it and walked to the balcony to take a look. There was a winter cushion on the balcony. Black rice was lying on its side and sleeping with its eyes closed. It did not curl up into a ball like before and looked lazy. Mao did not care much. "My black rice is doing well. I even took a few pictures for people to see. They said that it got fat. This proves that I feed the cat well. Although black rice has been quiet recently, it has a good appetite. Other than cat food, I also asked people to help it steam fish for a change of taste. When the weather is good, black rice will lie outside and sleep in the sun." During this period of time, when Mao went to Jiao Wei's family's small restaurant, he would ask Jiao Wei's mother to help him steam some finger-long small fish. At first, Jiao Wei's mother saw these small fish when she was selling vegetables. Seeing that these small fish were fresh, she bought some and fried them herself to cook. Later, Mao liked it and wanted to let his daughter enjoy it. So, he spent more money to ask Jiao Wei's mother to cook some fresh fish for cats. Now, when Mao went to get food, there would be another small lunchbox with steamed fish for black rice to adjust its appetite. It is indeed a little fat. Qin Tao stood at the door and looked at black rice lying there. He thought about it and said in a joking tone, "Don't tell me it has kittens." "Bullshit." Mao was angry. "It took off its shoe and threw it. How is that possible?" Then, Mao remembered that black rice had not been hanging out with the other cats in the courtyard recently. He had been keeping an eye on it when it walked around the courtyard, so he said with certainty, "I've been keeping an eye on it." How could there be a kitten? Jing Tan stood at the door and looked at Black Rice. When she turned around, she saw Qin Tao and Air Mouse staring at her suspiciously like they were looking at a strange uncle. Jing Tan. F***CK. I'm not a beast to the point of sleeping with a cat. Although it was a cat now, a cat had a human heart. Jing Tan couldn't get over the psychological barrier of a cat. It wasn't bad to fantasize about big-breasted girls. Jing Tan originally wanted to listen to the two gossip, but now he didn't have the mood to stay. He decided to come here less in the future. Otherwise, if anything happened in the future, he would be blamed for it and it would be hard to explain. When he went out, Jing Tan saw the automatic feeding machine in the living room. Mao Air was a lazy guy. It ate Black Rice whenever it wanted. It wasn't strange that it got fat. However, Jing Tan still felt that something was wrong. 2 days later, after dinner, Jing Tan was lying on the sofa with Jiao Ma watching a melodramatic soap opera. Mao Air came over. After a simple conversation with Jiao Ma, it found an excuse to drag Jing Tan away. Jing Tan was still a little confused. When he went downstairs, he felt that Mao Air, who was walking in front of him, was emitting a dark and oppressive aura. When they reached the 3rd floor and entered the house, Mao Air squatted down facing Jing Tan. It gritted its teeth and said, "Tell me the truth, you really didn't." Mao Air scratched its head. "Black Rice has kittens. Are they yours?" Jing Tan. F***CK. She really did have them. If yes, waggle your tail. If no, waggle your tail sideways. Jing Tan decisively wagged his tail sideways. He wagged his tail sideways a few times. F***CK, this water can't be poured on me. It's not you? Mao Air frowned and stared at Jing Tan. It seemed to be trying to determine if Jing Tan's denial was true. If it's not you, then who is it? Mao Air sat on the floor and scratched its head, trying to figure out which bastard cat it was. It turned out that Mao Air had nothing to do today. It remembered that Qin Tao said that Black Rice had gotten fatter recently. It felt uneasy and decided to bring it to the pet center for a checkup and a bath. Mao Air had been lazy recently. Even Black Rice hadn't been bathed for a few weeks. At most, Mao Air would wash its paws. When it was brought to the pet center for a checkup, the vet told Mao Air that the cat was about 4 weeks pregnant. To Mao Air, this was a bolt out of the blue. Then the vet told Mao Air some things to pay attention to. He told Mao Air that the kitten would be born in a month and to be prepared in advance. Another bolt out of the blue. A month? So fast. Don't they say 3 cats and 4 dogs? How can it be born in 2 months? Mao Air asked. The vet calmly put a booklet on the care of pregnant cats into Mao Air's hands. You misunderstood. Cats and dogs give birth in about 2 months. As for 3 cats and 4 dogs, some say that cats give birth 3 times a year, while dogs give birth 4 times a year. Some say that cats and dogs have different timings. But these are not important. What's important is that you know that your cat will give birth in a month. You have to be more careful. At that time, Mao Air was only focused on listening to the vet's advice. Its mind was still thinking about how to make trouble for the cats in the courtyard. Its mood was really a mess. After buying several types of cat food recommended by the veterinarian, Air Mao brought the cats back. It sat on the sofa with the book the veterinarian gave it and struggled for the whole afternoon. In the end, it couldn't help but go upstairs and call Jing Tan down. From Mao Air's point of view, Jing Tan was the biggest suspect. As a cat's father, it always felt that its own cat was the best. Black Rice would definitely not like a cat of poor quality. Among the cats in the courtyard, Black Rice was the best. Now that the cat denied it, Mao Air believed that the cat in front of it wouldn't lie to it. But if it wasn't this cat, then which bastard cat could it be? Mao Air thought about the cats around it one by one, wondering which one its daughter would like. Huang, the eunuch, was eliminated first. Was it the sheriff? Or the fat guy on the 1st floor? But when it took Black Rice out, it didn't seem to be very close to those two. No matter what, no matter how hard it tried, it still couldn't prevent it. Zheng Tan looked at Mao Er's confused face and then looked around. Black Rice was lying in its cat bed, still lying on its side. There was a book on taking care of pregnant cats and kittens on the sofa. It seemed that Mao Er would be very busy in the future. Leaving Mao Er there confused, Zheng Tan quickly ran away. He didn't want to get into trouble. After all, he didn't do it, so no one could blame him. Chapter 202. Ever since Zheng Tan was called over by Mao for questioning, Zheng Tan didn't go there again. In order to make the people in the villa complex forget about the mythical animal, Zheng Tan didn't go out much for the next few days. Jiao Ma sent the recorded video to Jiao Pa so that he could watch it and have some fun. Later, during the international video call, Jiao Pa mentioned it, saying that their cat was originally a mythical animal, and that Maneki Nico was also a mythical animal. During the international video call, Jiao Ma also mentioned that she was going to take the two children and a cat to the countryside to play during the summer vacation. Jiao Ma's father, Old Master Gu, had mentioned it many times that he missed the children. It was good to go and play. Zheng Tan was lying on the balcony, thinking about what to do at Old Master Gu's place when he suddenly heard a cat meowing downstairs. Meow. Meow. Zheng Tan knew who it was as soon as he heard the sound. However, this guy hadn't come over for a long time. Where was he going to pick a fight today? Peanut Candy was now an adult and was obviously one size bigger than Zheng Tan. It was usually the king of the pet center. Other than its mother, this guy wasn't afraid of anyone. However, in front of Zheng Tan, Peanut Candy still retained some of its childhood habits. From a human's point of view, Peanut Candy treated Zheng Tan as an elder. As for other cats, this guy didn't give them any face at all. Zheng Tan was about to go downstairs to see who this guy was going to pick a fight with when he heard a cat meowing from the balcony on the third floor. The two cats were meowing at each other. Zheng Tan felt that something was wrong. He stuck his head out from the balcony and looked down. Black Rice, who had been lazy for the past few days, was sticking its head out of the balcony and meowing downstairs. Zheng Tan looked at the cat's head on the third floor and then at Peanut Candy, who was meowing excitedly downstairs. F***CK. It can't be. When did these two hook up? Not only did Zheng Tan understand, but Mao also figured it out. A month ago, there was a salon at the pet center. Mao took Black Rice to the pet center for a bath and participated in the salon. He even successfully hit on a pretty girl. Since Black Rice didn't usually run around, it would come over as soon as Mao called for it. Plus, the pet center had security measures to prevent cats from running out, so Mao wasn't too worried at that time. Perhaps that was when they hooked up. Or perhaps even earlier. When Mao went to look for the great aunt, he had left the Black Rice at the pet center. Perhaps they had known each other at that time. Although animals' estrus was mainly affected by hormones, sometimes they had to look at each other. Some people raised a male and female cat for a few years, but they just couldn't get along. Mao looked at the cat downstairs with a gloomy face. He remembered this cat. It was from the pet center. It was called Candy Peanut. He heard that it had replaced its mother as the overlord there. He couldn't just let the cat keep meowing. It wouldn't be good to disturb the people around. Mao went downstairs and unlocked the door. Zheng Tan watched Candy Peanut go downstairs. He hesitated if he should go up to the third floor to see what was going on. However, when he thought about how he almost got caught, Zheng Tan got angry. It was rare to catch Candy Peanut, so he had to teach it a lesson. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. On the third floor, when Peanut Candy climbed upstairs, Black Rice was already pacing back and forth in front of her house. The moment the two met, they were very affectionate, rubbing against each other. Seeing this, Mao felt even more depressed, and because of this, it found Peanut Candy even more unpleasant. It took out the fishing rod that it usually used to play with the cat and waved it threateningly at Peanut Candy. Candy Peanut saw this and bared its teeth at Mao. Its fur stood up and it growled aggressively. "I'm telling you, get out of here after you're done watching. Don't ever come here again, or I'll beat you to death. Mao waved the plastic rod in its hand and pretended to hit it. Candy Peanut growled even louder. When Zheng Tan went in through the half-closed door, he saw the man and the cat staring at each other as if they were enemies. Black Rice was calmly squatting at the side, as if it was confused about why the two were acting like this. Glancing at the man and the cat in a deadlock, Zheng Tan walked over. Couldn't the two of them have a calm discussion? Peanut Candy's IQ wasn't low among cats, and she had fully inherited her parents' strengths. She had been in contact with people for a long time, so she could understand some of their words. However, she was still young, so she wasn't as experienced as her parents. Otherwise, she wouldn't have directly confronted Mao here. Seeing Zheng Tan come in, the deadlock eased a little. Candy Peanut walked to Zheng Tan's side and meowed. Zheng Tan narrowed his eyes and slapped Candy Peanut. This kid's good deed almost got him into trouble. Candy Peanut was a little confused by this slap. Its eyes were full of innocence. Meow, meow my ass. You're still pretending to be innocent? Another slap. Candy Peanut dropped its ears, shrunk its head, closed its eyes, and obediently squatted there to be slapped. In fact, Zheng Tan had held back a lot when she slapped Peanut Candy. At most, she had used a little more force than when the sheriff and the others were playing around. With Peanut Candy's tolerance, this little bit of force was nothing to it. Perhaps it also knew that the black cat in front of it, who had watched it grow up, wouldn't really hurt it. Seeing the situation in front of it, Mao was even more depressed. He didn't close the door just now because he wanted to threaten and scare this naughty cat to test its courage. It would be best if it could back off and never come back again. He didn't expect this guy to be so fierce. It wasn't afraid of him at all and even looked like it wanted to fight. At first, Mao sighed in its heart. No wonder its daughter liked this guy. He was brave and manly enough. But in the blink of an eye, this guy seemed to have changed. It didn't even dare to fart after being slapped by Black Coal upstairs. Even its claws were retracted. Was this King illegitimate child? Black Coal, is this guy your son? Mao sat on the sofa in the living room, twirling the plastic stick in its hand as it asked. Zheng Tan glanced at Mao angrily. T. Why are you blaming me for everything? Before Zheng Tan could protest, Mao muttered to itself, it doesn't look like it. You can't make it like this. This cat is so much bigger than you, and it has long hair. Its father must be a big long-haired cat. Zheng Tan retracted the foot that was about to kick Mao in the face. He thought that Mao probably hadn't connected Candy Peanut to Yihao's Monseigneur. However, Monseigneur often followed Master Tang VII. Had Mao ever seen him? Many female cats ignored male cats during pregnancy, and might even attack them. However, Black Rice's attitude towards Candy Peanut was quite good. Candy Peanut stayed there with Black Rice for a while before leaving. When it left, Mao threatened it with the plastic stick. Don't you dare come here again. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Candy Peanut bared its teeth and looked like it couldn't be bothered. Mao was so angry that it almost fainted. He didn't know if Candy Peanut understood Mao's words, but Zheng Tan didn't see it in the courtyard for the next week. Mao didn't let Xiao Guo and the others know about this at all. It was probably afraid that Xiao Guo would come and snatch the cat. Now, Xiao Guo and Li Yuanba's cat mother, Li Yan, were getting closer and closer. They were already discussing marriage and becoming a family. Candy Peanut and Li Yuanba had already lived in the pet center and treated it as their home. Therefore, Candy Peanut was also Xiao Guo's. Mao was afraid that Xiao Guo wouldn't snatch the big cat, but the small cat. In addition, Mao was still angry at Candy Peanut and Xiao Guo, so it kept the matter a secret. During this time, it took Black Rice to another pet hospital for a checkup. Because Black Rice had been pregnant for more than 6 weeks, in order to better understand Black Rice's condition and see if there was a possibility of a difficult birth and a cesarean section, it performed abdominal palpation, B-mode ultrasound, X-ray, and other analysis. It was confirmed that everything was fine. It also checked the number of kittens. There were only 2. It was said that when a cat was pregnant, it should be avoided to take it to other places. Even if it was in an animal hospital, the virus that might exist there could be very dangerous for it. Mao decided not to take black rice out for a while. The veterinarian saw Mao's hesitation and comforted it. It was just a cat giving birth, not a human. There was no need to make it so complicated. Most female cats could solve the birth problem by themselves. At most, they could help by the side. After asking about some things to pay attention to, Mao decided to behave before the kittens were born and not run out often. Mao also called Celestine, Qin Tao, and his brother Wang Bin, one by one to inform them. Don't come to my place if there's nothing important. If there's anything, just call me directly. According to the recommendation in the brochure, Mao bought a nest with a roof. This kind of nest could block out the light and make the cat feel safe in a dark environment. But Black Rice didn't like it and still wanted to stay in its original nest. Mao moved Black Rice's nest to the study room. The study room in the house was not used much anyway. The second bedroom was full of the landlord's things and the door of the second bedroom was basically never opened. Mao usually used the study room to store food. Now, it simply cleaned it up. When the curtains were closed, it was still dark. Black Rice looked at it and didn't object. One day, when Jing Tan was walking outside, he met Mao, who went to Jiao Wei's restaurant to get food. Mao mentioned it to him. Black Coal, you see, there are only 2 kittens. I thought there would be more. I used to know a person whose cat gave birth to 6 kittens. Mao sighed and felt lucky at the same time. It was better to have fewer kittens. Hearing this, Zheng Tan couldn't help but remember that Li Yuanba only gave birth to 1 kitten, Peanut Candy. Was it because of the Monseigneur's special genes that he couldn't give birth to too many kittens? However, quality was more important than quantity. Zheng Tan believed that with the special genes of the Monseigneur, even if it had been diluted for 2 generations, it wouldn't be too bad. Besides, Li Yuanba was so strong, and Black Rice was not simple either. This family of 3 generations of cats, were they going to dominate Chuhua City in the future? Hey, Black Coal, what do you think the 2 kittens should be named after they come out? Mao said as it grabbed the leaves of an unknown plant in the flower bed. Name? Zheng Tan thought for a while. Black Rice, Peanut Candy. Just call them Peanuts. Mao also thought of peanuts, but it felt that when it mentioned peanuts, it would think of the 2 kittens' father, Peanut Candy, and it didn't feel good. We can't call them Peanuts. Just call them Demi and Xiaomi. I just don't know what the kitten's fur color will be. I hope it will be more like Black Rice. Mao looked expectant. Chapter 203. Jing Tan was lying on the bamboo mat sofa in the house. He yawned, turned around, and looked at the calendar hanging on the wall in the living room. It was July today. Little Pomelo and Zhao Yuan were busy with their final exams. Summer vacation was coming soon. In order to have a better summer vacation, they were all working hard to get good grades. As for the college entrance exam, it was already over. Jing Tan saw Zhong Yan at the construction site when he went out for a walk 2 weeks ago. Zhong Yan seemed to be in a good mood, so he must have done well. Perhaps this was the first time he had taken the exam so easily. He didn't have to hide his abilities or worry about other things. He just had to do his best. At the end of June, the college entrance exam results were out. Zheng Tan didn't go far these days. He was basically hanging around the school. A few families in the building knew that Mao's Black Rice was going to have kittens. However, cats were not like dogs. They were very cautious of people. Nobody went over often. They only bought food for Black Rice occasionally. Jiao Ma was the same. She would buy food and send it over every few days. Zheng Tan had only been there once recently, and it was with Mama Jiao. Black Rice's condition was fine, but Mao was not. This guy was neurotic and had dark circles under his eyes. Zheng Tan didn't know what he was worried about. If his wife gave birth in the future, would he be worried for 10 months? Celestine and Qin Tao came a few times, but they didn't enter the house. Mao didn't let them in. If they came, they would find a place to eat and talk so that they wouldn't disturb Black Rice. Zheng Tan was thinking about when Black Rice would give birth to kittens when his ears twitched. He looked at the door. Black Coal, go out and eat. It was Mao. Although Celestine didn't go to Mao's place when he came, he would call Mao and Zheng Tan to chat in the woods not far from the eastern courtyard. Every time he came, he would bring some food. There were stone tables and stone stools in the woods. Aside from the bird poop, it was quite comfortable to sit there. Zheng Tan and Mao went out of the building. Celestine was already waiting in front of the building. Just like the previous few times, he was carrying a bag with some food and cold beer. They came to the forest and wiped off the bird droppings on the stone bench. Then, 2 people and a cat sat down. Celestine placed a disposable paper bowl on top of the cold dishes and the sliced duck he bought from a shop near the school gate. He was finally engaged and was planning to hold the wedding in October of this year. It's decided. When I have time, I'll prepare a big gift. Oh, I'll also buy a pair of mandarin ducks for you. Mao said. Don't send mandarin ducks. I saw a report a while ago that mandarin ducks change partners. It's not as beautiful as people say, Celestine replied. Then I'll just give you 2 figurines. Not bad. Oh, by the way, your Black Rice hasn't been born yet? Celestine looked at Mao's sleepy face and asked. I've been annoyed recently. Didn't they say it would be born in 2 months? It's been 2 months and there's still no news. I called the vet at the veterinary hospital and he said that some cats do indeed have a late birth. It's also common for cats to give birth after more than a week. A few days ago, a cat friend's cat gave birth after 65 days of pregnancy. Celestine curled his lips. He still felt that Mao was too nervous. It was just a cat. Did it have to be so nervous? Don't be happy. When your wife gives birth, you might not be better than me, Mao said. That's my wife. Of course I'm nervous. Is that your wife? Look at you. If other people knew about this, they would be so shocked that their eyeballs would fall out. I didn't know you liked cats so much. After a pause, Wei Ling added, you've become a cat slave. Mao hummed and didn't explain. It just ate and drank silently. Zheng Tan squatted beside it and ate while listening to the 2 chatting. Speaking of the kittens in the future, what should they do when they grow up? Should they be sent away or kept? Mao hadn't decided yet, but it definitely wouldn't sell it or give it to the people at the pet center. It would wait and see. If Black Rice wants to kick the kittens out of the house when they grow up, then we'll see. If she doesn't, then I'll keep them all. Tisk, in your small place, you want to keep 3 cats? Don't you think it's troublesome? Celestine didn't think that was a good idea. Besides, not every cat was like the black cat in front of him. If the 3 cats quarreled, it would be troublesome for Mao. After eating and drinking, the afternoon sun was still hot. Celestine went back to the company. He had something to do in the neighborhood today, so he dropped by to have a chat. Knowing that Black Rice's due date was approaching, the Jiao family's most anxious person was Jiao Ma. She asked about Black Rice every day. Zheng Tan also listened to the movements on the 3rd floor when he was at home. If it was the same as usual, then it probably wasn't due yet. As the days passed, Mao became more and more nervous. Every once in a while, it would go to the study to check. It didn't even have the mood to surf the internet. It called the veterinarian several times a day to ask about Black Rice. It even asked a veterinarian to come over to check on Black Rice. However, when the veterinarian stood at the door, Mao immediately pushed him out of the house. However, the veterinarian was also a real doctor. Although he didn't observe Black Rice for long, he could tell that there was nothing serious. It didn't matter if it was a few days late, as long as the cat was healthy. A few days later, Mao woke up in the morning to pee. It wasn't very awake yet. It watched horror movies until late last night to distract itself, so it couldn't get up this morning. It was because it had to pee that it woke up. After it wobbled to the toilet and peed, it habitually walked to the study. Every morning after peeing, it would take a look at the study. Otherwise, Mao wouldn't be able to fall asleep even if it continued to lie on the bed. However, when it took a look, Mao's half-opened eyes widened. With the dim light coming in through the curtains, Mao saw the extra little lump in the cat bed. It was different in color from the cat bed and black rice's. F***ck. Mao was completely awake. It carefully approached the cat bed. Just as it took a step, it thought of something and retreated quietly. It ran back to the room to take out a pair of gloves it had prepared in advance and came to the study again. Black Rice was probably tired and was lying there sleeping. When it noticed Mao approaching, its ears twitched and its eyes opened a little. It looked at Mao and went back to sleep. It wasn't like other cats that were unusually vigilant towards their owners. This made Mao very happy. It was indeed its daughter. Mao reached out its hand to touch the kitten. Seeing that Black Rice didn't have any other reaction, it boldly picked up the kitten and carefully looked at it. It didn't have any missing arms or legs and looked very healthy. Its two soft, fluffy little ears didn't stand up either. It was said that it would only stand up after 3 weeks. Its eyes didn't open either. It had to wait for a week. This was a tricolored cat. The black and yellow fur on its back covered a little more area, but its belly was more white. Mao didn't know how to tell the gender of a cat, let alone a kitten like this. However, it was said that tricolored cats were mostly female. Well, Black Rice had a daughter. After carefully observing the small lump in its palm, Mao remembered that there should be another one. It gently put the kitten down. He read in a book that if a kitten had a human scent, the big cat would feel unfamiliar and wouldn't feed it. It might even bite the kitten to death. Therefore, Mao prepared gloves in advance. One was to prevent his scent from leaving on the kitten, and the other was to prevent his germs from spreading to the kitten. After all, he didn't pay much attention to personal hygiene, so Mao felt that it was better to be careful. When it put the kitten down, Mao gently rubbed the kitten against Black Rice. Even if there was a scent, it would be fine as long as it had the scent of the mother cat. After putting down the tricolored kitten, Mao looked at the nest. He didn't notice it earlier, but now he realized that the second kitten's fur was similar to Black Rice's. They were both black and white, but there was a slight difference in the black and white patches. Mao gently picked up the kitten. This one was also very healthy, but, looking at the kitten's face in front of him, Mao's mood suddenly worsened. This black and white kitten had a black mole on the side of its mouth. Peanut also had a yellow mole on the side of his mouth. The only difference was the color. However, when Mao looked at this little kitten, he would think of this little kitten's bastard father. Although he didn't want to see the mole beside the kitten's mouth, Mao still carefully put the kitten back beside Black Rice. After stroking Black Rice for a while, Mao prepared to leave. When he got up, he remembered that he wasn't there when Black Rice gave birth last night. He didn't know which one was born first. Then which one was Rice. Looking at it, Mao felt that the two were about the same size. He couldn't judge them based on size. Thinking about the mole beside the black and white kitten's mouth, Mao decided that this one was Little Me, and the tricolored one was Rice. After making up his mind, Mao looked at the black and white kitten that was drinking milk. He thought to himself, why do you have an extra mole? It would be great if you didn't have a mole. Why don't you learn from your father? After leaving the study, Mao was still excited. He looked back at the study. He heard that kittens were more afraid of light when they were born. The curtains in the study were drawn, so it should be fine. Zheng Tan heard the unusual movements in Mao's room that day. Usually, Mao would still be sleeping at this time and wouldn't be as diligent as it was today. He guessed that the kitten was born. However, He only went downstairs with Jiao Ma the next day to take a look. Jiao Ma didn't go into the study either. She just looked at the door. Black Rice was still very wary of anyone other than Mao. Even Zheng Tan couldn't get close to the cat's nest. Whenever he did, Black Rice would growl. For a short period of time, Black Rice wouldn't let the two kittens out of its sight. They basically only moved around the cat's nest. Mao moved the kitten's bowl to the study so that Black Rice wouldn't walk around. At most, Black Rice would poop or take a walk. Black Rice would only leave for a short period of time, but it wouldn't go too far. When he saw the mole on the black and white kitten's mouth, Zheng Tan was overjoyed. The mole was so accurate. It was just like its father. Little Pomelo and Zhao Yuan also wanted to see the kittens, but Jiao Ma said that they should wait for a while. It was better not to disturb them now. When Zheng Tan followed Jiao Ma to see the kittens again, a week had passed. The two kittens looked much stronger than when they were born. Their fur was also thicker. Their eyes were open a little, but not completely. Chapter 204. Mao was on the phone in the bedroom. Ever since Little Rice and Little Rice were born, Black Rice had taken good care of the two kittens. Everything was going well. Mao was relieved, and its anxiousness gradually disappeared. It returned to its original state, and it was probably going out with someone recently. Zheng Tan went in through the half-closed door, and stood at the door of the study to look at the kitten's nest. Black Rice was eating outside the nest. After noticing Zheng Tan at the door, it just glanced at him and ignored him. However, if Zheng Tan walked into the study, Black Rice would definitely roar. So every time Zheng Tan came, he just looked at the door out of curiosity and never went in. The kittens had been born for 2 weeks, and they had recently started to grow teeth. They had also become stronger and more coordinated. When Black Rice wasn't around, they would crawl around in the nest and sometimes out of the nest. Mao had asked someone to check. The black and white kitten with a mole at the corner of its mouth was male. Mao had even proudly posted in the pet forum that its daughter had given birth to a pair of twins. There was a layer of carpet outside the cat's nest, which was specially prepared by Mao so that the kittens wouldn't be cold when they crawled out. Mao felt that it should be careful even on a hot day. After all, they were kittens, not big cats. Zheng Tan had seen some kittens a few weeks old when he was filming an advertisement at the pet center. In comparison, the special genes of Monseigneur were probably too strong. These two kittens were about the same size as a 3-week-old kitten, and their fur was longer and thicker than 3-week-old short-haired domestic kittens. They were about the same size as their father, Peanut Candy. It was said that short-haired cats opened their eyes earlier than long-haired cats. Not only did these two kittens open their eyes earlier than other cats, but they were also bigger. They often crawled out of the cat's nest energetically and searched everywhere. However, they still couldn't stand straight, and their limbs trembled when they crawled. When Zheng Tan was looking at the two kittens, they had just woken up and realized that Black Rice wasn't there. They started to make a fuss again, and when they saw that no one was paying attention, they leaned on the edge of the cat's nest and looked out. Then, with a push, they flipped out of the cat's nest and rolled on the carpet. Black Rice looked over and continued eating. He was probably used to these two messing around. When the two kittens were crawling on the carpet, Zheng Tan looked at them. Their ears were not fully erect, but they would still move because of the sounds outside. After Black Rice brought the two kittens back to their nest, Zheng Tan left and went upstairs. Tomorrow, Jiao Ma would leave Chuhua City with little Pomelo, Jiao Yuan, and Zheng Tan to spend the summer vacation in Jiao Ma's hometown. Before he left, Zheng Tan came over to check on the two kittens. When he came back, the two kittens would probably be throwing a tantrum in the house. He just didn't know if they would be like their father. If these two kittens were to stay in the compound in the future, it would be difficult for the compound to be peaceful. However, he heard that once the kittens grew up, the mother cat would chase them away. When he heard Celestine and Mao's conversation that day, Zheng Tan thought that Candy Peanut would often patrol this area. If it wasn't for Zheng Tan's mediation, Candy Peanut would probably fight with the sheriff and Depang every time she came to the compound. Then, when the two kittens grew up, would the father and daughter start a war? Cats were very territorial. Monseigneur and Candy Peanut were very territorial. Kittens that inherited Monseigneur's bloodline were very likely to not be kind cats. It was said that there was no father-son relationship on the battlefield. He didn't know if the rule of wild cats in nature would be played out here. Maybe when the time came, Mao would have to send these two out. After summer vacation, little Pomelo and Zhao Yuan stayed at home all day to do their homework. The sooner they finished, the sooner they could go out to play. They didn't want to bring their homework with them. That way, they wouldn't be able to have fun. For little Pomelo, at most, she would leave some space in her homework for writing essays and diaries. She would make up for it when the time came. Right now, they were almost done with their homework. Jiaoma didn't have much to do, so she called old Master Gu and told him that she would be coming over. The next morning, when the sun wasn't that strong, the three Jiao family members carried their packed luggage downstairs. Jiaoma had already driven the car for maintenance. She didn't want anything to happen to the two children because of the car. The air conditioner in the car was turned on. Zheng Tan sat in the front passenger seat. Little Pomelo and Zhao Yuan sat in the back, preparing for a game of chess. Zheng Tan took a nap. When he looked out of the window again, he saw that they had already exited the highway. There were many aquaculture ponds outside. There were many aquaculture businesses in this area. It was said that there were almost 4,000 fishermen here. The total area of the fish farm was huge. In addition to the four main types of fish, there were also mandarin fish, eels, turtles, shrimps, crabs, and so on. Anyway, Zheng Tan didn't have to worry about not being able to eat fish here. In addition to the famous fish ponds, there were also some experimental fields here. Sometimes, new varieties of fruits that were about to hit the market could be eaten here in advance. Many people here made a fortune from aquaculture. Many roads in the village were well repaired. That was why Zheng Tan was able to sleep until now. He didn't have to wake up because of the bad roads. Look, someone is fishing. Zhao Yuan had stopped playing chess. He pointed outside and shouted. He liked to come here because he could fish and catch shrimps here. It was fun. Zheng Tan saw that someone was fishing in a pond. He guessed that they were going to transport the fish there. There was also a truck parked next to it. Sit properly. Jiao Ma scolded from the front. Zhao Yuan didn't move. He just leaned against the car window and looked outside. There were some children in the village helping around. Zhao Yuan didn't know what they were doing. Little Pomelo was also very curious. Although she didn't say anything, it was obvious from the look in her eyes. Old Master Gu and Old Madam Gu had been waiting at the door for a long time. When they saw the car, they smiled so widely that their eyes narrowed. Zheng Tan looked around. There was a dog with a tail wagging happily beside the two elders. Its back was black, and there were some white spots on its chest and legs. The funniest thing was that there were 2 white spots on the dog's eyebrows. During the Lunar New Year, when Zheng Tan came, he didn't see this dog. It must have been caught after the Lunar New Year. It didn't look like it had reached adulthood. The half-grown dog looked quite energetic. When it saw the car approaching, it retreated behind Old Master Gu. However, it wasn't afraid and looked curiously in their direction. When they saw Jiao Ma and Zhao Yuan, they were very happy, especially little Pomelo. When Old Master Gu saw little Pomelo get out of the car, he went up to little Pomelo despite his old age. You've gained weight. Our little Pomelo has grown again. After Zheng Tan got out of the car, the half-grown dog that had been standing behind Old Master Gu barked at Zheng Tan ferociously. However, when it was about 20 centimeters away from Zheng Tan, it stopped abruptly. It didn't bite and continued barking. Its eyebrows twitched. Zheng Tan looked at the half-grown dog in front of him and thought to himself, this guy's facial expressions are quite rich. After parking the car, Old Master Gu led them into the house. The room had already been tidied up. Last week, your mother removed insects from the front and back of the house. There are a lot of mosquitoes and sometimes snakes in the summer. But don't worry, I've already done some protection. Pomelo isn't afraid. Old Master Gu held little Pomelo's hand as he walked in front. The first half of his sentence was directed at Jiao Ma, while the second half was directed at little Pomelo. Zheng Tan looked at Jiao Yuan. The child didn't care about Old Master Gu's favoritism at all. His gaze fell on the fishing gear in the house, and his eyes lit up. If it weren't for Jiao Ma standing beside him, the child would have probably gone up to play with it. Old Master Gu's dog was called Ertong. Old Madame Gu said that she had thought that the dog's eyebrows were very interesting, just like Ertong in Mahjong, so she named it that way. Hearing the name, Ertong, Zheng Tan couldn't help but wonder if it wasn't a combination of Ertong and rice bucket. At this time, Ertong wasn't just staring at Zheng Tan. 3 strangers had come. It was also very smart. After barking twice at the beginning and being scolded by Old Master Gu, it stopped barking. It probably knew that the 3 people weren't bad people and should be treated with friendliness. Then it followed them around, wagging its curled tail happily. Old Madame Gu washed some grapes and brought them over. Someone had sent them over 2 days ago. The 2 elders couldn't bear to eat them, so they left them for Jiao Ma and the others today. There were also some fruits from the experimental field that had just entered the market this year. They washed them and put them in the fruit basket. Old Master Gu used to be a cadre in the village. After retirement, he still had some prestige in the village and was quite popular. Old Master Gu often said, "What's the use of bank cards these days? Sometimes you still have to show your face." Therefore, Old Master Gu valued his reputation and often boasted in front of his daughter. He had 2 daughters, but he didn't have the face to talk about what his younger daughter had done in the village. The villagers only knew that Old Master Gu's younger daughter was earning a lot of money overseas. His granddaughter had the same surname as him, so Old Master Gu directly called her granddaughter. He kept asking little Pomelo to call him grandfather. People who didn't know the truth would think that Old Master Gu had married a son-in-law who had moved in with his family. After arriving here and resting for a day, Jiao Yuan couldn't wait any longer and wanted to go out to play. Old Master Gu gave them 2 small shovels and a small plastic bucket to dig for earthworms in the backyard. Zheng Tan stayed by the side and watched them dig for earthworms. Little Pomelo was a little scared at first, but gradually, she let go. After a few shovels, she directly grabbed the earthworms with her hands and threw them into the small plastic bucket. When the earthworms were almost done, Old Master Gu gave the 2 children a straw hat each and found a few wooden poles of suitable length. He also found a cotton thread that he hadn't used at home. It wasn't too long, so he tied one end of the thread to the pole and went to a wild pond. The wild pond wasn't big. It used to be a fish pond, but it was filled in later. No one cared about it, but there were more prawns here. Some of the children in the village liked to come here to fish for prawns in the summer. There were some trees beside the wild pond to provide shade, so Old Master Gu tied earthworms to them. This was the method that the children in the village often used to fish for prawns. It wasn't very particular, as long as they could catch it. It cost almost nothing. Jiao Yuan was experienced, so he didn't need Old Master Gu to say much. He took the wooden pole and started, so Old Master Gu taught little Pomelo alone. He also prepared a small fishing net at the side. People often said that prawns were stupid, and Zheng Tan felt that it was true. Jiao Yuan didn't place the pole very deep. After all, the pole was only about 1 meter long, and the cotton thread wasn't long either. Zheng Tan could see the earthworms that were tied to the end of the rope moving under the water. Then, not long after, a prawn came close. Zheng Tan saw the prawn's action of catching the earthworms. When Jiao Yuan lifted the pole, the prawn didn't let go. Zheng Tan came to the metal bucket and looked at the prawn that Jiao Yuan had just shaken off. The prawn was waving its small pincers at Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan snorted disdainfully. How stupid. Just wait to be eaten. Of course, not all prawns were like that. There were some that were smarter, especially the older ones. Zheng Tan squatted at the side and watched them fish for a while. He started to feel bored again. He couldn't do it himself, so he could only watch from the side. Looking around, Zheng Tan prepared to walk around. Don't go too far, little Pomelo reminded him. After a pause, she added, don't cause trouble. Chapter 205. Zheng Tan leisurely walked around the wild pond. There were some trees at the edge. Although they weren't very big, they could provide some shade under the sun at this time. There were many wild plants nearby. Zheng Tan found them familiar, but he could not name them. Some frogs or toads were standing on some floating branches in the wild pond and croaking. When they noticed Zheng Tan approaching, they immediately jumped into the water. Sometimes, some small fish could be seen swimming under the water. It was indeed a place of aquaculture. Fish could be seen everywhere. It was not necessarily someone who had deliberately thrown them here. It could also be that they had encountered some coincidental situations during the flood season. The cicadas in the trees were also arguing. They seemed to be competing to see who was louder. If it were in other places, there would definitely be some children fishing and shrimp around the wild pond during the summer vacation. However, the children here had probably played a lot since they were young. They did not care for it. They preferred to go to the big fish ponds to watch the fun. Occasionally, they could pick up a few big fish for free. It was said that recently, some college students with related majors had come to a nearby aquaculture base for internships. Some of them were doing scientific research and experiments. That was even more lively. Some children who were good at killing fish were also invited to help. The adults did not have the time. Even if they did, they would not care about the little reward. However, the children were different. For them, indoor work was not only rewarded, but also free air conditioning. Therefore, when Zheng Tan and the others came to the wild pond, they did not see any children in the village. As he was thinking, Zheng Tan's ears twitched. He heard a sudden movement in front of him. Someone was there. In Zheng Tan's impression, even if the children did not shout loudly, they would occasionally talk and laugh in low voices. Sometimes, they would even be in groups of 3 or 5. They would never be so quiet. There was no reason for them to suddenly make a noise now. Zheng Tan walked over quietly. The movement there suddenly became louder. There were some plants growing on the edge of the wild pond, blocking Zheng Tan's sight. At the same time, it also acted as a cover. The people on the other side of the wild pond would not easily notice Zheng Tan. The further they went, the narrower the wild pond became. They were almost at the end. On the other side was a little girl about the same age as little Pomelo. Not only were her clothes old, they were also crudely patched. Although the child looked about the same age as little Pomelo, the difference between her and little Pomelo was that this little girl looked rather thin. Her face wasn't yellow because she was already tanned, but she was really thin. Her little face didn't look like it had any flesh, unlike little Pomelo's fair and tender baby fat. The small arms and legs that were exposed outside also seemed to be wrapped in a layer of skin. There was no flesh to be felt. Her shoulder-length hair was probably cut by herself, as it didn't look very coordinated. When Zheng Tan looked over, the kid was in the middle of retracting his pole. No wonder there was a sudden commotion. Otherwise, Zheng Tan wouldn't have noticed that there was someone here so quickly. The kid was also fishing for prawns. There was a can of earthworms beside her. Zheng Tan could clearly see the earthworms wriggling inside. She was probably experienced. The child set up 3 poles at 3 places not far from each other. One of the earthworms on the pole probably couldn't take it anymore. After catching a prawn, the little girl grabbed a few more from the canned food bottle and replaced them with new ones. Earthworms weren't the most ideal bait for prawns, but the advantage was that they were easy to catch. It was just that they had to be replaced with live earthworms every now and then. Otherwise, if the earthworms died or were soaked for too long, the effect would be reduced, and they wouldn't be able to fool those old prawns. After replacing the earthworms with fresh ones, the little girl sat on the side and rested for 2 minutes. She got up and walked between the 3 poles lightly to see which one had the most movement. Zheng Tan walked over to take a look. There was a cracked plastic bucket fixed with a rope. There were already some crayfish in the bucket. It seemed that the kid had a good harvest. There were also some green prawns. There were many farmers in this place, and there were also green prawns. It wasn't strange to see green prawns here. As for the crayfish, this thing was originally an invasive species. It had strong adaptability and was widely distributed. Otherwise, why would it be called an invasive species? There was also a broken sickle beside the bucket. This kind of sickle was very common among farmers. However, Jingtian felt that it was strange for such a little girl to use a sickle. Just as he was thinking about something, Jingtian looked up and met the little girl's eyes. Jingtian rarely saw such a fierce look in a child's eyes. Even some gloomy children wouldn't be like this. This was because there was a strong killing intent in this child's eyes. Jingtian had no doubt that if the child was holding a sickle in her hand, she would definitely slash at him. However, this child didn't have a sickle now. Jingtian was really not afraid of this child. Instead, he had some thoughts of teasing her. Afraid that he would cause trouble? Not good for these prawns. I still want to cause trouble. Jingtian extended his claws and quickly patted the few bearing prawns in the bucket. It had to be said that Jingtian was sometimes so bored that his balls hurt. He wouldn't feel good if he didn't court death. A clod was thrown over. Jingtian reacted quickly and dodged. However, the clod of soil brushed past the edge of the bucket containing the prawns. The bucket was originally placed on an uneven surface, so after brushing past it, it fell over after a few swings. The little girl couldn't care less about Jingtian. She quickly ran over and caught the prawns before they escaped and threw them back into the bucket. When she looked up again, she saw the black cat half hidden in the bushes. It poked its head out and looked over. When she got up, the black cat was already hiding in the bushes. There were a few rustling sounds in the bushes. When it stopped, the cat had already disappeared. The little girl standing in the same spot looked at the grass and frowned. She had a feeling that the cat was playing with her. However, when the cat was half hidden in the grass and looking over here, there was something wrong with its gaze. Many elders in the village said that black cats were more evil. Some said that they were spiritual creatures, while others said that they were evil. She didn't agree before. Wasn't it just a cat? It was purely to scare her. However, after what happened just now, she believed it a little. Jingtian walked in the grass, feeling uneasy. It wasn't because the little girl threw the clod at him, but because of what he saw just now. When the little girl bent down to catch the prawns and threw them back into the plastic bucket, her clothes, which were already short, were lifted up, revealing part of her back. Jingtian saw clearly that the girl's back was covered in scars, which seemed to be caused by a bamboo pole or other things. Originally, the girl's arms and legs also had some scars, but the scars were fainter. Jingtian didn't care. He heard from old Master Gu that it was common for some children in the village to fight. When they fought, they didn't differentiate between men and women. It wasn't strange for them to be injured. However, looking at it now, it wasn't strange. The scars on the girl's back were new. Even Jingtian felt pain just by looking at them, let alone a little girl who was the same age as little Pomelo. Abuse? Domestic violence? Jingtian wagged his tail. Jiao Ma and little Pomelo both told him not to cause trouble, so he didn't intend to meddle in other people's business. Besides, he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. Every family had its own difficulties. There were many families like this. Whether it was in the city or in the village, there was no shortage of parents who beat their children. Therefore, after strolling around for a while, Jingtian caught a frog that popped out of nowhere and played with it for a while. Feeling much better, she looked at the sky and ran back to the place where little Pomelo and the others were fishing for prawns. When Jingtian returned, Jiao Yuan was showing off a relatively old prawn. The prawn had two big, fiery red pincers. Jiao Ma liked to eat this kind of big pincers. The meat inside was tender. Little Pomelo was changing the bait and tying the earthworms. Old Master Gu caught 4 fat earthworms and put them on the rope. Little Pomelo only needed to tie the rope. Beside the rope were 2 dead earthworms. One of them had been snapped in half by the prawn. Old Master Gu tied at least 3 earthworms to little Pomelo every time. He guessed that one of the earthworms had been directly caught by the prawn, or the earthworm had escaped on its own. After fishing for more than half an hour, Old Master Gu told the 2 children to stop fishing and get ready to go home. Seeing that little Pomelo still wanted to continue fishing, he smiled and said, "You can continue tomorrow. You still have a long summer vacation." Zheng Tan looked at the metal bucket containing the prawns. It was already half full. It was definitely enough to make a dish. Dinner was very sumptuous, and Zheng Tan also ate a full meal. When night fell, the villagers all took a bath in their own houses to cool off. They gossiped about the news around them and talked about the interesting things that happened that day. Old Master Gu moved the bamboo bed out of the house and even put a mosquito net on it. Little Pomelo stayed inside and listened to Old Master Gu talk about the past. As for Jiao Yuan, he was a restless person. He had already gone to catch fireflies with the children next door. Mosquito coils were lit next to him, but Zheng Tan could still clearly hear the buzzing of the mosquitoes around him. Ertong panted with its mouth open and tongue out. After lying down for a while, it changed to a cooler place to lie down. During dinner, it provoked Zheng Tan. After being slapped by Zheng Tan, it became much more obedient. Wherever Zheng Tan was, it would stay at least 1 meter away from him. At night in the village, the wind was cool, and the temperature was much lower than in the city. Originally, Zheng Tan was beside the bamboo bed, listening to Old Master Gu talk with little Pomelo. His ears twitched. Not far away, Jiao Ma and the old lady were sitting together and chatting with a few other women in the neighborhood. Sold another one? How could he bear to do that? Jiao Ma sighed. What's there to be sorry about? He has already sold 5 before. 1 more won't make a difference. I think the remaining 3 will be sold sooner or later, the old lady next door said. If they stay at home, they will be beaten to death by him sooner or later, the old lady sighed. Zheng Tan listened to their conversation. They were talking about a family in the neighboring village. The man wanted a son, but in the end, he gave birth to 9 daughters in a row. In addition, this man was addicted to gambling and felt that there was no use in keeping his daughters. One after another, he sold his daughters and often beat them at home. Now that he finally gave birth to a son, the remaining 3 daughters no longer needed to eat or drink. Although birth control was the same for boys and girls, thousands of years of thinking could not be changed in a short 20 to 30 years. Moreover, many people were scoundrels. It was useless to talk to them about the law. The people around them did not have the heart to care about this kind of thing. They had probably seen too much and were numb to it. Listening to these women chatting, Zheng Tan suddenly thought of the little girl he saw today. He wondered if that child was one of them. Zheng Tan sighed in his heart. He lay on a bamboo chair and looked at the road not far away. There were some vegetable gardens on the other side of the road, and further away were the fields. Originally, he was watching the Jiao Yuan and the others catch fireflies on the other side of the road. Suddenly, Zheng Tan noticed a few people passing by. One of them sounded very familiar. Chapter 206. Zheng Tan stared at them nervously until they were far away. What were they doing here? Zheng Tan still remembered the phone call that person made at Tsinghua University. It didn't sound like anything good. Other people couldn't hear what they were talking about, but Zheng Tan could. However, they were only talking about unimportant things, and Zheng Tan couldn't make any meaningful conclusions from their conversation. Well, if it was really important, they wouldn't be talking about it here. There were so many people around. Regardless, Zheng Tan's nerves were tense again. Even if those people were far away, Zheng Tan was still worried. He decided to follow little Pomelo and the others closely for the next few days. Even if those people's target wasn't little Pomelo, Zheng Tan didn't dare to let his guard down. There were many perverts in this world, and it was always better to be on guard. Who knew if these people would suddenly come up with some perverted idea? Thus, Zheng Tan couldn't sleep that night. Even if Jiao Yuan caught some fireflies, they couldn't divert Jing Tan's attention. Looking at the ignorant children, Jing Tan felt depressed. It wasn't good to know too much. Early the next morning, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were still sleeping in. Jiao Ma didn't disturb them. It wasn't easy to get a good night's sleep in summer. Jing Tan jumped onto the roof and looked into the distance. Most of the people in the village woke up early to do more work before the temperature rose. The Gu family's house was still a tiled house with a pointed roof, but the residents next door had built a 3-story building. It looked pretty good. There was a kitten on the second-floor balcony next door. It was about 2 months old and was happily playing with a walnut. Jing Tan jumped onto the railing of the second-floor balcony next door. The kitten was startled, but soon began to play with itself again. The window of the room on the second floor near the balcony was open. Jing Tan could see the situation in the room from the railing. It seemed to be a boy's room. There were some toys like robots and artillery. There was also a 5th-grade language homework on the table. "Big sister, what do you slap on your face every day?" A boy's voice came from another room in the house. It was the boy who caught fireflies with Jiao Yuan yesterday. "Country bumpkin, this is called toner," the female voice said. At the same time, there were also slapping sounds. After a while, the boy walked into the room with a conflicted expression. He didn't have much of a reaction when he saw the black cat standing on the railing. He sat in front of his desk and flipped open his summer homework. He had homework assignments every day, and he was not allowed to go out to play until he finished them. Therefore, every morning after breakfast, he would immediately stay in his room to do his homework. In less than 5 minutes, the boy farted and ran out of the room holding his stomach. He probably went to the toilet. Jing Tan was rather curious about what these children wrote in their diary and essays in their homework. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would flip through the diary and essays in front of little Pomelo. After all, it was not something private, and they were all about their daily lives. Jumping in through the window, Jing Tan saw the place where the homework was opened. The boy was writing in the diary at the end of the day's homework. There, he wrote today's diary with a crooked pen. "Every morning when I wake up, I can see my big sister slapping herself in the mirror." Jing Tan couldn't help but laugh. This child was really funny. He raised his paw and flipped through the diary in front of him. If he hadn't flipped through it, he wouldn't have known that this naughty boy was quite diligent in writing his diary. He even recorded some of his past misdeeds. For example, on which day he dug a trap in the village, on which day he dug another one, on which day he dug another one, on which day some of the traps had already fallen into, and on which places no one had gone and had been left there. Jing Tan didn't expect to find such a reward. He noted down the places where no one had fallen into the traps. He didn't want little Pomelo and the others to fall into the traps when they went there. Although it was a child's prank and didn't cause much harm, falling into a trap was not a good feeling. When he heard footsteps coming over, Jing Tan flipped the homework back to its original place. He jumped out of the window and returned to the Gu family's roof. When he heard Jiao Ma calling him, he quickly went down to eat breakfast. Because the 2 children didn't have enough fun yesterday, Old Master Gu took them to dig some earthworms today. In the afternoon, they went to the wild pond to fish for prawns. Jing Tan stood to the side and watched for a while, then ran to other places to take a walk. Since Jing Tan's performance yesterday was not bad, little Pomelo and the others didn't say anything. Actually, Jing Tan didn't go for a walk because he was bored today. He wanted to see if the little girl from yesterday was still there. When he arrived at the place where he met the child yesterday, Jing Tan didn't see her and was a little disappointed. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a figure walking over from afar. It was the little girl from yesterday. She was carrying the broken bucket from yesterday and carrying the broken scythe on her other shoulder as she walked over. However, when she got closer, Jing Tan noticed that there were some new scars on the child's body. They were too obvious and couldn't be ignored even if he wanted to. No wonder she looked like she was having a hard time walking today. When the little girl saw Jing Tan, she didn't have the same murderous intent and hostility as yesterday. Instead, she looked surprised and strange. She paused on the spot, then continued to walk forward. When she came to the place where she fished for prawns yesterday, she took out a wooden pole, tied the earthworms to it, and placed it in 3 places. Zheng Tan was curious why the little girl's attitude towards him had changed. He didn't get closer. Sensing the movement of the pole not far away, he looked at the little girl who was squatting there, thinking about something. He glanced around, bent his claws, picked up a small piece of soil, and threw it in that direction. The little girl, who was thinking about something, looked over when she sensed the movement. She saw the black cat that she thought was very strange. She saw the black cat look at the place where the pole was placed, then get up and walk over there. Zheng Tan retreated a few meters and watched the little girl guard the pole for a few seconds, then pick up a small prawn. After putting down the pole again, the little girl looked at Zheng Tan with a complicated expression, then walked over to the other pole. Zheng Tan saw that the little girl didn't have any resistance. Anyway, he had nothing to do. Seeing that she was pitiful, he helped to keep an eye on the other 2 poles, so that the little girl wouldn't keep walking. Didn't the scars on her legs hurt? So, gradually, the man and the cat formed a tacit understanding. The little girl guarded the pole on the far side, and Zheng Tan helped to keep an eye on the other 2 poles. Anyway, the distance between the 2 poles wasn't far, so it wasn't difficult for Zheng Tan. Once there was movement, Zheng Tan would pick up a small stone or a small piece of soil and throw it over, indicating that there was a prawn on her side that was about to take the bait. The little girl's bad mood from being beaten up improved a lot. She looked down and saw an old prawn approaching the earthworms. The corners of her mouth curled up. This old prawn looked meaty, and there was meat in the big pincers. She was lucky. Just as she thought of this, a piece of soil was thrown over and hit the little girl lightly. Then, it rolled down the slope of the shore and fell into the water with a splash. The old prawn that had just started to use the pincers to catch the earthworms disappeared with a whoosh, leaving only ripples on the water. The little girl was speechless. Rubbing her forehead and sighing, the little girl helplessly looked at the black cat that was not far away from her. It was raising its front paw and was ready to throw the second piece of soil. She got up and walked over. After fishing up the prawn, the little girl looked at the finger-sized prawn that was tightly holding the earthworms. She took it down and twisted off the prawn's head. Before Zheng Tan could see it clearly, there was a white and tender prawn ball in her hand that looked a little translucent. This action showed that she often did this kind of thing and was very familiar with it. After peeling the prawn, the little girl threw it over to Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan looked at it with disdain, then walked to the pole and continued to stare at it. The little girl was puzzled. Why didn't this cat eat it? She remembered that the big tabby cat next door ate it, and the cat at the village entrance also ate it. But this cat just now, its eyes were filled with disdain, right? Did it think that this one was too small? But that shouldn't be the case. Usually, when she cooked the prawns, if a cat came over, it would pick the small ones for her. She couldn't bear to part with the big ones. No matter if it was raw or cooked, the cat would eat it. Why was this black one different? Shaking her head, the little girl decided not to dwell on this problem. If it didn't want to eat it, then so be it. At least it could save some food. Black charcoal, little Pomelo's voice came from the other side. Zheng Tan didn't guard the pole anymore and ran back. Little Pomelo didn't sound like she was in danger. She was just asking Zheng Tan to go back. Black charcoal? What a terrible name. It's not even as good as Big Black in the village, the little girl whispered as she watched the black cat disappear. Looking at the other 2 poles, he sighed and got up to look at the poles. Running back to little Pomelo's side, Zheng Tan heard the Jiao Yuan bragging to old Master Gu. How was it? I told you that black charcoal would definitely come back immediately. Little Pomelo turned on the kettle and took out the lid to pour Zheng Tan some water. She was afraid that Zheng Tan would be thirsty on such a hot day. Zheng Tan was proud. His child was indeed the best. Old Master Gu curled his lips and thought to himself, it's just a cat. Look at how much you spoil it. But old Master Gu could only keep it to himself and didn't dare to say it out loud. He didn't want little Pomelo and the Jiao Yuan to be dissatisfied with him because of this matter. After drinking the water, Jing Tan stayed there for a while before running to the little girl's side. She was also drinking water, but she wasn't using a kettle. Instead, she was using a mineral water bottle. It seemed that she had been using it for a while. In the following days, little Pomelo and the others went out to fish for prawns, and Jing Tan took some time to help the little girl keep an eye on the poles. The little girl seemed to go to the wild pond to fish for prawns every day. However, when little Pomelo and the others didn't go out, Jing Tan also stayed in the house. One day, Old Master Gu took little Pomelo and the Jiao Yuan to watch others fish. On the way back from the fish pond, they passed by a fork in the road and Jing Tan saw the little girl. They hadn't seen each other for a few days. The child's old injuries hadn't healed, and now she had new ones. Even if her bones couldn't be healed, this kind of physical pain was too much for a 10-year-old child. Little Pomelo saw that Jing Tan seemed to be familiar with the little girl. She looked at the little girl's clothes and the injuries on her body. She took out a few milk candies from her pocket and gave them to him. Because of Zhao Lu, the Jiao family never lacked snacks. They didn't even need Zhao Ma to buy them. Every once in a while, Zhao Lu would have someone send food over. They couldn't even finish eating. Before the summer break, Zhao Lu had sent over a few big boxes of milk candies, and they were all high-end goods. The Jiao Yuan had already brought them over. Because the weather was too hot, they only brought a few with them when they went out. Little Pomelo only ate one today and gave the rest to the little girl. She felt that the person Jing Tan knew should be a good person. The little girl looked at little Pomelo and the black cat standing next to little Pomelo with a complicated expression. She said, "Thank you," and left. Jing Tan looked at Old Master Gu's expression and knew that he probably knew something. However, when little Pomelo and the Jiao Yuan asked about it, Old Master Gu didn't say anything. He was afraid that it would affect the two children negatively. That night, when Jing Tan was outside enjoying the cool breeze, he overheard Old Master Gu and Old Madam Gu talking about the little girl in low voices. He knew that the child was indeed born in the family of the person they were talking about. She was the 9th child and the youngest of the 9 girls. It was their misfortune to have a father who favored boys over girls and would hit and scold them whenever he was unhappy. Jing Tan also heard from Old Master Gu that the child would be sold by her father sooner or later. Luckily, she had 2 older sisters. Once the 2 older sisters were sold, it would probably be her turn. Chapter 207. Although it was hot in August, there were also times when it rained. Jing Tan squatted in front of the window and looked at the scenery outside. A toad the size of a fist calmly crawled from one side of the cement road to the other side of the road not far from the door. The croaking of frogs could be heard everywhere outside. Little Pomelo was lying on the table drawing. The electric fan had also stopped. The wind outside the window was humid and cool. Jing Tan looked in the direction of the wild pond. He didn't know where the little girl would go today. Recently, little Pomelo and the others only went there to fish for prawns every few days. They didn't run to the wild pond every day. However, Jing Tan went there to help the little girl when he had time. On sunny days, the little girl would fish for prawns at the wild pond. On rainy days, she might be catching frogs. The little girl looked thin and weak. 2 days ago, Jing Tan saw her use a broken part of her sickle to kill a snake as thick as a finger. At that time, the child didn't show any fear. Her expression didn't even change much during the whole process. To be honest, there was a little excitement in her eyes. Snakes were also meat. Jing Tan looked at her. The little girl was probably used to it. Who knew how many snakes she had killed with that sickle? She was brave enough to be stronger than the average child. After the rain stopped, Jing Tan went to the wild pond the next day. After waiting for a while, he saw the little girl walking over with the equipment. Seeing Jing Tan waiting there, the little girl's frown eased and she quickly walked over. Although it had just rained yesterday, the temperature quickly rose once the rain stopped. In addition to the sun in the morning, many places were not so wet. In another day or two, some of the dirt roads that people often walked on would be as dry as they were a few days ago. They tied the earthworms, set the rod, and then divided the work. After 2 or 3 hours, they could still catch some. However, the wild pond was only so big. After fishing for so long, the harvest was not as good as when they first started. The little girl left the wild pond at 6:00 in the evening every day. Zheng Tan couldn't do it. He had to go back around 5 o'clock. Otherwise, he would have to listen to Jiao Ma's nagging again. Zheng Tan didn't need a watch. He could estimate the approximate time by looking at the sun above his head. The little girl also knew that the black cat would have to return every afternoon at a certain time. But today was different. Zheng Tan was looking at the rod, staring at the string. When there were prawns, the string would tighten, and the larger prawns would even pull on the rod. Seeing a shrimp clamping an earthworm, Zheng Tan motioned for the little girl to come over. After hooking up the prawn, the little girl didn't put the rod down again. Instead, she put the fish away. So early today? Zheng Tan was puzzled. After tidying up, the little girl asked Zheng Tan to follow her. Although he didn't quite understand what the little girl wanted to do, it was still early. Zheng Tan followed her. Walking to a small forest area nearby, the little girl hid the wooden rod to prevent other children from taking it away. Then she quickly disposed of the prawns in the bucket, leaving only the prawns and some big clamps. The rest was thrown away. This way, she could save a lot of energy. In the forest, Zheng Tan saw that person again. There were 3 people walking by together. Zheng Tan hid in the grass and stared in that direction. He also pulled the little girl who was cleaning up the prawns, indicating that she should hide. Seeing the black cat so vigilant, the little girl thought that something dangerous had happened. She didn't care about the prawns and immediately hid behind the bushes. She lay on the ground and looked in that direction through the gaps in the bushes. After the 3 people left, Zheng Tan's tense muscles relaxed. Who are they? Did they beat you? The little girl looked at Zheng Tan in confusion. Huh? The little girl didn't know them? Previously, Zheng Tan thought that the little girl's sisters had been sold to these people by their father. But now it seemed that it was different from what he had imagined. If they were sold to these people, the little girl shouldn't not know any of them, right? For a moment, Zheng Tan really couldn't think of a reason. After leaving the place where the wooden rod was hidden, the little girl took Zheng Tan a little further away and stopped near an orchard. There was a metal net around the orchard, so it was probably heavily guarded. There was a small stone bridge here, but the original stream under the stone bridge had been dried up for many years and was overgrown with weeds. Moreover, it seemed that people didn't often come here. The little girl slid down the slope and parted the grass. There was a hole inside. Zheng Tan watched as she took out some things one after another, including a small aluminum pot. There were some green bricks near the edge of the stone bridge. There were burn marks on the bricks. Zheng Tan watched as she placed the bricks in an N shape. Then, she placed a small aluminum pot on top of the bricks. She placed some hay and firewood in the crack at the bottom. She lit the firewood and began to cook the prawns. It was very simple boiled prawns. Zheng Tan didn't have any appetite, but the little girl seemed to be staring at something delicious. After cooking, the little girl handed Zheng Tan a prawn ball. Zheng Tan didn't eat it, so she finished it all. After eating, she put everything back in its original place. The little girl told Zheng Tan that this was her secret base. She would come here most of the time when it was time to eat and would only go home to sleep at night. When she mentioned going home, there was disgust in her eyes. It was almost dark, so Zheng Tan couldn't stay here all the time. After Zheng Tan had left, the little girl walked to another spot and parted the bushes. There was a wide-mouthed glass can inside, and the candies that little Pomelo had given her were stored inside the glass can. She had already eaten 3 candies. Looking at the remaining 2 candies, she sighed. After hesitating for a while, she picked up one of the candies and carefully tore open the wrapping paper. After taking out the candies, she tidied up the plastic wrapping paper and placed it inside the can. There were already 4 wrapping papers stacked inside. With the candies in her mouth, the little girl leaned against the slope and lay down. The milky and sweet smell of the candies made her like it so much that her eyes narrowed. At night, Jingtan was in a bad mood and couldn't sleep, so he went outside to pee. He wasn't used to using the toilet, but seeing that many children here directly found a place to pee, Jingtan also went to a place where there was no one to pee secretly. Jingtan jumped out of the window and ran out of the backyard. He didn't want to go near it. Anyway, he couldn't sleep now, so he ran further away to pee. Jingtan didn't find it very quiet at night in the village. The sounds of insects and frogs were constant, and occasionally, dogs barked. In the night, Jingtan's movements were not blocked. Sometimes, he would run into cats raised by other people in the village. Some of them provoked him, but Jingtan wasn't in the mood to pay attention to them. Enjoying the night breeze, he walked for a while and then found a place to pee. As Jingtan was peeing, his ears twitched. Someone was coming this way. Originally, he didn't want to pay attention to it and go back after peeing, but the sound made Jingtan stop in his tracks. It was really fate. He met this guy once during the day, and now he met this guy again at night. Jingtan hid in a corner and waited for the people to come closer. Only 2 people came over. One was the person Jingtan knew who he had pushed into the artificial lake, and the other was probably a villager here, with an accent. The 2 people reeked of alcohol, and their conversation was all about the gossip in the village, with some dirty jokes. However, Jingtan noticed that the villager called the person next to him, Snakehead. Jingtan didn't hear them talk about some of the core issues, and he was a little disappointed. However, it was rare to run into someone who was drunk. Jingtan was in the right place at the right time at the right time. If he didn't teach Jingtan a lesson, he wouldn't be able to feel at ease. Thinking about it, Jingtan suddenly remembered something written in the diary of the guy who lived next door. According to the description, there should be a trap around here. Jingtan quietly ran in front of them from the side. Following the dirt road, there was a fork in the road. According to the guy's diary, behind the house of the 4th last house, there was a hole in the backyard between the fence and the dirt road. They didn't dare to blatantly dig a hole on this dirt road. They would be beaten. Digging not far from the roadside, some villagers turned a blind eye. Anyway, they only walked on the dirt road. As for the side, it was obvious that there was a hole there, and even weeds didn't grow. However, in the middle of the night, especially after drinking, their consciousness was not so clear, and they couldn't see or remember the obvious trap. Jingtan easily found the trap. It was about 3 or 4 meters away from the dirt road, and there were a lot of weeds around. It could be seen that very few people came here. The trap dug by the children was very simple. They dug a square pit about half a meter long, and then put a few thin wooden sticks on it, and covered it with some grass. Jingtan also smelled the stench coming from inside. He guessed that the children would pee here from time to time. Otherwise, if it was just a hole, it would be too simple, and they would have dug it in vain. Jingtan tested the carrying capacity of the thin wooden stick. If he stood on it, he would definitely fall, let alone an adult. The 2 people were getting closer and closer. Jingtan hid on the other side of the dirt road, which was different from the trap. Although he had drunk, Snakehead still had his vigilance. He kept feeling that someone was watching him. He held the flashlight and shone it around. Other than a few jumping insects, there was nothing else. Could it be that he drank too much? What's wrong? The villager who was talking excitedly saw Snakehead stop and asked. Nothing. Snakehead shook his head and continued to walk forward. The villager didn't mind and continued with what he was about to say. However, Snakehead still had a strange feeling. Caw. A soft sound came from the side. Who? Snakehead looked in the direction of the sound. However, when he shone his flashlight over, he only saw the wooden fence of the vegetable garden in the backyard of the family. The villager was about to say something when Snakehead raised his hand to stop him. The hand that wasn't holding the flashlight pulled out a dagger from his waist. He first looked in the direction opposite the wooden fence to make sure that no one would sneak and attack from behind. There was no place to hide. Only then did he turn around and walk towards the vegetable garden. There were many places to hide there, such as the outhouse and a simple wooden shed. Zheng Tan hid in the grass. The grass at this height indeed couldn't hide a person, but it was just enough to hide a cat. At the same time, Zheng Tan sighed in his heart. This person's vigilance was indeed very high. Last time, he had been able to push him into the lake mostly because of luck. However, this was just right. He had only thrown a piece of dirt in that direction, and he had gone over. At the same time, from another perspective, did this mean that this guy had done something wrong, so he had to be more careful? When the villager saw this, he swallowed his saliva and looked around. It was pitch black. He couldn't even see a meter away from him. Only the area illuminated by the flashlight could be seen more clearly. He didn't bring a flashlight. He followed Snakehead, but he didn't dare get too close to him. What if he hurt himself? Zheng Tan watched as Snakehead approached the trap. However, Snakehead's path was slightly off from where the trap was. If he walked straight, he would probably be able to walk right past the edge of the trap. Snakehead felt that there was definitely someone hiding around. The feeling of being watched wasn't an illusion. No matter what, it was better to be vigilant. Pooh! There was a slight sound from the wooden shed. Snakehead tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand and walked a few steps in that direction. He deviated from his original path and said to the wooden shed, "Come out." "I see you." Before he could finish the word, "you," Snakehead felt a strong force coming from the back of his waist. This time, Snakehead wasn't directly pushed down. He only moved 2 steps to the side to dodge out of reflex. Under normal circumstances, he would have been able to stand firm. Unfortunately, the place where his feet landed made a few cracking sounds. His feet sank, and his entire body fell to the side. Snakehead knew that the villager was standing not far behind him. He had also confirmed that there was no one else in the area behind him, so Snakehead didn't pay too much attention to his back. However, such a situation still happened. When he fell, Snakehead was still cursing in his heart. F***ck, this is the second time. Other than that time when he was pushed into the lake for no reason at Tsinghua University, this is the second time he's been hit for no reason at all. What the hell is going on? Chapter 208. Snakehead had sprained his ankle. Because it was summer, he was wearing cropped underwear. When his foot sank in, it was cut by a few broken tree branches. The trap was not deep. Snakehead had only sunk up to his knees, but there were all kinds of filth inside. There was rotten melon pulp, other household trash, and the smell of urine. Snakehead's anger soared, but now was not the time to flip out. He did not care about the injury on his foot. He held the flashlight steady and held the dagger, trying to find out who was going against him. The villager standing not far behind Snakehead felt that something had brushed past him. Goosebumps rose on his body, especially when he heard Snakehead say that he was possessed. He felt a chill run down his back. "I really didn't see anything just now. I just felt a little cold." The villager shivered. He actually believed in ghosts and gods, and he had done some bad things for Snakehead. Now that he thought about it, he felt guilty. He felt that he had been targeted by some dirty thing. Snakehead had made a lot of noise when he stepped into the trap. This family had a dog at home, and it was barking. Zheng Tan decided to add fuel to the fire. After he pushed Snakehead, he quickly ran into the vegetable garden. The distance between the fence was just enough for him to cross, so he did not need to jump. He found a stone from the surroundings, and before Snakehead noticed him, he threw it fiercely at the family's window. Paw! The sound of glass shattering rang out. The dog inside barked even louder, and the lights in the house lit up. The back door creaked open, and a big, sturdy dog rushed out. It easily jumped over the fence and bit at Snakehead. It bit the arm that was holding the knife. The dagger fell to the ground. Ah! A scream disturbed the silence of the night. Zheng Tan was hiding beside the wooden shed. He wagged his tail. It was painful to listen to. Damn it. The dog must have had similar experience in catching thieves. It was too fast when it charged over. There was no hesitation when it jumped over the fence to bite the man. It was unclear whether it had bitten the man's arm that was holding the knife by accident or on purpose. In any case, Zheng Tan thought that the dog's bite was a good one. The owner of the house who had rushed out with a hoe was murderous. He thought that a thief had come, but after taking a closer look, he recognized the villager with snake head. After listening to him explain for a long time, he realized that it was a misunderstanding. However, the dog had bitten. As for the trap, it was dug by the children in the village. Many people knew that it had nothing to do with him. The owner of the house was also a tough character. After seeing Snakehead's dagger on the ground, his expression became worse. How could he take responsibility? In the end, Snakehead could only blame himself for being unlucky. Zheng Tan took the opportunity to slip away while they were arguing. The dog barked at Snakehead and did not look anywhere else. With the cover of the night, no one noticed Zheng Tan, so it was easy to slip away. The next day, Old Master Gu took the two children to a friend's place to see turtles. He planned to buy a few turtles for the children to play with. When the time came, they could bring them back to Chuhua City to raise. Anyway, these little turtles did not take up much space. Before leaving, someone came to look for Old Master Gu. Thus, the plan to go out in the morning was pushed to the afternoon. There was nothing to do in the morning, so little Pomelo was drawing. Zheng Tan looked at it. It was a drawing of the little girl carrying a broken bucket and a sickle. I heard that she is often beaten. She is so thin. Will she get sick? Little Pomelo said to Zheng Tan, who was lying on the table, as she drew. After drawing, little Pomelo thought of something and asked Zheng Tan, "Do you know where she is?" Zheng Tan thought for a moment and nodded. Although he did not know where the girl was now, it was enough to know where she would go. Zheng Tan rarely played dumb when he was alone with little Pomelo. Anyway, little Pomelo would not talk nonsense outside, so sometimes he had to express his meaning more directly. Little Pomelo got down from the chair, rummaged through her bag, and took out a bag of candy. It was unopened, and there were about 20 pieces in each bag. "Give this to her. I still have a lot." Little Pomelo looked at Zheng Tan expectantly. Zheng Tan nodded again. He quite agreed with little Pomelo's way of doing things. That girl's life was really distressing, and a bag of candy was not something important to little Pomelo. Little Pomelo wiped the edges of the bag of candy with water and handed it to Zheng Tan. She knew that the black cat in front of her was sometimes a little misophobic and did not like to take things randomly. Zheng Tan ran out with the bag of candy in his mouth. He did not go to the wild pond. That girl was usually not at the wild pond in the morning, so Zheng Tan went directly to the secret base that the girl had taken him to last time. Not seeing the girl, Zheng Tan directly put the bag of candy in the place where she had hidden things and went back. Not long after Zheng Tan left, the little girl, who was tanned from the sun, came over. She glanced at the place where she had hidden things and knew that it had been rummaged through. Her eyes narrowed, thinking that someone had stolen something, so she quickly ran over and pushed aside the grass. What entered her eyes was a bag of candy, and the packaging was very familiar. She had just finished the candy last time. Last night when she went to sleep, she regretted that there was another bag of candy in her dream. She did not expect that there was really another bag of candy. She carefully tore open the bag, peeled a candy and put it in her mouth. Then she hid the rest of the candy and looked around carefully. Finally, she found a place where the cat's footprints were shallow. After a while, when the wind blew the dust away, the footprints would not be seen. In a good mood, the little girl decided to go home to see if there were any leftovers. At this time, the family should have finished eating. Then in the afternoon, she would go to the wild pond to fish for prawns. Just as she stepped into the house, the little girl found that there were guests in the house. She had seen these 3 guests before in the forest. The black cat was wary of these people, so they were definitely not good people. This is my family's little Joe. Sitting on a chair and smoking a cigarette with a flattering smile, the man said as he pointed at the little girl who had just entered the house. He was the head of the household. Sensing that something was wrong, the little girl turned and prepared to run away. But before she could run out of the door, she was firmly held in place. On the other side, old Master Gu took the two children to see the turtles. This farmer mainly raised turtles and turtles. Seeing that the two children liked them, the man planned to give a few Brazilian turtle seedlings to little Pomelo and the others. Old Master Gu waved his hand. He only wanted 2. He could not raise more. After all, they were children. The man also gave them a glass fish tank. Old Master Gu did not like to owe people. The two of them pushed back and forth. In the end, old Master Gu stuffed 20 yuan to the man. Hey, Uncle Gu, I really don't need 20. The man was about to continue, but after being glared at by old Master Gu, he stopped talking. He shook his head and went into the house with a smile. When he came out, he took 2 bags of turtle feed and stuffed them into the glass fish tank. Without waiting for old Master Gu to say anything, he left. On the way back, the 2 children played with the turtles as they walked, so they slowed down a lot. Zheng Tan stopped to wait for them. A toad jumped out of the grass. Zheng Tan had nothing to do, so he went over to tease it. The toad kept jumping forward. When it jumped into the grass on the side of the road, Zheng Tan pressed it to the ground with his paw. No matter how much it croaked, he did not let go. He thought to himself, let's see where you can jump to, little thing. After waiting for 2 minutes, Zheng Tan slowly let go of his paw. The toad immediately jumped away as if it was running for its life. It crossed the cement road and disappeared into the field on the other side. Zheng Tan was squatting in the grass, watching the toad disappear. A Santera drove over. It was likely that a truck had been hauling stones in the morning. There were some small stones scattered on the road. When the Santana pulled over, it slowed down to avoid the stones on the side and continued to drive. When the Santera bypassed the stones, Zheng Tan saw the person leaning against the window of the back seat. He also saw the person sitting in the driver's seat. The person in the driver's seat was smoking, and the window was all open. Zheng Tan saw the driver. Last time, this person was with the smuggler, so they should be in cahoots. The window of the back seat was half open because it was tinted. Only half of the person's face was exposed, but Zheng Tan still recognized him easily. The other party had also seen Zheng Tan squatting in the bushes. Why was the girl in the car? And with those people? When he heard what the girl said, Zheng Tan thought that they did not come to the village to buy children, but now it seemed that Zheng Tan was wrong. Without thinking much, Zheng Tan chased after the car. But how could a cat be faster than a car? Besides, the road was flat, there were no other cars around, and the car was driving fast. After bypassing the stones, the car began to accelerate, as if in a hurry to leave, and soon left Zheng Tan behind. Zheng Tan could only watch helplessly as the car drove further and further away until it became a black dot and disappeared from sight. In the car, the girl, who was leaning against the window, moved her gaze back. Even when she was beaten up by her father, she did not cry when she knew that she was being sold. But now, her eyes were red, and tears kept falling. 10 years. She had lived in this village for 10 years. When she finally left, the only one who asked her to stay was a cat. The person who was responsible for watching her looked at the back window of the car and did not see anyone chasing after them. Then he looked at the girl next to her and thought that she was just a child who did not want to leave home. It was normal for a child to cry when taken away by strangers. She did not cry before, so they felt that there was something wrong with the girl. Now they were relieved. Zheng Tan lay on the side of the cement road and panted. The car had disappeared from his sight. He wanted to remember the license plate, but found that it was covered by a screen. He did not understand. Even if they wanted to buy children, didn't the girl have 2 older sisters? How could it be her turn so soon? When he returned listlessly, little Pomelo was calling Zheng Tan's cat name. From her voice, he could tell that she was very anxious. Seeing that Jing Tan had returned, little Pomelo was about to say something, but she found that Jing Tan's condition was not right, so she did not scold him. In the next few days, everyone noticed that something was wrong with Jing Tan. He was usually so energetic, but now he was listless, as if he was not interested in anything. After going out once, he became even more listless and his appetite decreased. Old Master Goose said that he must have missed the female cats. He even specially borrowed 2 strong female cats from someone else's house. In the end, when the 2 cats saw Jing Tan, they stayed far away from her. No matter what, they wouldn't get close to her. Even if they got a female cat in heat, they wouldn't get close to Jing Tan. Jiao Ma wanted to take him to the vet, but Jing Tan did not go. In order to reassure Jiao Ma and the others, Jing Tan's appetite returned to normal, but he did not look as energetic as before. These few days, after Jing Tan returned, he went to the girl's secret base a few times to make sure that she did not return. One night, when he was outside enjoying the cool breeze, he heard people talking about it. They sold another one so soon. I heard that they sold Little 9 this time. Little 7 and Little 8 are still around. Why did they choose Little 9? Who knows? Maybe they saw that Little 9 was the youngest and decided to buy it. Sigh, that child didn't even finish first grade, but I heard that her grades were good in school. That Little 9's temper is very fierce. She is completely different from her sisters. How could they sell her? A young voice sounded. What nonsense are you talking about? If you don't know, then shut up. An old man next to him scolded. Sigh, what a sin. Jing Tan went to the neighboring village to find the girl's house, but he heard that her father had fallen into a fish pond the night before when he was drunk. He was rescued and sent to the hospital in town. His life was not in danger, but he had to stay in the hospital for a while. Jing Tan did not hear any other useful information. The people in the village, including the girl's family, only knew that Little 9 had been sold. As for why she was sold to those people, they did not know. Chapter 209. Before returning to Chuhua City, Jiao Ma took the 2 children to the county town. Grandpa Jiao and Grandma Yang were living in the county town. She couldn't bring the children out during the summer vacation and not visit them, right? Jing Tan was familiar with the house in the county town because he had been there on the National Day last year. Grandma Yang and Grandma Yang were very happy to see Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo. Grandma Yang had prepared the dishes in advance and insisted that the 2 children stay here for a few more days. Anyway, as long as they could make it in time for the registration, there was no need to go back so early. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo didn't want to go out in the summer. Unlike Grandma Yang and Grandma Yang, Jiao Yuan was afraid of the heat. He spent most of his time in the air-conditioned room. He couldn't stand the heat with only an electric fan because the wind was hot. It was also good to stay in the air-conditioned room and play chess with little Pomelo. Jing Tan didn't stay in the house. He felt bored and suddenly missed the feeling of running around in the countryside. The sun was a little low in the afternoon. Jing Tan went out along the shady side of the road for a walk. Jiao Ma didn't force Jing Tan to stay at home because she saw that Jing Tan's mental state was not very good. Seeing Jing Tan go out, Jiao Ma thought to herself, it's good to go out for a walk. As long as he recovers, he can do whatever he wants. Jing Tan looked at the scenery and buildings on the side of the road. He remembered this place. He had been here once last year, but he didn't walk too far. There was a small stall selling cold dishes on the side of the road. There were quite a lot of people here. When Jing Tan passed by, he heard a few people talking at the cold dish stall. They were talking about a burglary that happened in a newly built community not far away. Jing Tan walked over to take a look. The neighborhood wasn't big. It was newly built, and the greenery wasn't particularly good. However, there were quite a lot of onlookers on this hot day. Some people who couldn't squeeze into the shade were holding umbrellas or using fans to cover their heads as they gathered there to discuss something. However, Jing Tan did not plan to go in. There were 2 men in police uniforms squatting in the shade beside the guardhouse. Jing Tan could hear their conversation. We finally caught this guy. We didn't waste our time coming here under the sun. Brother Huang, do you think thieves nowadays can commit crimes in broad daylight? They are really bold. One of the young men who looked to be in his early 20s said. The weather is hot, and no one goes out during the day. Everyone stays at home. This is a newly built neighborhood, and the neighbors are not familiar with each other. As long as there is no one in the house, a thief can just break in. No one will say anything if he moves a big color TV out. But I didn't expect that family to bring back a dog last night. Another middle-aged man in a police uniform took a sip from a mineral water bottle and replied. I didn't expect such a small puppy to be so lethal. When I entered the living room and saw so much blood on the floor, I was shocked. I heard that the owner's friend asked them to take care of the dog. Now the family treats the dog as a hero and send it to the pet hospital. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't leave here, they would have followed the dog to the pet hospital. Listening to the two policemen, Jing Tan could roughly guess what happened. When there was a thief in the courtyard, Niu Zhuangzhuang was also fierce. But today, the hero dog that caught the thief was a Pekingese. Compared to the delicate Pekingese in the courtyard, this one was simply domineering. The topic of the two policemen gradually changed. Zheng Tan didn't plan to continue listening. He was ready to leave and continue walking, but he didn't expect them to talk about the Jiaoma's town. When he heard the words, selling daughter, Zheng Tan stopped and pricked up his ears. Hey, Brother Huang, didn't you work there before you transferred here? Do you know about this? The family that gave birth to 9 daughters in a row and then sold them one after another? Of course I know. Zheng Tan inched closer to her. Really? No one cares? The young man's face was full of disbelief. Care? The middle-aged policeman wiped the sweat on his forehead. Yes, but it's a pity that one of them is willing to be beaten and the other is willing to be beaten. If you insist on taking care of it, you will be beaten back. Who is willing to be sold? The young man didn't believe it. Being sold is actually better. Why wouldn't they want to be free from the cage? For them, even if they were sold to other people as wives, they would be starved and beaten at home. They might even have a good life. The man sighed and shook his head. Beating children is very common in the village, but selling children is different. I was also a hot-blooded person. After listening to the gossip of the villagers, I went to take care of it. At that time, I thought that as long as the child admitted that she was sold, I would go all out and investigate to the end. Unfortunately, they didn't say anything. Even at the trial, they would still have the same story. Instead, would be accused of something bad. Didn't you see that the villagers didn't care? Do you really think that it's just a threat from a hooligan like their father? Many people in the village don't care about hooligans at all. It's purely out of helplessness. What about the last one? I heard that the child has a stubborn temper. I heard from my uncle that the child will not be sold obediently. Then it's probably because the buyer is different. The man thought of something and his face turned serious. He said to the young policeman, "Don't ask about it in the future." Seeing that the young man obviously didn't take it seriously, the middle-aged man said, "I don't want to hear the news that you have been dragged to be fed to the shrimps." The young man's face changed, then he smiled and said, "Don't worry, I don't have that much free time." They had previously handled a murder case. The victim was thrown into a wild pond. When he was found, he was already eaten by shrimps. There was no progress in the investigation until now. In the end, it became a case with no leads. The topic of the two men quickly changed. Zheng Tan didn't need to continue listening. The middle-aged policeman obviously didn't work for nothing all these years. He probably knew some things. However, seeing that they didn't want to talk about it at all, Zheng Tan couldn't hear what he wanted to hear. He was even more suspicious. He had felt that it was strange before. Why did those people choose Little Nine? If it was really like what the villagers said, Little Nine's age and personality were not suitable to be sold as wives or other special jobs. However, they skipped over the two older sisters and went straight to her. This question remained unanswered until Zhang Tan returned to Chuhua City. Once home, the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo went to work on the two turtles. Zhang Tan followed the Jiao Ma to the third floor to see the kittens. They were more than a month old and were much stronger than normal kittens. They were obviously bigger too. Peanut Candy was the same. The two kittens' destructive power was directly proven by the cloth sofa in Air Mao's living room. It was completely covered in a layer of fur. There were also many scratches on the tables and chairs. There were only two of them, but they were already in such a state. When Zhang Tan entered the door, the two were jumping up and down. When they saw the Jiao Ma, they growled and didn't seem afraid at all. However, when they saw Zhang Tan, the two seemed to be close. As for Black Rice, it was probably annoyed by the two. It was sleeping on Air Mao's bed in the bedroom. It didn't even bother to open its eyes. Only its ears moved, indicating that it was paying attention to its surroundings. The two were now eating some meat with Air Mao. They had a big appetite and strong stomachs. Perhaps it was because the Monseigneur gene was too powerful. According to Air Mao, Black Rice was starting to dislike them. I don't think these two will stay for long. Black Rice has been going crazy more and more recently. Air Mao sighed and pointed to their respective nests for the Jiao Ma to see. They didn't even stay in the same nest. During the day, they would play around and sometimes lick each other's fur. It seemed like they had a good relationship. However, if they stayed in the same nest, they would easily fight. This phenomenon wasn't obvious when they couldn't run. Now that they could run and jump, the more they grew, the more obvious it was. Zhang Tan was silent. It seemed that it was because of the Monseigneur gene. Where do you plan to send these two? The Jiao Ma asked. I think I'll send them somewhere far away. Air Mao was a little reluctant. After all, it had seen them grow so big day by day. It didn't feel good to suddenly send them away. Air Mao had thought of sending them to Celestine or Walnut or some other familiar people, but who knew that these two would directly reject it? Being able to get along with cats didn't mean that they were willing to raise them. The Jiao Ma and Air Mao sat on the sofa and chatted. Zhang Tan watched the two kittens play around in front of him. Although they still looked young, when they were playing around, they looked quite fierce. Moreover, when Zhang Tan listened to their low growls, he found that these two's growls were different from the ones in the pet center. Zhang Tan had worked with many kittens in the advertisement and knew their growls. Although different breeds of cats might have different growls, it wouldn't be like these two. Zhang Tan couldn't quite remember what Peanut Candy's growls were when he was young. After all, Peanut Candy was educated by Li Yuanba all day long at the pet center. Zhang Tan didn't have much contact with him. When he had more contact with him, that guy had already grown up. During these few days at home, Zhang Tan didn't go out too far. At most, he walked around the campus. When school started, Zhang Tan's life would return to the rhythm before the summer vacation. On this day, Zhang Tan decided to go to the construction site and take a look at the blind old man. Was the old man still sticking to his post on such a hot day? When he passed by Zhong Yan's neighborhood, Zhang Tan glanced at it. It seemed that Zhong Yan's house was empty. Zhong Yan, that guy, had directly soared to the sky in the college entrance examination this time. He was in the top 3 of the school and entered the capital university. This made the other members of his family very angry. After running around the construction site, Zhang Tan didn't see Zhong Yan. He guessed that he had already registered in the capital. It seemed that in the future, there would be one less acquaintance here. When he was about to leave, Zhang Tan heard someone calling his name. The voice sounded familiar. Zhang Tan turned his head and looked. A man in a blue vest and a hard hat ran over. It was the man called Brother Ning, who had helped Zhong Yan. Hey, you are finally here again. Brother Ning took out 50 yuan from his trouser pocket and said to Zhang Tan, let's go. I'll buy you something to eat. Before Zhong Yan left, he specially told me that he would treat you to a good meal when you come over. He even gave me the money. Brother Ning said several words in a row. Then he suddenly remembered that he was just facing a cat. Did it understand what he was saying? However, the black cat didn't leave. Brother Ning lifted his feet and walked forward. After 2 steps, he turned back and saw that the cat was indeed following him. He muttered in his heart, "This cat really understands what I'm saying. No wonder it is a cat that the top student knows." Jing Tan followed him and saw that Brother Ning stopped in front of a restaurant that sold boxed lunches. He picked some meat and fish. After paying, Brother Ning turned back and was about to say something. However, he found that the black cat, which was squatting next to him, ran away quickly. Jing Tan was indeed waiting for Brother Ning to buy lunch. Not far from them was a bus stop. When Jing Tan inadvertently glanced over, he found that among the people who had just got off the bus was the driver of the Santala. Chapter 210. The man looked in a hurry, as if there was something urgent. When he got off the bus, he almost knocked down an old lady. He was scolded by several young people next to him, but he didn't care. He just walked on his own and quickly left the platform. Jing Tan followed closely behind. He felt that if he could see Xiaojiu, maybe this was the last chance to help her. If he missed this chance, he may never see her again. Because he often wandered in this area, Jing Tan also had some understanding of the surrounding layout, especially the places that had been demolished or were about to be demolished. The direction of the man in front of him was a private residential area, which was not included in the demolition area. At least, this area would not be moved in the next few years. Although there was no construction site nearby, there was a road construction nearby. During the day, the thump-thump sound was constant, which was annoying. In addition to the noise, there was also air pollution. The residents around were wearing masks and hats. They came and went in a hurry, for fear of staying here for a long time. Jing Tan watched the man take out a tissue to cover his nose, quickly walked to a house, and took out the key to open the door. "Live here?" Jing Tan looked around and didn't see the Santala. It was estimated that the car was not parked here, or it had been disposed of. Otherwise, the man wouldn't have squeezed into the bus. Looking around, the anti-theft window was well installed. It was too close, Jing Tan couldn't squeeze in. He wanted to find the kitchen, but he couldn't find it. However, Jing Tan found the toilet on the first floor. How many times had he searched the toilet? Jing Tan sighed in his heart. He could smell the stench outside. He didn't know how long these people hadn't cleaned the toilet. It was estimated that it was dirty inside, but for the girl, Jing Tan decided to endure it. The toilet was not the kind of window. There was only one ventilation fan, and it looked like it had been remodeled. It was estimated that it used to be a window, but it was later changed into this kind of ventilation fan. Did the people living here think that the ventilation fan could protect them from people? However, even if it could protect them from people, it couldn't protect them from cats. Jing Tan jumped up and squeezed through the gaps between the fan blades. This was not the first time he had done something like squeezing through the ventilation fan, so he was very familiar with it. However, the fan blades were very dirty, and Jing Tan's body was covered in a layer of dust. Looking inside the toilet, it was indeed very messy. Some of the tiles on the floor were already bald, and there were also some unknown yellow marks, which made Jing Tan, who was a little bit of a clean freak, pull its ears unhappily. "Forget it, I'll bear with it for now." After shaking off the dust on his body, Jing Tan walked to the bathroom door. The toilet door was only half closed. Jing Tan listened to the movements outside the toilet. There were 3 people chatting, but the toilet was too smelly. Jing Tan felt uncomfortable staying here. He looked around and saw that there was no one outside the toilet door, so he walked out quietly. There was a staircase between the toilet and the living room. Behind the staircase was a pile of junk. Jing Tan was hiding behind the staircase. He was already dark, and the staircase was not well lit. It was full of junk. Even if someone walked by, it would not be easy to find. From here, he could not see the people in the living room. Jing Tan could only listen to the sounds. There was a strong smell of smoke in the surroundings. The living room was filled with smoke. Listening to the sounds, Zheng Tan knew that one of them was Snakehead. However, from their conversation and tone, he could guess that Snakehead and the others were not in a good mood. The reason for their mood was that recently, someone had reported a group of people who were selling human organs. This had implicated Snakehead and the others. Although Snakehead had nothing to do with that group of people, the commotion this time was a little too much. It had hindered some of Snakehead and the others' transactions. Organ trafficking? These people were actually in the organ trafficking business. Zheng Tan was shocked. No wonder he felt that Snakehead and the others had a strange look in their eyes. From the three people's conversation, Zheng Tan could deduce some things. Snakehead and the others were donor intermediaries. They would purchase the kidneys of people who met the buyer's blood type through some channels. After receiving some orders, they would contact the donor and promise a certain amount of money. After arranging for the donor to do a physical examination and match, they would prepare for the operation. Whether or not they had money was one thing. Even if they had money, whether or not they could find a matching organ in time was another big problem. Therefore, more and more people were contacting intermediaries like Snakehead. As long as they could get a matching organ, they did not care how many tricks and dirty deals there were. Zheng Tan had heard of people who sold organs. He had even seen people who sold their livers and kidneys on the news. Listening to the way Smuggler Head and the others spoke and used some sort of slang, Zheng Tan felt that this group of people would most likely use some kind of forceful method for money. This time, what Snakehead and the others were worried about was that a certain organ trafficking gang had cheated the donor of a sum of money. They had even cut a little more during the resection operation. After the donor had found out, he had started to make a fuss. No one had expected him to be so daring. Not only had he attracted the police, he had also attracted a lot of media. Therefore, to Snakehead and the others, the situation had become even more tense. Later on, they also talked about Little Jiao. They were not looking for Little Jiao for organs, but for a certain order they had accepted. Someone had offered 2 million to find 5 people with ABRH negative blood types. It would be best if they were children. When the time came, they would buy them back and raise them to set up a private blood bank. Last year's blood contamination accident had made this buyer worried. In comparison, he believed in the blood he had raised more. At least it was safe. They did not lack the money anyway. 5 people for 2 million. Even if they could only find one that met the conditions, they could get 400,000. This was very tempting to Snakehead and the others. However, the buyer had raised a lot of requirements. In the end, he even added that the blood type must be completely compatible and absolutely healthy. Otherwise, the buyer would not buy. These days, many people only had one child at home. They treasured it a lot. They could not even bear to donate their child's blood, much less sell it. Therefore, Snakehead and the others went to some towns and villages, or even more remote places to search. There were more families with several children there. After completing a few organ transactions in Chuhua City, they went to the surrounding counties and cities. Through some channels and connections, after a week of searching, the only one that barely met the conditions was Little Jiao. As for Little Jiao's 2 sisters who had not been sold, one's blood type was not completely compatible, and the other's body was a little sick. Their only younger brother would definitely not be sold. Therefore, they could only choose Little Jiao. And Little Jiao's shortcomings were that this child was too skinny. His appearance was not good. Therefore, these people had originally planned to raise Little Jiao well for a period of time. When his appearance was better, they would send him to the buyer. Say, do you guys think we should develop the blood business in the future? Snakehead asked. In the past, they had also done things like human trafficking. However, later on, a nationwide arrest operation made them stop for a period of time. Later on, they heard that there was money to be made from selling organs, so they started this business. And this time, the order they received made them realize that there were quite a few business opportunities in it. Taking advantage of the fact that more people had not paid attention to these aspects and that the blood donation center did not have much rare blood type blood in reserve, they could make a few more profits. Even if the price was far less than this order, they could still make a few more profits. They would not complain about having more money. Zheng Tan was listening to these people's conversation from behind the stairs. He was so angry that he wanted to kick something. However, he was eavesdropping right now, so he could not make any noise. He could only suppress his anger. If little Jiao was really sold by these people, even if he did not have to worry about food and drink, once he lost his freedom, he would have to draw blood regularly. He would become a human-shaped blood bag. Who knew if this would affect his lifespan? As they chatted, they received a phone call. It was probably someone informing them of the development of the situation. Just in case, let's leave early. We'll leave today. Snakehead made a prompt decision. Don't forget whose territory we're in. They know that we've been warned once. If we still dare to do business here, yes, Snakehead is right. We'll leave tonight. I'll go get a car, another person said. Then I'll go to the clinic to change my medicine first. I'll also buy some food on the way. Snakehead extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. He stood up and took a deep breath. He said to the person who went out to get a car, "Be careful. I keep having a bad feeling." The person who walked to the door glared at him. "You should take care of yourself. Don't get bitten by a dog again. If your arm gets bitten like that again, it'll probably be crippled." Snakehead frowned. Talking about dogs annoyed him. Furthermore, he did not like things that were out of his control. The two encounters with evil had always been a thorn in Snakehead's heart, but he had never been able to find a convincing explanation. "Sickle, you keep an eye on it," Snakehead said to the person who had just returned. "I know. What can that kid do? The surroundings are all tightly sealed. No one knows that we're here," Sickle said. "I'll take a shower and relax. I'm so tired from running around all day." Today, there was someone at the hospital who almost ruined everything. Because the donor side was also willing, they did not want to be discovered. When they saw that there was a commotion at the hospital, they were afraid. During the examination, the doctor asked a few questions. That person was too nervous. Sickle told him the correct answers in a stuttering manner. Fortunately, the doctor did not look into it in detail. Thinking about it now, Sickle felt angry. After Snakehead and that person left, the person nicknamed Sickle prepared to take a shower and relax. Then he would sleep. He still had to drive through the night. Zheng Tan hid behind the stairs and watched as Sickle walked to the kitchen. The kitchen had been converted into a bathroom. No wonder he could not find the kitchen outside. There was no smoke from the windows. They were all sealed up. After that person went in, Zheng Tan looked around the floor. He did not see any room that could be locked up, so he ran upstairs. There were 3 rooms on the second floor. 2 of them were open. Zheng Tan sniffed at the door of the tightly shut room. The girl should be locked inside. He tried to break the lock. There was no reaction. It was locked. Those people would not let little Nine move around freely. The crack under the door was too small. Even a cat's paw could not reach in. Zheng Tan could not greet the person inside even if he wanted to. Moreover, the door looked very sturdy. With Zheng Tan's ability, he would not be able to kick it open even if he broke his leg. If only Air Mao was here. It would be able to pry it open in less than half a minute. Key? Zheng Tan looked around the few rooms. He did not see it. Then he ran downstairs. These people should be carrying things like keys with them. When Sickle went in to take a shower, he left his jacket in the room. Zheng Tan searched Sickle's suit that looked worth some money and found a bunch of keys. Clearly, Sickle did not think that anyone would come in to steal the keys. If it was Snakehead, with his caution, he would probably take the keys directly into the bathroom. Suddenly thinking of something, he looked around. He did not see anything like a camera. Then Zheng Tan used his 2 front paws to hold the keys so that they would not make a sound when he ran. Then, Zheng Tan ran upstairs on his 2 legs. Chapter 211. Jing Tan felt that it must have been because he had been in low spirits recently. Climbing the stairs made him feel tired. After using both legs to jump up the stairs, the muscles on his legs still hurt. It was probably because he used too much strength. Fortunately, there were no cramps, or else he would have rolled down the stairs. Without any time to rest, Jing Tan ran to the door where Little Nine was locked. She looked at the keyhole of the door lock and then looked at the key. Fortunately, there was only one key that seemed to match the keyhole. She didn't have to try a few keys, which saved her a lot of effort. He picked out the key and held it with one paw. The cat that had just jumped down the stairs exerted strength again and jumped up. The paw that wasn't holding the key hooked onto the doorknob. The key was more complicated than the wooden key of the Jiao family. Jing Tan inserted it a few times before he could get it in. Inside the room, little Jiao was lying on the metal bed in the room. She looked at the light coming in through the window in a daze. The windows were sealed with anti-theft nets, and the windows were also sealed. It was impossible to open them. Even if she shouted for help, the people outside the house might not be able to hear her. Instead, it would attract the people outside the house. Little Jiao had seen many people in the village. She could feel the dangerous aura coming from them. So she had been very obedient all the way here. When she first arrived, these people took a tube of blood from her arm. It seemed like they were sending it to the buyer to check the goods. These days, every time they came in, they would send food. They were afraid that she would starve and lose weight. Sometimes, little Jiao felt like she was a pig. Once she was fat, they would sell her for a good price. Although she was only in the first grade and didn't know much about books, she wasn't as naive as the other children in the village. Her hearing was actually better than many of the other children in the village. Perhaps it was because she often went out to find food. So, even though there was a door between them, she could vaguely hear some of the things they said. She didn't know anything about blood types. She only knew that she was going to be sold because of it. Every time she woke up, little Jiao would think of the house in the village. The sisters were distant and indifferent, the parents had different attitudes towards their children, and coupled with her own personality, it created an accumulation of contradictions. But even so, even if she was often beaten until she was covered in wounds, even if the family didn't even let her sleep on a proper bed, little Nine would still go home. Kinship was a very strange thing. But this time, the conflict had intensified. Little Nine's previous hope had completely vanished. There was an old lady in the village who had once told her that people must have faith in order to support themselves through difficult times. Little Nine didn't think so in the past, but now that she was locked up in this 10-square-meter room, she wished she had faith. However, what exactly was faith? She was still very vague about the concept of this word. Little Nine looked around and her gaze landed on the bag of sweets on the table. This was a request she made to those people after she was locked up here. Seeing that she was still quite cooperative, or perhaps it was to fill in a sweet date with a stick, one of them went out to buy a bag of candy and threw it to her. However, little Nine felt that this candy was not as delicious as the milk candy she ate a few days ago. Looking at the production date on the bag, it was more than a year ago. It must be the cheap goods that the child in the village who often wore beautiful dresses and showed off everywhere was talking about. Little Nine counted his own wishes with his fingers. If he could get out, he would work hard to earn money to buy candy. If he could get out, he would earn a lot of money to buy his own house. And raising a cat was not bad either. If he could get out, he would never go home again. Just as she was thinking about what other wishes she had, little Nine heard the door lock ring. She thought that those people had come and didn't get up. After the door lock rang, there was no more movement. However, little Nine didn't care. After a while, the door lock started to ring again. This time, it was the sound of the key opening the door. Creak, the subtle sound of the door opening was very clear in the quiet room. Little Nine frowned and turned to look at the door, ready to see what these people were up to. At the door, there was no one. As if sensing something, he looked down. A black cat. Little Nine. Seeing the black cat's first reaction, little Nine rubbed her eyes, her face full of disbelief. She really didn't expect to see this cat at this time. Why was it here? Where were those people? Why did it have a key? How did it open the door? However, Zheng Tan didn't wait for little Nine to think too much. He saw little Nine in the room and this girl didn't seem to have any problems, so he ran out. After running for 2 steps, he turned back to look at little Nine, indicating that she should leave quickly. She didn't have time to think too much and didn't care about taking the key from the door. Little Nine quickly followed. She just wanted to leave this place immediately. Moreover, she didn't know why, but she felt that if she followed this cat, she would definitely be safe. She didn't even think about the possibility that this black cat in front of her was in cahoots with those people. Zheng Tan went downstairs. When he reached the staircase, he looked around vigilantly, his ears twitching. That person called Sickle was still bathing inside, but he should be done soon. Snakehead and the other person hadn't come back either. He didn't hear any other movements on the first floor. Seeing the black cat's vigilant look, little Nine followed behind and went downstairs quietly. When she was in the village, she would sometimes eavesdrop in the corners for fun. Moreover, she was still wearing the pair of cloth shoes that she wore in the village, so she wasn't used to it. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for little Nine to move quietly and quickly. Zheng Tan looked around this floor. If they wanted to leave, they could only go through the main door. The main door was a thick security door. When little Nine opened it, it made a ka sound. Hearing this sound, Zheng Tan quickly rushed out. Little Nine quickly closed the door and ran out with Zheng Tan. Sickle, who was bathing, heard movement at the main door and shouted a few words. He thought that Snakehead or the other person had come back, but after waiting for a few seconds, he didn't hear any movement outside. He suddenly had a bad feeling. He opened the door and looked outside. He shouted a few more times, but there was still no response. He didn't bother to wipe off the water on his body. Sickle ran and looked around a few rooms. At the same time, he put on his clothes. When he ran upstairs to look, he found that the door to little Nine's room was open, and his key was in the door lock. On the other side, Zheng Tan and little Nine hadn't gone far when they bumped into Snakehead, who had just come back from buying things. So unlucky. Zheng Tan cursed in his heart. Snakehead didn't notice Zheng Tan. All his attention was on little Nine. Once he saw little Nine, Snakehead knew that something had happened to Sickle. He threw the big bag of things on the ground and immediately chased after them. Previously, Zheng Tan was prepared to bring little Nine back to Tsinghua University. When they returned to their own territory, they would have help. But now, Zheng Tan could only bring little Nine in another direction. But if they went from here, where could they hide? Could they take the long way back to Tsinghua University? They would probably be caught before that. It was better to find a place to hide. No matter what, they had to run first. They met some pedestrians on the way, but little Nine didn't call for help. She didn't know if it would be useful. She didn't know if anyone would help. Also, she was afraid of attracting more enemies. Find a random passerby? She didn't know if those passersby would wallow in the mire with those people. She was now in an unfamiliar environment. She was very cautious of her surroundings. She didn't trust the strangers around her at all. Also, the cat in front didn't stop. She just had to follow closely. Zheng Tan decided to bring little Nine to the streets first. When there were more people, whether little Nine called for help or found a suitable place to hide, the success rate would be very high. Little Nine was still young after all. Her physical strength couldn't compare to Snakehead's. Snakehead was already quickly closing the distance. If it wasn't for a person pushing a fruit stall passing by and blocking Snakehead, Snakehead would probably have caught little Nine. But if that happened, Zheng Tan would definitely jump up and kick Snakehead without hesitation. Zheng Tan slowed down. If little Nine, who was running behind her, left her too far behind, she would not be able to react quickly if she was caught by the Snakehead. When he looked back, Jing Tan noticed that Sickle, behind Snake Head, was also chasing after them. Although Sickle wasn't as cautious as Snake Head sometimes, his movements were definitely fast enough. While he slowed down and ran to wait for Little Nine to catch up, Jing Tan also paid attention to the surrounding situation, looking for places to hide. After running past a narrow alley, Jing Tan suddenly came to an abrupt stop. She quickly retreated, looked into the alley, and then ran in. It was that blind old man. Just now, he had only taken a quick glance and was quite far away. Jing Tan had only been suspicious. Now it seemed that it really was him. Jing Tan really wanted to shout out loud at this moment. Blind man, I really *King love you to death. Jing Tan knew that Elder Kuan's place was quite a distance from here. Also, when he followed Elder Kuan in the past, this old man didn't pass by here. But no matter what, seeing this old man, Jing Tan was confident that he could escape. Yi Hao and the others had said before that this blind old man actually had people following him. It was just that no one usually noticed. Also, the people who followed this old man to protect him were all experts. To be called experts by Yi Hao and Celestine, they were definitely not ordinary people. They should be more than enough to deal with Snake Head and Sickle, right? To Little Nine, at this time, she should run towards a crowded place. There was a shopping mall in front, and there were many people there. She could just run inside and find a place to hide. But the black cat in front of her walked towards that small alley. However, although she was confused, Little Nine still ran in with Jing Tan. To Elder Kuan, today had not been a happy day. This afternoon, there were people quarreling at the bridge, and there were even people who wanted to commit suicide. One of them shouted that he wanted to jump off the bridge, which attracted a lot of onlookers. It seriously affected Elder Kuan's mood to play the eru. Thus, the old man packed up his things and left. On a whim, the old man wandered around the area for a while before taking a shortcut back. The surroundings were much quieter, but there were too many crisscrossing narrow paths. If a taxi drove in from one of the paths, people couldn't walk on it. They had to wait for the car to leave before they could continue walking. On the other hand, taxis couldn't enter the paths, so there were basically no cars in this area. Even though there were many paths and there were steps on the road, making people who didn't have a strong sense of direction feel dizzy here, it wasn't difficult for Elder Kuan. He would walk here a few times every month. As he walked, Elder Kuan's ears twitched and he stopped in his tracks. He turned around. The moment he turned around, Jing Tan rushed to Elder Kuan's side. Chapter 212. Seeing the girl run into the narrow alley, Snake Head was delighted. He was afraid that the girl would run to a crowded place or start shouting on the streets. He didn't expect her to run into an alley. Didn't she know that this kind of alley was even more dangerous? Usually, there were many people doing shady deals in the alley. Fights often happened, and there were even cases of people dying. The people who lived there mostly followed the principle of self-preservation. Even at night, when they heard the words, "catch a thief," they would close their doors and not come out. Who would care about what you were doing there? Little Nine was prepared to continue running, but she realized that Jing Tan had stopped beside the old man and was panting. However, he didn't seem to be in a hurry. Looking at the old man again, she remembered that only blind people would use things like bamboo poles or sticks to explore the way. And this old man was only blind. How could he be of help? Going around the old man, Little Nine ran a few steps. Seeing that Jing Tan didn't follow her, but was instead standing beside the old man, she hesitated for a moment. And at this moment, Snake Head and Sickle had already entered the alley and caught up. Stopping, Little Nine called out to Jing Tan in a low voice, indicating for him to run quickly and not implicate others. Furthermore, this was a blind old man. Snake Head and the rest didn't look like good people. If the blind old man went up against them, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Seeing Little Nine's anxious look, Jing Tan didn't know how to express his thoughts. After thinking for a moment, he raised his claws and hooked onto Elder Kuan's trousers. He wanted to hug his thigh, but in the end, it was unknown whether it was because the material of Elder Kuan's trousers was too bad, or because Jing Tan's claws were too sharp, but he used too much strength and directly cut the trousers. Elder Kun and Little Nine, hearing that Snakehead and the rest were approaching, Jing Tan gave up on, hugging his thigh, and hid behind Elder Kun. He only poked his head out to look in Snakehead's direction. Since Elder Kun had already stopped, it meant that he was willing to help. Otherwise, this old man would continue walking and wouldn't care about what was happening around him. Snakehead's face was a little twisted. It was unknown whether it was because he was angry or because he was tired from running over. In short, he looked a little angry, as if he wanted to eat someone. When Little Nine saw Snakehead in this state, she had the urge to break into a run. But when she saw that black cat again, she had a very strange feeling. It seemed that it was better to stay here. Jing Tan's gaze was not entirely focused on Snakehead and Sickle, who had followed closely into the alley. Instead, it was focused on the intersection. At the same time, he pricked up his ears and paid attention to the direction behind him. At the intersection, after Sickle came in, another person came in. That person did not seem to have anything special about him. He really looked like a passerby, but Sickle did not notice that there was someone behind him. Snakehead had only heard of Lord Kuen's name but had never seen him before. Therefore, even if they were to meet face to face, he wouldn't be able to match the old man in front of him with the awesome Lord Kuen. Although he had his doubts for a moment, looking at the equipment on the old man in front of him, he really couldn't imagine how this blind man in front of him could be a threat. Moreover, Snakehead was currently in a rage. After his doubts, he didn't think too much. What he wanted the most now was to catch Little Nine. This was 400,000 yuan. Just a little more and this 400,000 yuan would have escaped. Snakehead angrily ran over and looked in Little Nine's direction. Run, run again. Let's see where you can hide. Then he roared at Lord Kuen. Scram, old thing. Just as he reached out to grab the old man's collar and fling him to the side, Snakehead's arm that wasn't bitten by the dog was bent into a twisted angle in the next moment. He didn't even have time to scream before he fainted. The scythe behind Snakehead had been taken down a few seconds before Snakehead's misfortune. The sound of the entire process could not be compared to the noise coming from outside the alley, and Snakehead did not even notice the movement behind him. Little Nine stood about 5 meters behind Lord Kuen. She looked in Snakehead's direction. She had seen everything that had happened very clearly. From the moment that person approached Sickle to when Snakehead fainted, the entire process was too short. She didn't even have time to catch her breath. Just as Little Nine was puzzled, a person approached from behind her. He didn't pay attention to her and just walked past her. Only then did she focus her attention on the person who had just walked past. This person still looked very ordinary. There wasn't anything special about him at first glance. At least, Little Nine couldn't tell that this person was different from the people she had seen on the streets before. She saw that person quickly walk over to that side. Then, he and the person who had knocked Snakehead unconscious each dragged one person as if they were supporting a drunk person and left the alley. Some of the residents who lived in the surrounding area had also seen the situation. Although they didn't see it clearly, they could roughly guess that there was some kind of conflict. Adhering to the principle of self-preservation and not minding other people's business, they pretended that they hadn't seen it. After all, this kind of thing happened often. Now, they were numb to it. Jing Tan let out a sigh of relief. As expected, Lord Kuen had people around him. After taking care of Snakehead and those two fellows, Little Nine was temporarily safe. Lord Kuen slowly turned around and continued walking along the original path. When he passed by Little Nine nervously swallowed her saliva. She felt her entire body stiffen. Even a fool now knew that this old man wasn't ordinary. No wonder that black cat wasn't worried at all when it hid behind him. However, they were strangers after all. Moreover, these people didn't look like kind people. Little Nine didn't know if these people would sell her out like Snakehead and the others. Come here, Lord Kuen said when he passed by Little Nine. Little Nine was stunned. She looked to the side and then looked at Lord Kuen. She trembled a little and said, "Me?" Lord Kuen didn't reply and continued walking forward. Zheng Tan was puzzled. What did Lord Kun want to do? However, since Lord Kun had already spoken, Little Nine had to follow even if she didn't want to. Zheng Tan accompanied Little Nine and followed Lord Kun around this area. If it was Zheng Tan alone, he would get lost after walking for a while. The only way was to jump onto a roof to find the direction. He didn't expect Lord Kun, who was blind, to be so familiar with this place. He didn't even stop and kept walking at a constant speed. When Lord Kun returned to his room, there was already a document placed on his table. It was written in Braille. Zheng Tan didn't understand it. He only saw Lord Kun flipping through it and stroking it with his fingers. He couldn't see anything from Lord Kun's face and didn't know what this old man was feeling. However, based on intuition, Zheng Tan felt that this old man didn't have too many emotional fluctuations. He wouldn't be angry or happy. It was a good thing that he didn't have any emotional fluctuations. Little Nine was arranged to sit on a wooden chair not far away. Although she drank tea and tried her best to act natural, it was obvious that her skills weren't enough. A person walked in. Zheng Tan had seen this person the last time he was here. After that person came in, he looked at Lord Kun. Seeing that Lord Kun didn't instruct anyone to stay away, he directly opened his mouth and said what he had found out about Snakehead and the others. It was much more detailed than what Zheng Tan knew. Little Nine also sat on the chair and listened attentively, especially the part about herself. When she heard that Snakehead and the others had committed many crimes and even killed people, her hands trembled. She now felt that she was lucky to be able to escape from those people. Looking at the black cat lying on the table next to the vase, Little Nine thought, this cat really does bring luck. Previously, because he heard some rumors, Brother Qing asked his subordinates to warn them not to commit crimes here. I didn't expect them to be so daring. The person continued to speak. From this person's words, Zheng Tan also knew that other than Snakehead and Sickle, the person who went to get the car was also found. The criminal law didn't directly target the crime of human organ trafficking. Moreover, most of the donors were willing, so it wasn't easy to deal with. Even if Snakehead and the others were caught by the police, the act of buying human organs and then reselling them was, in essence, a business operation. Human organs were prohibited in the country, so this kind of business operation was considered an illegal business operation. However, Snakehead and the others had other things to do. This was serious. Any one of these things could be heavily punished. He just didn't know how Elder Kun would deal with Snakehead and the others. No matter what, Zheng Tan heard that person's tone, Snakehead and the others wouldn't have a good ending. Elder Kun didn't say anything. He slightly raised his hand and the person left. Elder Kun told Little Nine to stay here and told Zheng Tan to go home. Zheng Tan looked at the pendulum clock. It was indeed not early, but he was worried about Little Nine. Just as he was hesitating, he heard Elder Kun say, "You can come here tomorrow to see her." Seeing Little Nine nod, Zheng Tan left. With Elder Kun's status, he wouldn't make things difficult for Little Nine, right? When Elder Kun and Celestine were talking about cooperation, Zheng Tan had heard a little. The old man shouldn't be lacking in a few 100,000 yuan. The next day, Zheng Tan ran out after sending Little Pomelo. When he passed by the overpass, he took a look. The old man was still sitting there playing the arrow. Zheng Tan ran up to him and walked around twice. The old man only cared about playing the arrow and didn't have any other reaction. After leaving the overpass, Zheng Tan followed the path that Elder Kun took him the first time and found Elder Kun's residence. He raised his paw and knocked on the door. The door quickly opened. It was the same person who opened the door last time. Seeing Zheng Tan, the person didn't seem surprised at all. When Zheng Tan saw Little Nine, the girl was reading a book. Zheng Tan looked at it. It was a first-grade textbook. The textbook had been used by someone else and there were some crooked words on it. Seeing Zheng Tan come over, Little Nine immediately put down the textbook. She looked very happy. Her eyes were filled with hope and there was no depression. Little Nine told him about her choice and Elder Kun's arrangements for her. Elder Kun gave her a few choices. She didn't choose to go home or to the orphanage. Elder Kun asked her to follow someone first. She would leave with that person this afternoon. However, she would stay in Chuhua City and wouldn't run to other areas. From Little Nine's words, this girl actually wanted to follow Elder Kun. She had a sense of admiration for Elder Kun. However, to put it bluntly, she didn't have the qualifications. Not everyone could follow Elder Kun. Ability was one thing. It hadn't even been a day since they met. Elder Kun didn't know Little Nine well and he didn't lack people. He wouldn't make a decision so easily. Moreover, Elder Kun didn't specialize in charity. He wouldn't help you just because you were pitiful. Jing Tan felt that Elder Kun had other plans. Unfortunately, Jing Tan couldn't get an answer from Elder Kun. From Elder Kun's attitude today, Jing Tan didn't think that Elder Kun didn't notice his existence. Although he didn't quite understand Elder Kun's plan, at least for now, Little Nine was safe. She hadn't been sold or sent to a bad place. She still had a chance to receive an education. Even if she didn't want to study, she still had to go to primary and middle school. Jing Tan raised his hand to look at Little Nine. This girl's eyes had a glow that he hadn't seen before. Was it because she could study or because of something else? Jing Tan couldn't see clearly. Little Nine had made her own choice. He didn't know if it was an immature idea or after careful consideration. With such a young child, even if she made up her mind, how long could she last? When she left, Little Nine said that she would look for Jing Tan if she had the chance. Jing Tan didn't take it to heart. What Little Nine could do was still up to Elder Kun. Thinking about this, Jing Tan didn't pay attention to his surroundings when he returned to the eastern courtyard. When he was called, he realized that Fang Xiaokong, who he hadn't seen in a long time, was here. "I'm not here to look for you today," Fang Xiaokong said. Jing Tan looked at the security guard. Air Mao was already waiting there. Why was Fang Xiaokong here? Jing Tan followed them to the third floor. "Third uncle, have some tea first." Air Mao served the tea obsequiously. Fang Xiaokong took the tea and didn't say much. He looked in the direction of the cat nests. "Are the two cats asleep?" "Yes, they've been messing around all morning. They've been sleeping in the afternoon until now." Before Air Mao finished speaking, Jing Tan saw two cat heads poke out from the two cat nests. They looked at Fang Xiaokong warily. "Yo, they're really alert." Fang Xiaokong was obviously very satisfied. Chapter 213. Fang Xiaokong took some time out today to visit the kittens. In fact, he had heard about Air Mao's cats giving birth a month ago. Air Mao's brother, Wang Bin, had also mentioned this to Fang Xiaokong when they were chatting. At that time, Fang Xiaokong did not take it seriously. Later, when Fang Xiaokong's family in Beijing called, Fang Xiaokong found out that his daughter had always wanted to raise a cat, but had not found a suitable one. What was suitable? The family did not quite understand Fang Mengmeng's requirements for cats. After all, for many people, cats were cats. If it was purely about raising pets, those who had the means and status would be more inclined towards some precious breeds, but Fang Mengmeng always looked down on them. The family thought that the child was just thinking about raising a cat on a whim, but when it came to choosing, she was hesitant. After knowing this, third Master Fang, who had been busy with his career and did not have much time to spend with his wife and children, inevitably felt a little guilty about his children and decided to come and take a look. Jing Tan watched Fang Xiaokong take out a 10-centimeter tall device from the bag he was carrying. There was a camera on the front. After adjusting it, Fang Xiaokong put the device aside and teased the two kittens with some cat toys that Air Mao handed over. However, what interested Fang Xiaokong was that when he was teasing the two kittens, they were vigilant at first, then slowly walked out of the nest and approached Fang Xiaokong. Then, they moved their paws perfunctorily, squatted one step away from Fang Xiaokong, and stopped moving. However, as long as Air Mao came over with the same cat toys, the two kittens would jump left and right as if they were possessed by a lunatic, playing very excitedly. They were still wary of Fang Xiaokong, a stranger. Are they trying to see who it is? Fang Xiaokong was not annoyed. He dragged a small stool and sat by the side, watching Mao tease the cats while carefully observing the two kittens. Zheng Tan also squatted by the side and watched. He didn't expect these two kittens to have such personalities. It made sense. After inheriting the special genes of the Monsignor, it would not be the kind of cat that only had a head but not a brain. Its IQ should be higher than the average cat's. At noon, Zheng Tan picked up little Pomelo and went to Jiao Wei's restaurant for lunch. When he came back, he found that Fang Xiaokong was still there. Who knew which one he had chosen, or was he going to take both? Curious, Zheng Tan pushed open the half-closed door and walked in. In the living room, Fang Xiaokong was fiddling with the small machine. He then chose a place and adjusted the angle, pointing the camera at the two kittens while talking to someone on the phone. Okay, you can see it this time, right? Okay, then take a good look. Daddy will bring back whichever one you like this weekend. Two won't do. These two will fight when they are together. Have you heard that two tigers cannot live on the same mountain? Hey, that's the situation in other people's homes. Your brother Mao's situation is special. You see, these two cats are different from other cats, right? While Fang Xiaokong was talking nonsense, Zheng Tan didn't think that Fang Xiaokong knew the difference between the two cats. He guessed that Fang Xiaokong was purely trying to dissuade Fang Mengmeng from raising two cats at the same time. Mao was trying to play with the two cats. Then, Fang Mengmeng, who was in Beijing, would observe the two kittens through the video sent over here and decide which one to raise. Some people thought that raising a cat depended on fate. Perhaps Fang Mengmeng was such a person. She liked the two cats at first sight. Although it was just a video, it felt different. She had seen several cats in the past few days, and none of them could compare to these two. Otherwise, she wouldn't have proposed the decision to raise both. Fang Xiaokong was overjoyed when he heard that his daughter liked it. As a father, he had finally found something to please his daughter. However, he only wanted to take one of them away. Judging from their temperament, one was enough to cause trouble. Two of them would definitely cause a ruckus. It was a joke for children to take care of cats, but if Fang Mengmeng couldn't take care of them all, there were others to help. Pleasing his daughter was one of the reasons. Fang Xiaokong mainly wanted to cultivate Fang Mengmeng's sense of responsibility. Fang Xiaokong actually didn't have much expectation for Demi. After all, there were very few cats like the black cat next to him, and relatively few were smart. How is it? Have you thought about it? Which one do you want? Fang Xiaokong asked. Fang Mengmeng still couldn't decide. She felt that both of them were good. In order to let Fang Mengmeng observe the two cats better, Fang Xiaokong controlled the small machine to move towards the cat's nest. At the same time, he wanted to see the reactions of the two cats. After waiting for half an hour, Fang Mengmeng still couldn't make a decision. Fang Xiaokong thought for a while and asked, Mao, these two cats are a male and a female, right? Yes, Demi is female, and Xiaomi is male, Mao answered. No matter which 1/3 Master Fang took, it was the same to him. Ah. I see. Fang Mengmeng thought of something and said, I want a little female cat. Little female cat? Then I'll choose Demi. Which one is Demi? Fang Mengmeng asked. That's Sanhua. Mao pointed at Demi, who was holding a stuffed toy and chewing on it. Sanhua, it's the same as Dad. Just right, I'll choose Demi. Fang Mengmeng felt it was a pity that Xiaomi was a male cat. Otherwise, she would have wanted to persuade her dad to raise two more. After choosing, Fang Mengmeng was urged by her mother to take a nap. Only then did she leave reluctantly. Fang Xiaokong took out a pet bag and asked Mao, if I just take it away like this, will it bite me? Even if it doesn't bite, it will scratch, right? It's okay, it's still a kitten. It doesn't have much strength, Mao said casually. Fang Xiaokong looked at the sofa in the living room that had been scratched. Mao didn't say anything. These two kittens really couldn't be compared to the usual kittens. Each one was harder to deal with than the last. Actually, Mao could tell that these two kittens didn't inherit much of Black Rice's personality after they learned how to crawl and walk. They were probably similar to their father and would be difficult to please when they grew up. Fang Xiaokong stayed with Mao for a while. He planned to spend more time with Demi and get to know it better. After we take it away, will it cause a ruckus for a while? Fang Xiaokong asked. Kittens are all like that. It'll be fine in a few days. Even so, Mao was still reluctant when he put Demi into the pet bag. After all, he had been busy preparing the kittens before they were born. When they were born and he saw them grow so big, it was impossible to say that he didn't have any emotions. After Demi was taken away by Fang Xiaokong, Demi looked around and cried for a while. Mao was in a dilemma. He wondered if he should leave Demi behind. Seeing Demi like that made him feel depressed. However, after lunch in the afternoon, when Mao went to the toilet to pee, he found that Demi's nest had been dragged to the side of the sofa. There were scratches and bite marks on it. Demi usually didn't bite its nest. He looked at Demi again. Demi was sleeping in its nest. Mao called it twice, but it only made some noises from its nose. Demi then changed its position and continued sleeping. Mao scratched his head. As expected, he was thinking too much. He looked at Black Rice, who was sleeping in the bedroom. After Demi left, it only looked around and cried for a while before stopping. It continued sleeping and its appetite for dinner didn't change. Mao didn't know if other people's cats were like this. At least, it was like this in his house. However, Demi was sent away. What about Demi? Who should he give it to? Qin Tao said that Tang Kai wanted to raise it. Unfortunately, everyone knew that she wouldn't be able to raise it for long. She didn't dare to take the risk now. It was better not to harm Demi. The next day, Zheng Tan was secretly playing online at home when he heard a knock on the door. Zheng Tan was shocked. He quickly turned off the computer and moved the mouse back to its original position. He also erased any suspicious traces. When Zheng Tan turned off the computer, he heard a voice outside the door. Black Charcoal, are you home? It was Zhao Lu. What was Zhao Lu doing here at this time? It wasn't the weekend. Moreover, Zhao Lu had graduated a long time ago. Every time she came over, it was on weekends or holidays. Most of the time, she didn't have time. He had to ask for her help to send things over. How did Zhao Lu have time to come over today? Zheng Tan was puzzled. He walked quickly to the door and opened it. Zhao Lu was at the door wearing a business suit. Looking at her formal attire, she probably came directly from the company. As usual, Zhao Lu would bring a lot of food and cosmetics for Jiao Ma every time she came over. To her, these things were really nothing. After placing the items on the sofa, Zhao Lu grabbed a disposable paper cup and filled it with water from the water dispenser. After catching his breath, he told Jing Tan, I've already sent a message to your mother. I'll leave the items here for now. However, I have another purpose for coming today. Zhao Lu carried her bag and walked to the door. Black Charcoal, let's go and see Mao's kittens. She came for the kittens too. Zheng Tan followed Zhao Lu to the third floor. Zhao Lu should have already contacted Mao. When Mao opened the door, it didn't show any surprise. It was still in a daze and probably didn't sleep well. It probably stayed up late playing games last night. Hey, Xiaomi is sleeping in the nest. You can go and see for yourself. But be careful. Although this guy is still young, he has a bad temper. Mao pointed at Xiaomi's nest. Xiaomi ignored Zhao Lu at first, just like how it treated Fang Xiaokong yesterday. However, there was some curiosity in its eyes. Perhaps to it, the cat teaser was not as interesting as the person in front of it. After looking for a while, Xiaomi slowly yawned and walked back to the nest to continue sleeping. Unfortunately, it was dragged out by Mao. After putting Xiaomi into the pet bag, Mao thought for a while and put Xiaomi's nest in a bag and passed it to Zhao Lu. At the beginning, let it sleep in its own nest. It probably won't be able to adapt to an unfamiliar environment. Third uncle said that he made a lot of noise last night. In the afternoon, he will send someone to take away some of Xiaomi's things. He said that this will reduce its anxiety. Otherwise, it will continue to make noise tonight. Zhao Le nodded. Other than Xiaomi's nest, he also took a few plush toys. Although these plush toys were already listed by Air Mao as items to be thrown away, Zhao Le decided to take a few back just in case. Chapter 214. After Demi and Demi left, Air Mao's life returned to its original carefree state. However, recently, Air Mao had been running around outside during the day. Black Rice was quite quiet. Zheng Tan didn't hear it barking. It had probably adapted to life without its cub. Zheng Tan had seen it once recently. Black Rice seemed to be in good spirits. After stretching, Zheng Tan came down from the tall parasol tree. The afternoon was suitable for sleeping, but he couldn't sleep today. Zheng Tan decided to go out for a walk. It had been a while since he went to the bridge. He was going to see the blind old man. The cars honked incessantly, but Zheng Tan could still hear the sound of the eru. The old man should be in a good mood today. However, when Zheng Tan walked to the bridge, he saw an unexpected acquaintance. In the shade under the bridge, Xiao Jiao was leaning there, reading a book. When Zheng Tan walked over, Xiao Jiao just happened to look around. After seeing Zheng Tan, Xiao Jiao's eyes were filled with surprise. I have half a day off today, so I came over to try my luck and see if I can meet you. If I don't, I'll just sit here and read for half a day. Xiao Jiao said happily. This place was close to Elder Kun, so there must be Elder Kun's people around. Xiao Jiao wasn't worried about meeting other bad people. Xiao Jiao carried a backpack on his back and looked very new. After putting the book in his backpack, Xiao Jiao called Zheng Tan to a quieter place and briefly explained the situation. I have a new life. The household register is under the name of the big sister who brought me here. My name is now Huang Jiao. Xiao Jiao said. Yellow wine? I'm still red wine. Zheng Tan cursed in his heart. Xiao Jiao took out a cup from his backpack and poured some water on the stone slab by the side of the flower bed. He dipped his finger in the water and then wrote his name on the ground. Probably because he hadn't practiced writing for a long time, his handwriting wasn't good, but Zheng Tan could see clearly which two words it was. In the past, Little Nine was directly called Little Nine at home. Zheng Tan wasn't too sure about the household registration, but he saw that Little Nine was quite satisfied with her new household registration and liked the name. After talking for a while, Xiao Jiao told Zheng Tan to wait here while she quickly ran into the nearest supermarket. 10 minutes later, Xiao Jiao ran back with her bag. Luckily, it's not the weekend today, so there aren't many people around. The drawer over there is empty too. I went to a supermarket last Saturday, and there were so many people. Zheng Tan felt that this girl had become a lot more talkative now. She liked to talk about every little thing. Perhaps to Little Nine, these were happy things that she wanted to share with others. Xiao Jiao came to the side of the flower bed and sat down. She opened the zipper of her bag and took out a bag of candy. Here, help me bring this to your little master. I want to thank him for the candy he gave me. It's a pity that I didn't eat much of that bag of candy. What a waste. Xiao Jiao handed the bag of candy to Zheng Tan. The bag wasn't big and wasn't a challenge for Zheng Tan. However, this bag wasn't wiped with paper. Under the influence of his little misophobia, Zheng Tan hesitated. I have pocket money every month, but it's not much. This month, I only have 10 yuan. I can only buy this. It can't compare to the candy your little master gave me. When I have money in the future, I'll treat you to better food. Xiao Jiao looked at Zheng Tan with anticipation. If Zheng Tan didn't catch it, Xiao Jiao would probably think that he was disgusted with the candy. Forget it. Zheng Tan opened his mouth and caught the bag of candy. Only then did Little Nine smile, and begin to speak again. I can't come every weekend. I'll be busier in the future and have to rush for classes. After all, I'm much older than the first graders. I can't be looked down upon by them. I haven't been to school for a long time. I've forgotten some of the pinyin and Chinese characters that I learned in the first grade. That sister said that she hopes that I can directly enter the third grade. I think so too. I can't be with those brats who are 2 or 3 years younger than me. How embarrassing would that be, right? After talking for a while, Xiaojiu had to leave. She had to go back and study. However, even if he didn't hear Xiaojiu say all this, Jingtan could see that this girl's life was not bad recently. Her eyes didn't have too many worries that didn't belong to a child her age. This was a good sign. Seeing Jingtan walk back with the bag of candy in his mouth, Xiaojiu worriedly added, "Don't lose it." So long-winded. Swinging his tail, Jingtan still stopped and turned back to look at Xiaojiu helplessly. Seeing Jingtan like this, Xiaojiu laughed and waved her hand. Carrying her bag, she ran in the opposite direction from Jingtan. Probably because she was in a good mood, she jumped a few times as she ran. Jingtan walked back with the bag of candy in his mouth. On the way back, he directly waited for little Pomelo at the entrance of Fu Elementary. Black charcoal, who bought this? Little Pomelo walked out of school and took the bag of candy. She looked at it and asked Jingtan. She also looked around but didn't see anyone who could have sent the candy. Jingtan couldn't answer right now. After returning home, when little Pomelo was preparing to do her homework, Jingtan pulled out little Pomelo's drawing book. This was little Pomelo's own drawing book. When she had nothing to do, she would draw in it for fun. It wasn't an art class exercise book. Jingtan flipped through it and found a drawing that little Pomelo had drawn during the summer vacation. The drawing was of Xiaojiu carrying a small bucket and a sickle. It's her. Little Pomelo was surprised. Why is she here? Jingtan didn't know how to answer this question. On Friday night, Celestine came over with an invitation for his wedding during the National Day holiday. Although he had told Auntie Jiao about it before, Auntie Jiao had also said that there was no need to send another notice as it was too troublesome. However, in order to appear more formal, Wei Ling still specially sent an invitation card over. Jiao Ma liked to talk about this topic. She chatted with Celestine for about 10 minutes. She didn't even say anything about Celestine taking Jingtan out to play and possibly not coming home for the night. Jiao Ma saw that Jingtan's spirit had improved a lot. He had gotten rid of his previous depression, so she only gave Jingtan a few words of advice. As long as he was in good spirits, she didn't ask for too much for the time being. At the door of the 3rd floor, Mao was already waiting. Walnut was also on his way to the night building. Today, they had a good gathering. The next time they got together would be at Celestine's wedding. Moreover, there would be some elders present, so they definitely wouldn't be so comfortable. On the way, Mao didn't stop talking. He was even more talkative than Celestine. From teasing Celestine to lamenting about raising a cat, he still hadn't finished talking by the time they arrived at the night building. Yi Hao was also at the night building today, but he wouldn't disturb Celestine and the other two. However, he had something to say to Jingtan. Celestine went upstairs to the private room first, leaving Yi Hao to talk to Jingtan. Exclusive private room? Jingtan listened to Yi Hao's words and nodded to himself. Not bad. It seemed that Yi Hao still remembered this. When Jingtan came to the night building, he didn't hear Celestine mention it. He thought that Yi Hao's promise of a private room had been left unsettled. He didn't expect that it would really be settled. Yi Hao still had things to do, so he couldn't stay here for long. He signaled Tiger Liang, the person in charge of the night building, to take Jingtan to have a look. Although Tiger Liang didn't have much contact with Jingtan, he knew some of the cat's legendary stories from the conversations between Leopard and Ranqi. Otherwise, his boss wouldn't have specially opened a private room for a cat, so he knew that he had to treat it seriously. Jingtan followed Tiger Liang to the 3rd floor. The room that Yi Hao had arranged for Jingtan was right next to Celestine's. Some time ago, Yi Hao had renovated some of the private rooms on the 3rd floor, and he had also arranged a private room for Jingtan. Just like Celestine's door, this one also used a card, but it wasn't a card-inserting type. Yi Hao had specially arranged for someone to install a card-swiping device similar to the one in Tsinghua University's East Courtyard, but with much higher privacy and security. It was obvious that Yi Hao had put in a lot of effort. Zheng Tan looked at the small round card in Tiger Liang's hand. It was similar to the cat tag he had in the East Courtyard. In other words, this was an imitation of Zheng Tan's cat tag. This private room was a little smaller than Celestine's, but a lot of effort had been put into the renovation, especially the walls and ceiling. There were corridors for cats to crawl and walk on, and the corridors for cats hanging from the ceiling didn't look messy. Zheng Tan walked up diagonally from the wooden planks on the wall, and jumped onto the suspension bridge that led to the ceiling from a fork in the corridor. After playing around for a while, he felt that it wasn't bad. The patterns were basically cat paw prints, cat head portraits, and so on. There wasn't any other style. What made Zheng Tan blush with shame were the scratching boards and the hanging plush toys. If Zheng Tan was really a cat and not a cat with a human heart, he would definitely like these settings. For a real cat, this place was like a mini playground. In addition to these, there was also a karaoke set, which made Zheng Tan feel very satisfied. He didn't know if Yi Hao and the others were thinking that if Zheng Tan was depressed and wanted to howl in the future, there would be a special place for him to do so, instead of tormenting everyone's ears at Yi Hao's or Celestine's place. This place wasn't bad. In the future, he would bring his friends here to play. Zheng Tan thought. But, Zheng Tan lay on the soft sofa and counted with his paws. It seemed that there weren't many people he could bring over. The sheriff and Huang wouldn't come, and De Pang was always guarding his grandmother. Peanuts? To be decided. Monseigneur? They weren't familiar, and Monseigneur wouldn't care about it. It had come here many times when it was with Yi Hao, but now that it was with Master Tang VII, it probably didn't care about this kind of place anymore. It seemed that it still didn't have enough friends. Tiger Liang had been observing the black cat in the room the whole time. He secretly sighed. It was indeed a very special cat. No wonder Ranqi always wore a pendant to ward off evil spirits. After looking around the room for a while, Zheng Tan went to Celestine's private room. The three of them were talking about the people who would be attending the wedding, such as Celestine's former comrades and current friends. Zheng Tan wasn't interested in these people. What made Zheng Tan curious was the master that the three of them were talking about. Celestine said that his master was still healthy and had nothing to do recently. The old man said that he would come over when he had time to see the living environment of his three disciples. Zheng Tan felt that it was a pity that Celestine's master's cat, Dashan, wouldn't be coming. As for Mao and the other's master, what kind of person was he? Chapter 2:15. Wei Ling's wedding was set on the second day of the National Day holiday. Mama Jiao didn't plan to take the children on a long trip this year during the National Day holiday. There was too much traffic during the National Day holiday. If they went on a trip, she wouldn't be able to take care of two children and a restless cat. Celestine said that he wanted to send a car to pick her up, but Jiao Ma refused. Celestine was the star of the show today, and he would be very busy in the morning. He still had to snatch the bride, so he would need a lot of people and cars. Besides, the Jiao family had cars, and Jiao Ma knew where the wedding was going to be held. It was just Shaoguan Hotel, and she was familiar with it, so it wasn't worth the trouble. Mao ran away early in the morning after checking the cat food. It had to help Celestine today. It was very busy last night and came back very late. If it weren't for the cat at home, it would have slept outside. After going downstairs, Jiao Ma stopped the car at the gate of the courtyard. Zheng Tan looked out and saw two people standing at the gate. Zheng Tan felt that they looked familiar. He looked down and saw the cage in the hands of the little girl, who was not much older than little Pomelo. It suddenly dawned on him that they were from this family. There was a guinea pig in the cage. Zheng Tan had seen it before. He remembered that Celestine called this guy Chestnut. 2 years ago, this little guy was almost eaten by the sheriff and Huang when it came out on its own. Zheng Tan also saw Celestine at that time. The mother and daughter were the wife and child of Celestine's comrade. Unfortunately, that comrade died in a mission. Celestine and other comrades in arms had been helping him. Celestine often came to visit the mother and daughter. This time, Celestine definitely had to attend Celestine's wedding. Jiaoma gestured for the two men to get into the car. She had already contacted them last night. Anyway, she would help Celestine bring the two men over. Since Jiaopa was not around, the car could still fit two more people. Zheng Tan and little Pomelo were in the back seat. When the mother and daughter came in, they were a little surprised to see the cat. The little girl was more guarded. After all, many cats were not very friendly to guinea pigs. Seeing that Zheng Tan had been sitting quietly beside little Pomelo, the mother and daughter were relieved. "Don't worry, my black charcoal is very sensible. He won't bully other animals," Jiaoma said. "That's right. Black charcoal never bullies the weak, unless it's a bad rat that steals things." Jiao Yuan turned his head to look behind him, his eyes fixed on the furball in the cage. However, the mother smiled and didn't say anything. She didn't think so. Fortunately, her guinea pig was kept in a cage, and the cat couldn't get in. Little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, were mainly looking at Chestnut. On the way to the hotel, Jiao Yuan was more talkative and took the initiative to ask about the guinea pig. "I should have left Chestnut at home, but the child didn't want to. He said that he wanted to take Chestnut out to play," the mother said. "That's right. My guinea pig is the same. I have to take it with me everywhere. But my guinea pig is very sensible. It doesn't run around." Jiao Ma smiled. In front of outsiders, of course, they would pick the good things to say. Jiao Ma didn't expose Zheng Tan's secret. However, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo felt a little guilty. They knew very well how black charcoal was like. As long as the weather was good, this guy would run around most of the time during the day. Zheng Tan didn't blush when he heard Jiao Ma's somewhat exaggerated praise. Even if he did, it wouldn't be obvious. He lay on little Pomelo's lap in a serious manner. However, the guinea pig in the seat next to them was restless. It even barked at Zheng Tan a few times. It wasn't sure if it recognized him. Zheng Tan glanced at it and ignored it. This guy was a little bigger than the first time he saw it. It looked about 20 centimeters long. Its appearance was indeed likable and harmless. It was no wonder that children liked it. "Chestnut doesn't seem to be afraid of black charcoal," the girl holding the cage said. After all, she had raised Chestnut for so long. She could definitely get the general meaning from Chestnut's barks and some of its actions. It probably knows that this cat doesn't have any bad intentions. Animals have a very good sixth sense. The mother smiled. It took some time to get from Tsinghua University to the hotel. On the way, Yuan Zi called once. Jiao Ma couldn't drive, so Jiao Yuan picked him up. Yuan Zi said that he would leave later. He had originally planned to bring some people along if there were too many people in the Jiao family. Since it wasn't necessary, he wasn't in a hurry. Some of the people in the company who were close to Celestine, such as the few comrades that Celestine had introduced to him, ran out before dawn. Today, Celestine looked a lot more decent. During the wedding ceremony, everyone's attention was on the newlyweds. Zheng Tan squatted on the stool and couldn't see anything. He had his back against the wall, so he didn't have to worry about people behind him. Both sides were well covered by little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan. If he wanted to look out, Zheng Tan could only see half of his head peeking out from under the table. He had to cover his ears to prevent others from seeing him. Although the people at this table didn't care, there was no guarantee that the people at other tables wouldn't mind. He had to save some face for Celestine. As for Chestnut, it had been hidden in a special bag. It was even worse than Zheng Tan's. The table was filled with familiar faces. Yuan Zi took time out of her time to come over today. One reason was because of Wei Ling's wedding, and the other reason was to chat with the Jiao family. She also wanted to see the fortune cat. Usually, this big boss was very busy and didn't have much time. Now that she finally had some free time, she wanted to get some fortune chi. This was a live version of the live version, not the fortune cat ornament in his office. At this table, except for the Jiao family, Yuan Zi, and the mother and daughter, the others were all Celestine's comrades. Some of them often helped the mother and daughter, so there was no awkward silence. He heard from Mao that they had hired someone to take a video. Zheng Tan could just watch the video. Anyway, he wasn't very curious about that. Although she couldn't see what was going on outside, Zheng Tan could hear Mao, Senior Walnut, and a few other people who she had never heard before cheering loudly when the wedding was going through certain procedures. Zheng Tan felt so hungry that he wanted to sleep. He had digested the food he had for breakfast, so he was hungry and bored. When the wedding banquet finally started, Zheng Tan just buried himself in the food. Anyway, there was no shortage of people who helped him to take food, especially Yuan Zi. He was so active in taking food that the others at the table were confused. When Celestine came over to propose a toast, he wanted to signal to Zheng Tan, but Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo blocked him so tightly that Celestine could only see black pointy ears. After the banquet, many people who were busy with work or had other things to do had to leave. Celestine also booked some rooms in the hotel. Those who had nothing else to do in the afternoon and wanted to play cards could go upstairs and rest. He also arranged dinner. After Yuan Zi left, Jiao Ma took the children and the mother and daughter upstairs to rest. The 3 children prepared to play cards while the 2 mothers talked. Zheng Tan wanted to sleep, but Chestnut, who was released from the cage, kept coming to Zheng Tan's side. Zheng Tan raised his foot to push it away, but in a few seconds, it came to him again. Annoyed by the disturbance, Zheng Tan jumped onto the back of the sofa and ignored Chestnut's calls. Before Zheng Tan could sleep for long, Mao came over. "Black Charcoal, do you want to come over and play?" Mao looked at the black cat lying on the back of the sofa. He knew that whether he could take the cat away or not depended on the cat. If it agreed, the Jiao family would at most say a few words or say a few words. Basically, they would not object. Zheng Tan thought for a while. Anyway, it was boring to stay here, so he followed Mao and went to see the legendary master. Mao was originally in the big suite with a few brothers who had not seen each other for a long time, but as they chatted, it became the master scolding his disciples one by one. Celestine was the star of the show today. He came to the room for a while, and when he saw that the situation was not right, he ran away with the excuse of accompanying the bride and entertaining the guests, leaving the other brothers there to be scolded. Especially those who had not been caught by the master for a long time, including Mao, they were the main targets of the scolding. Therefore, Mao thought of the black cat that was still in the hotel and planned to pull Zheng Tan over to divert his attention. After all, the master was also a cat owner. Although the cat in the master's house was very special, if the cat came over, the master's attention should be diverted from them. "Black Charcoal, be careful later." Well, anyway, be careful and be smart. Ah. Mao could not help but say one more sentence before opening the door. Mao did not finish his sentence. Zheng Tan did not know what Mao was trying to say. Was there any danger in there? Probably not. When Mao opened the door, Zheng Tan followed behind him and went in. There was no smell of smoke inside. It was rare that a group of men did not smoke. Or was it because of the master that they did not smoke? However, there was no smell of smoke. There were other smells. Other than the smell of strangers, there was something else. Other than Mao and Senior Walnut, Zheng Tan did not recognize any of the people sitting in the room. Mao was the youngest. In terms of age, other than the only old man, there were a few middle-aged men who looked about the same age as Senior Walnut. In the past, when he heard Celestine and the others talk about it, it seemed that there were older people counting up. It was just that they had important positions and were entangled with work. They were so free that they could not leave. The big red packet must have been in Celestine's hands. That bastard Celestine was probably counting the money now. Zheng Tan had a very strange feeling from the moment he entered the room. It was as if someone was hiding in the dark and spying on him. With so many pairs of eyes staring at him, it would be nonsense to say that he did not feel pressured. However, Jingtan felt that these people did not have any ill intentions, so he relaxed a little. They were mostly sizing him up, especially the old man who looked to be in good spirits. At first glance, this old man had a tough style. However, after a few more glances, he felt a lot more slippery. When he looked at Jingtan, he was playing with the pai gao in his hands. He did not know if Mao's habit of playing cards had been learned from him. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The people in the room did not speak after Jingtan followed Mao and the others. They played cards, drank tea, and picked their teeth. Everyone was busy with their own things. At the same time, they looked at Jingtan as if they were expecting something. Jingtan's feeling was even stronger. He always trusted his intuition. Since the enemy did not move, Jingtan decided to make a move first. Jingtan lifted his feet and walked from the door to the sofa. He kept his ears up and was alert to the movements around him. His eyes were focused on the few people sitting on the sofa. Unfortunately, he could not see much from these people's eyes. They were indeed Celestine and Mao's seniors and juniors. Each one was better at pretending than the other. As the feeling grew stronger and stronger, and at the same time, it sensed movement behind it. Jingtan suddenly turned around and swung its claws out. It didn't even look at the attacker carefully. Its claws hooked onto the attacker's clothes, and with a turn of its body, it threw the attacker away.